Chapter 1 Doomsday Villain System. Stinky boy, what the hell are you doing? Xia Kingdom, the magic capital. A detached villa in the northern suburbs of the city. Wearing a high-end nightgown, Liu Mingyuan, who was worth more than tens of billions, was lying on the sofa, holding his mobile phone with a puzzled expression on his face. A young voice came from the other end of the phone. It's nothing, just do as I say, it's only 5 days anyway. 5 days? That's right. In these 5 days, you should stock up as much supplies as you can, including food, drink, clothes, and everything you need. 5 days later, that is, the morning of the 20th, you don't want to go anywhere, just stay in the villa and let Uncle Li and his subordinates protect you. Remember, the more food you store, the better, and it's best to last for 3 to 5 years. Is there something you are hiding from me, kid? Oh, don't ask, anyway, I'm your son, and I won't harm you. That's it. Hearing his son's serious and dignified words, Liu Mingyuan nodded thoughtfully, okay, I will pamper you one more time. After saying this, Liu Mingyuan hung up the phone, and then said to the middle-aged man beside him, Lao Li, go. Do as Xiao said. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and retreated respectfully. At the same time, on the sofa of a 5-star hotel in Yanchinch, Xiaoguo. A handsome young man holding a mobile phone couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief after getting his father's affirmative answer. Hey, in this way, it can be regarded as repaying your kindness for taking care of me during this time. The young man muttered to himself. The young man's name is Liu Yu, and he is a traveler on the earth. It has been 25 days since I came to this world. He was just a very ordinary poor guy on earth. When he woke up, he came to this parallel world similar to the earth, and became Liu Yu of this world. Yes, in this world, he is also called Liu Yu. The two have the same first name and surname, and they have exactly the same body shape. The only difference is that although he was handsome in his previous life, he was a poor guy who couldn't afford a house. And in this life, he is the son of Liu Mingyuan, a billionaire in Shanghai, with a height of 180, a standard tall, rich, and handsome. I remember when I first came to this world, Liu Yu, who had received this body memory, thought that he would have no worries about food and clothing, and live a luxurious life like a beautiful woman in a car. But on the 23rd day, that is, the day before yesterday, after crossing, the system suddenly awakened. The system told him that after a week, the end of the world will come. At that time, not only the animals and plants on the earth will mutate, but also some monsters that humans have never seen before will appear. Human beings will go from being at the top of the food chain to being hunted by these monsters. At first, Liu Yu didn't really believe in systematic eschatology. Thinking that the weather outside is sunny and sunny, how could it be the end of the world? But when I think about it carefully, I have traveled through time, and now there is a system. With such bizarre things happening, what else is impossible? So after a brief surprise, Liu Yu believed the system's words. Not only started to prepare supplies, but also called the parents in this world to let them protect themselves. After all, they have been in this world for 23 days, and this pair of cheap parents treated them well. Ask money to give money, ask people to give. Let Liu Yu, who was raised by his grandparents in his previous life and never felt the love of his father, felt a little warmth in his heart. Before the apocalypse comes, remind them that there is nothing wrong with allowing these cheap parents to increase their chances of survival in this apocalypse. As for why Liu Yu didn't go back to Shanghai and face the end times with them? That's because his system hasn't really activated yet. Damn it, I'm actually a villain. Thinking of the system, Liu Yu couldn't help scolding. Under normal circumstances, whether it is a movie or a novel, the villain basically has no good end. And now I am. The villain is the villain, right? You can go to an urban plane and be a serious super rich second generation. What the hell is a doomsday villain? Concentrate on your own spiritual world. He has been bound to the system for 2 days, so he naturally knows how to use this system. As long as he concentrates, he can see the operation panel of his system. Apocalyptic Villain System, not activated. Activation conditions, 1. Before the end of the world comes, the existence of this system and news of the approaching end of the world must not be disclosed. 2. Do not leave the area of Yanchinch before the end of the world. Note 1. If 2 conditions are met at the same time, the system will automatically activate after the end of the world, otherwise, the host's memory about the system and the end of the world will be cleared, and the system will be automatically uninstalled. Note 2. The protagonist will be reborn on time before the end of the world, and there is no way to stop it. Please don't try to deal with the protagonist before the protagonist's rebirth. This will cause a series of immeasurable and serious consequences. Remaining time of the end of the world, 112 hours and 36 minutes. With these 2 system activation conditions, Liu Yu is not only unable to tell others about the end of the world. There is no way to leave this city and return to the magic capital. If you reveal the news of the end of the world before the end of the world, you will be wiped out of memory by the system before this idea is implemented. If you insist on returning to the magic capital, the system will automatically uninstall it. In addition, according to the system, he is the villain of destiny. In the last days, not only have to face those bloodthirsty monsters and cannibalistic humans, but also have to face the protagonist whose luck is against the sky. Liu, who is familiar with various routine novels, deeply knows how powerful the protagonist is. Not only do they have all kinds of super golden fingers for self-defense, but their luck is also quite against the sky. Go out and wander casually, and you can also meet all kinds of top-quality girls and powerful treasures. So if he wants to live intact, he cannot lose the powerful support of the system. Boom boom boom. While Liu was thinking, someone knocked on the door of the hotel's private room. Come in. He came back to his senses, turned off the system panel, and responded casually. Click. As Liu agreed, the door was pushed open by a respectful bodyguard in a white short-sleeved shirt. Young Master Liu, Miss Jiao is here. Oh? It came very quickly. Hearing what the bodyguard said, Liu raised a smile, let her in. Yes. The bodyguard agreed, turned, and left. Chapter 2 School Bell Jiao Manly. Yancheng is the city where Liu went to school. In this city, there are two bodyguards sent to him by Liu Mingyuan. One is Xueli and the other is Ding Feng. The bodyguard who reported the situation to Liu just now was Xueli. Following Xueli's departure, a tall, beautiful and fashionable girl soon appeared at the door of the private room of the hotel. The girl has a gorgeous face, a grey tight-fitting shirt on the upper body, and dark ultra-short jeans on the lower body. Under the feet is a pair of black crystal sandals. Amazing facial features, fair skin. Although there is no heavy makeup, the crystal clear jade bracelet on her hand and the authentic LV bag on her shoulders all show that this girl is extraordinary. Young Master Liu? Are you really asking me out? Seeing Liu, the girl was a little surprised. Liu is a transfer student. In the second half of his sophomore year, he transferred from a well-known university in Shanghai to a third-rate university in Yancheng. The specific reason is unknown. But this is not the point. The point is that Liu not only has a good figure and is handsome, but his family is also very rich. I heard that when I first came to school, I always came by Rolls-Royce. This made many girls flock to him. She, Jiao Manly, was no exception. Haha, Manly, come in, let's sit down and talk. Liu smiled, not in a hurry, and let Jiao Manly go in first and sit down. The handsome appearance and gentle smile made Jiao Manly feel like a spring breeze. After the other party sat down, Liu began to call the waiter to order. During the period, the two talked about some things. Jiao Manly didn't speak until the delicacies of mountains and seas were served. Young Master Liu, did you only date me today? Jiao Manly looked around and asked a meaningful question. Although with her beauty and figure, there are many excellent suitors around her. But in her mind, there is absolutely no boy who can be better than Liu. No, it should be said that there is no boy who is more handsome and rich than Liu. So she is also very attracted to Liu. Now that Liu is asking her out alone, doesn't that mean he has a chance? Of course. Liu shrugged casually, are there other people in this room besides you and me? Oh, that's not true, but… Jiao Manly didn't finish her sentence, and suddenly there was a little disappointment in her eyes. Liu saw it in his eyes, and took the conversation with a smile. Do you want to ask, why do I ask you out alone even though I know you are Chu Feng's girlfriend? Jiao Manly is Chu Feng's girlfriend? That's right. When Liu first got the system was designed to allow Liu to go through the novice period smoothly. Before activating, I gave Liu some tips for beginners, the plot and 4 character cards in the early days of the end of the world. According to Liu's understanding of the plot in the early days of the end of the world, the protagonist of this end time is his classmate Chu Feng. Chu Feng himself is an ordinary student who cannot be more ordinary, but he will be reborn after 5 days. Rebirth in the last days. He has 10 years of post-apocalyptic survival and combat experience. Why are most of the protagonists of the post-apocalyptic novels reborn, and they are usually reborn 10 years later? Don't ask, just ask. Anyway, the first villain boss that Chu Feng came back to kill after his rebirth was the current Liu. Knowing this, Liu panicked. Facing such a powerful enemy, Liu naturally did not dare to underestimate him. But he also knew that he was just an ordinary person in his previous life, and he had never experienced special combat training or battlefield experience. Certainly not the opponent of Chu Feng, the reborn protagonist. So if he wants to save his own life, he must not only rely on the system, but also plan ahead. In Liu's previous life, his career was only slightly successful when he was 31 years old. I haven't met the one in my life yet. And Chu Feng? If he was really reborn 10 years later, his soul age should also be 31. There is no difference in age between the two, but Chu Feng's 10 years of combat experience cannot be compared with Liu, a worker. So his only advantage now is the week before Chu Feng's rebirth. So after a night of deliberation, Liu was going to start with Chu Feng's girlfriend. Added to Jiao Manli's WeChat through some simple banknotes. After school this afternoon, I finally asked her out. Then this scene just happened. Yes, that's what I mean. Jiao Manli put away the disappointment in her eyes, and gave Liu a playful look. Hey, I said handsome Liu, are you still interested in a married woman like me? Although she is not in the same class as Liu, they both belong to the same grade at the same age. And she is also a literary committee member of the junior dance department. She is famous in school as a big beauty. With the existence of such stars and moons, it is natural to speak freely. You have such a good figure and look so beautiful, isn't it normal to be interested in you? Liu gave Jiao Manli a deep look. If this school really had such a thing as a school flower list. With Jiao Manli's figure and appearance, she can definitely be ranked in the top 5 of this university. You know, there are more than 5,000 people in this university. Among them, there are at least 8,000 girls. Being able to stand out from more than 8,000 girls, Jiao Manli's looks are just average. It's just that all the teachers and students in the school basically know that although she is a well-known beauty in the school. But there is a boyfriend who is average in other aspects except for his looks and studies, Chu Feng. Chu Feng is average in height, average in family, and average in ability. If it weren't for Chu Feng's honesty, he would not hesitate to work several divisions of labor during the summer vacation in order to buy her a brand name bag. She broke up with Chu Feng a long time ago. But now. Ha 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 ha, young Master Liu, you can really talk. Hearing Liu's words, Jiao Manli shook her head with a smile. I'm just stating a fact. Really? But I don't believe you are asking me out for this kind of thing. Seeing that the other party was direct, Liu no longer hid it. Well, I do need your help with something. What's up? Jiao Manli raised her eyebrows, obviously surprised. She is indeed good in figure and appearance, but her family background is very ordinary. And Liu is a veritable rich second generation. What else can I do for him? It's like this. Liu cleared his throat without rushing. I heard that you have a good relationship with Cangyun, a sophomore. Chapter 3 Lobbying. Liu explained his purpose in an orderly manner. That's right. His real goal was not Jiao Manli, but Cangyun. Although Jiao Manli is the girlfriend of the protagonist Chu Feng, this is not false at all. But in the plot of Chu Feng's End of the World, the real #1 heroine is this girl named Cangyun. You know, in most of the novels about rebirth after the end of the world, there will be an ex-girlfriend who betrayed the protagonist. Under normal circumstances, the protagonist will almost lose his life or lose his life directly because of this ex-girlfriend. After the protagonist was reborn, this ex-girlfriend became one of the goals he had to solve. This is one of the great points of Doomsday essay. And now, Jiao Manli is this ex-girlfriend. As for Cangyun, she is also a student of the dance department. Pure and lovely, pure and blue-hearted, she is the dream lover of countless boys. The popularity in school is even higher than that of Jiao Manli. In the apocalyptic script of Chu Feng's previous life, the two developed a deep friendship on the road to survival. And almost crossed the mine pool. It's just that Chu Feng in his previous life was a weak chicken. There is no way to protect the woman I love. In the end, Liu, the big villain, beat Yuanyang with a stick, and joined forces with Jiao Manli to force her to death. So after being reborn, Chu Feng not only seeks revenge from Liu and Jiao Manli, but also protects Cangyun and takes her into the harem. Otherwise, wouldn't Chu Feng be reborn in vain? And what Liu has to do is to change the trajectory of Cangyun's fate, so that Chu Feng in this life cannot get Cangyun. This will not only weaken the strength around Chu Feng, but also deal a severe blow to his mentality, thus increasing his chances of survival. Cangyun? It turns out that the person Liu Xiao wants to date is Cangyun. After listening to Liu's narration, Jiao Manli was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. I've heard for a long time that young Master Liu came to study in a third-tier city from a first-tier city for a girl. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that the rumor is true. Take it as real. Liu didn't want to explain. How? Would you like to do me this favor? Cangyun is the key to the conflict between Chu Feng and Liu. It is true that he came to this school for Cangyun. But this is what Liu did before, and has nothing to do with Liu now. Just asking her out for dinner. Jiao Manli asked without answering. Of course, and I don't ask you to help me in vain. As Liu said, he took out the handbag he had prepared in advance. If you want, the 100,000 is yours. 100,000 is nothing to Liu, but to Jiao Manli, who has an average family background and is still a student, it is also a huge sum of money. Young Master Liu, don't you need the money? Seeing the stacks of red banknotes in the handbag, Xiao Manli's eyes lit up, but she still pretended to evade. Although she is a vain woman, she is also smart. Know what money to take and what not to take? How to get money will maximize your own interests. She knew that Liu was not short of money, but if she took Liu's money, she would lose weight in Liu's heart from now on. But... take it, I don't like to owe favors to others. Liu said calmly. In Liu's previous life, the most lacking thing was money. And in this life, he is not only the son of a rich man, but money will be completely turned into waste paper after 5 days. So when he gave it, he didn't feel bad at all. After the end of the world, the gene chains of all species are all restarted. Humans are no longer the overlords on this planet. For some, it was the worst of times, with civilizations collapsing and economies paralyzed. There is no such thing as a rich star and internet celebrity. What elite, genius? Without certain life-saving means, you can only be reduced to food in the mouth of monsters. And for others, it's the best of times too. Due to gene recombination, some human beings have mutated. What is flying, invisibility, using water, controlling fire, and even manipulating people's minds? Before the end of the world, they were most likely factory workers, restaurant waiters, and roadside cleaners. In the peaceful age, being watched by the same kind with mocking eyes. But after the end of the world, they directly became awakened. Compared with ordinary people, it is easier for them to obtain life and food, and even those goddesses who can only be seen on computers or TV in the past have become slaves who wag their tails at their feet. Under such a general environment, the human transaction method will change from the current currency to the most primitive barter. Xiao Manli didn't know that the end of the world would be 5 days away. So after Liu used his cash-out ability, he fully agreed to Liu's request. She is in the same department as Yan Yun, although the jealousy of women makes her dislike Yan Yun very much. But the two often participate in some on-campus and off-campus activities together, and Xiao Manli herself is more scheming, so she won't show her hatred on her face. So on the surface, the relationship between the two is still very good. Now just asking Yan Yun out for a meal, can she get dash? Of course she won't refuse. So the next thing is a matter of course. Chapter 4 Advanced Layout. After the two had dinner, Liu told Xiao Manli some details about Yan Yun, and then they parted ways. Since the hotel was not far from the school, Liu asked Xiao Manli to leave the hotel alone in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xiao Manli also understood this truth, so after the two of them settled down, she left alone. From the hotel window, watching Xiao Manli stop a car downstairs, Liu took a deep breath. 2 days have passed, and there are less than 5 days left. We must speed up the progress. The system was bound 2 days ago. After binding, Liu knew the existence of the end of the world. In other words, Liu only had 1 week to prepare. Unlike Chu Feng, he has not experienced the apocalypse, so he has to prepare more thoroughly. Thinking of this, Liu took out his mobile phone and made a call. The call was connected quickly. Shueli, come in. Shueli and Ding Feng are the bodyguards that Liu asked for from Liu Mingyuan. They are also talents cultivated by Liu Mingyuan's own security company. After the end of the world, people's hearts will become very unpredictable. Except for the confidants left by Liu Mingyuan himself, the other bodyguards Liu couldn't trust them, but these two could barely trust them. Master Liu. After Shueli came in, he nodded slightly. Liu nodded and said, how did you prepare the things I asked you to prepare? It's almost ready. Shueli replied, food and water, according to your requirements, have filled the entire 2 sets of rooms. Clothes, shoes, protective clothing, binoculars, crossbows, hammers, baseball bats, first aid kits and other items are also well prepared. Ah, that's good. Liu nodded, with some confidence in his heart. With the advent of the end of the world, human beings will temporarily lose productivity and transportation capabilities. Food and drinking water, use less. Therefore, in the case of ensuring one's own survival, the more food and water, the better. And in order to survive better, Liu not only took the initiative to strengthen his training during this period, but also tried to use some weapons and learn some fighting skills from the bodyguards. Although the 2 bodyguards are not particularly strong, they are better than nothing. Where is the person you asked to find? Liu continued to ask. Young Master Liu, are you talking about Wei Jianjun and Su Hao? Good. We have already found the man named Wei Jianjun, but Yanqing is not our sphere of influence after all, so it may take some time to find Su Hao. Oh? Have you found Wei Jianjun? Liu squinted his eyes, it's fine, but Su Hao should not relax here. For me, this Su Hao is more important than Wei Jianjun. I see. Let Ding Feng continue to look for Su Hao, you take me to meet this Wei Jianjun first. Liu gave orders and walked towards the door first. Okay. Li nodded and quickly followed Liu. Originally, he wanted to ask something, but seeing that Liu had gone far away, he had no choice but to bury his question in his heart. Character card, 1. Jiao Manli. 2. Yan Yun. 3. Wei Jianjun. 4. Su Hao. Liu's system, in addition to the system panel, also has a system warehouse. In the warehouse, some special props produced by the system can be stored. These 4 character cards are a novice tip given to Liu by the system in order to increase Liu's chips for survival. On the front of the character card is the profile picture and name of the character, and on the back is the love-hate entanglement between them and the protagonist Chu Feng in the past and present. If Liu wants to survive the duel with Chu Feng, he needs to use these relationships to limit the development of the protagonist Chu Feng. Now Jiao Manli and Yan Yun's side is temporarily resolved. Naturally, it was Wei Jianjun and Su Hao's turn next. Wei Jianjun, 35 years old this year, retired from Special Forces at the age of 27. After returning from retirement, he was provoked by gangsters and charged for protection, and in a fit of rage, he beat a few gangsters into serious injuries. So he lost a large sum of money and spent a year in prison sadly. After he was released from prison, because he had no special skills, he could only earn a living by working as a general worker. And because of the black history of being in prison, no one wants to enter the factory, so I can only work as a security guard for some small companies. At first he thought it would be like this for the rest of his life. There is no rush, and no future. But at the age of 29, he met a girl. Although this girl is not particularly beautiful, she not only likes him, but also doesn't care about his past. When he was moved, he fell in love with the girl and got married. The two have a daughter, 4 years old. Although the married life was very difficult, the girl did not have any complaints. Even encouraged and comforted him. This made him feel fortunate, but at the same time he felt very sorry for their mother and daughter. So after the end of the world, he desperately wanted to protect his wife and daughter. As for his relationship with the protagonist Chu Feng, it's also very simple. In his previous life, he was besieged by several thugs in order to protect his wife and daughter. It was Chu Feng who stepped forward to help him. Although Chu Feng's fighting power was average at that time, his willingness to stand up made Wei Jianjun look at him with admiration. So the two teamed up to repel the powerful enemy and became life and death friends in the last days. As we all know, friendship is very precious in the last days. So in this life, Chu Feng must find Wei Jianjun in advance based on the memory of his previous life, and let him be his right-hand man. It's just that Chu Feng never dreamed that before he was reborn, Wei Jianjun had already been preempted by Liu. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 5 Subduing the Protagonist's Guard. 7 o'clock in the evening, south of the city. A Bentley parked on the side of the road. Here, there are no high-rise buildings, but only low buildings. Here, there are no wide and bright roads, but narrow alleys. Here, there are no perfect public facilities, and some are just simple living facilities. This is a shanty town deep in the city. Looking at the messy and dilapidated shanty town streets in front of him, Li was a little puzzled. I don't understand why my young master came to this kind of place to find someone. But Li is a bodyguard, and he is not a talkative person. Liu didn't say the reason, and he didn't bother to ask. According to the address previously investigated, Li walked forward quickly, and soon brought Liu to the bottom of a dilapidated small building. The low floors, dirty and narrow corridors give people a very depressing feeling. There are little ads everywhere for lockpicking and sewer access. Liu didn't care, and followed Li upstairs. 4th floor. Li knocked on the door on the left, and stepped aside, while Liu straightened his clothes. Who is it? A gentle female voice sounded, followed by the sound of a woman's footsteps in the door. The woman did not open the door, but looked out through the peephole. Hello, let me find Wei Jianjun. Liu was very polite. Hearing this, the woman became a little vigilant. Jianjun, I'm looking for you. Oh, here we come. A rough man's voice sounded, and then he ran all the way. Click, the door opens. A dark-skinned, burly man appeared in Liu's sight. Liu is 180 tall, and this man is half a head taller than Liu. Short hair, square face. Wearing a green stretch vest and blue and white camouflage pants. All kinds of chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and biceps are bulging. Just standing there gives a feeling of power. As for appearance, it goes without saying. A chiseled, darker face. Not pretty, but not particularly ugly either. Very much in line with the image of a supporting role in the last days. You are. Seeing Liu, who was handsome, wearing designer clothes, Wei Jianjun looked puzzled. Because he had never seen each other. My name is Liu. We know each other. I didn't know each other before, but I got to know each other soon. You have something to do with me. It's like this. Liu smiled and lied casually, I heard from a friend of mine that you are very skilled. I just need a bodyguard here. I wonder if you are interested. Bodyguard. Wei Jianjun raised his eyebrows, how much is a month? Is there a trial period? Of course there is a probationary period, but even if the probationary period fails, I still have 10 yuan of work compensation. 100,000? Work compensation? Wei Jianjun's eyes widened with disbelief. My current job is an ordinary security team leader in a building, and my monthly salary is only 4,000 yuan. What can 4,000 yuan do in today's society? Can't do anything. Especially for a family with children, it is not enough. And this guy, failed the probationary period, and returned dash in compensation? Is it equivalent to 2 years' salary? Are you kidding me? He couldn't believe his ears, but it didn't look like he was joking when he saw Liu's serious expression. Liu smiled slightly and waved to Xueli. Xueli understood and handed out the handbag prepared in advance. That's right. If you are not at ease with my promise, I can give you a compensation of dash yuan first. Ah, this. Wei Jianjun was dumbfounded, and Li Kuiying, who was playing with her daughter in the room, was also dumbfounded when she heard this. Families like them earn enough money to maintain their basic monthly expenses. There is no deposit or anything. How could they not be surprised to see so much cash in front of them now? But Wei Jianjun is a soldier who has seen big scenes after all. Know that there is no free lunch in the world. So he was only surprised for a short time before he came back to his senses. How do you know me? Liu smiled, why don't we go in and talk about it? Oh, yes, come in and sit, come in and sit. Look at my brain. Hearing Liu's words, Wei Jianjun patted himself on the back of the head, and quickly invited Liu and Xueli in. He wasn't afraid that Liu was a bad guy. After all, the other party is so rich, and he is so good at fighting. It has to be said that the end of the world has not yet come. The power of money is still very great. Take Wei Jianjun as an example. He was still proud, but he was tortured by real life. As soon as he heard that Liu came to work for him, he was simply grateful to Liu. As for being Liu's bodyguard, it might be dangerous. Sorry, he just ate this bowl of rice. If Liu didn't plan anything, he wouldn't be at ease. So it took Liu less than an hour to turn him from Chu Feng's right-hand man into his personal bodyguard. As for Wei Jianjun's character, this Liu is not very worried. A person who can become the protagonist's right-hand man in the last days, no matter how bad his character is, his character will not be much worse. Young Master Liu, is this kid very capable? After leaving Wei Jianjun's residence, after Liu and the two got into the car, Xueli, who was also a bodyguard, couldn't help asking. Let's not talk about Liu's salary and treatment for the other party. The compensation of dash yuan alone is very unreasonable. Using this method to recruit a person is not in line with Liu's previous style. You will know this later, Xueli, you should do something for me first. Young Master Liu, please tell me. Buy a high-end residence for Wei Jianjun near the place where we store supplies. The closer the location is to the place where the supplies are stored, the better. His name should be written on the real estate certificate. It doesn't matter how much money you have. In short, you must let him go within 3 days. The family of 3 lived in. Ah! Young Master Liu, aren't you being too kind to him? Hearing Liu's request, Xueli was a little surprised and said, he just joined the job, and you gave him a house and money. He felt a little unfair. I have worked in the Liu family for so many years, but I have never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Too nice to him. Looking at the bustling city streets through the car window, Liu raised a playful smile, if you want a house, I can give you one too. The house, the car, these are all fleeting things. After the end of the world, even life is as fragile as a piece of paper, who cares about these external things? Hee, forget it. Xueli smiled awkwardly, I don't lack a place to live now. Then you tell me this? All right, let's drive, I have to go back to school. Chapter 005. It's so boring to fight and kill. Letting the male and female protagonists fight each other is what Liu wants to see most. Xiao Yan's story is a little different from what Liu knows. But not much difference. It's all about a down-and-out young master who got a ring and fell in love with a big family daughter. Hearing Liu's words at this time, Xiao Yan's face turned red and white. Thoughts are also racing in my heart. Lan Linger and Xiao Yan met in the last days. She has been living in the Xiao family since the reconstruction of human civilization. The Xiao family didn't know that Lan Linger was from Peng Changyun's family, nor did they know her real appearance. But Xiao Yan knew. Because of an accident, he saw the real face of Lan Linger. Then it fell in love with Lan Linger at first sight. All love at first sight is love at first sight, and he is no exception. Lan Linger also likes Xiao Yan very much. Even though Xiao Yan's strength kept retreating, she didn't look down on him at all. So, for Xiao Yan now. On one side is my hope of rising, on the other side is my favorite landlinger. Uncle Gong. Looking at Xiao Yan's tangled appearance, he also looked at the shadow guard who retreated to his side. Landlinger looked a little sad. Even if I get back that ring, there is a high probability that I will be married, right? The shadow guard nodded and did not deceive her. Yes, miss. Marriage is the mission of the children of big families. Since Miss has obtained the resources and power of the family, she should make sacrifices for the interests of the family. And Mr. Yun has sharp eyesight and won't harm you. The other half chosen for you must be the most outstanding one among the young generation of Pengcheng. However, since Brother Xiao Yan was chosen as the owner of that ring, it proves that Brother Xiao Yan can also receive the inheritance of Danchunzi. If the family is willing to train him, his future achievements will definitely not be inferior to those young talents. A woman in love has a negative IQ. In her heart, no one can replace Xiao Yan's position. But upon hearing this, Uncle Gong, who had watched Landlinger grow up and loved her all the time, had a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Miss, you and Xiao Yan are too different in status, it is impossible to be together. Is that so? Of course, Xiao Yan doesn't have that qualification, whether it's status or personal strength. After receiving an affirmative answer, Landlinger's expression became even uglier. At this time, Liu suddenly said. Not only that, but your idea of wanting Xiao Yan to inherit from Danchunzi is a bit too naive. Young Master Liu, how do you say this? Why did Danchunzi disappear back then? As the daughter of a big family, you don't know about it. Danchunzi is not weak, and he can refine medicine pills. Pills not only have healing effects, but also have strengthening and breakthrough effects. Therefore, the attitude of most forces towards Danchunzi is to try their best to make friends. Just such a top pharmacist with a lot of good karma suddenly disappeared? Even if he hadn't seen Xiao Yan's materials and script, Liu could guess that he had offended some important person. Now the secret of Xiao Yan's ring has been revealed. Can these big men remain indifferent? Can Xiao Yan grow up under the siege of these big men? In this case, do you still want to stick to your love? Hearing Liu's words, Landlinger became even more entangled, and subconsciously looked at Xiao Yan in front of her. At this time, Xiao Yan, who was in a tangle, also looked at Landlinger. The two looked at each other, speechless for a while. A few seconds later, the bloody plot began to unfold. Boy, it's your luck that our young lady likes you. The shadow guard spoke first, but if you want to be with our young lady, you have to show some sincerity. Don't be ridiculous. Even if I give you the ring, you won't let Linger be with me. Now that the ring has been put on the bright side, Xiao Yan no longer hides it, and said mockingly, crossing rivers and demolishing bridges is what your big family likes to do most. That's not the case, brother Xiao Yan, you give me the ring, and I guarantee that grandpa will agree with us being together. Landlinger's IQ has obviously begun to decline. But Xiao Yan was able to maintain his rationality. Linger, you are wrong. You can't resist your grandfather. Let alone your grandfather, even this uncle who protects you may not necessarily listen to you. So, I can only marry you if I become a top powerhouse. Well said. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Liu couldn't help applauding. Only by becoming a top powerhouse can one be worthy of the goddess' favor. You are right about this, but Xiao Yan, you forgot one thing. What? When a man and a woman fall in love, the more rational that person is, the less loving they are. Liu smiled playfully, continued to provoke, and said this classic quote. When you're in love, being sane isn't a good thing. It is an undeniable fact that the more rational the person is, the less he loves the other person. Landlinger understood what Liu meant, her face turned pale, and she looked at Xiao Yan with disappointment in her eyes. Seeing Landlinger's eyes, Xiao Yan now hated Liu to the core. Before, he thought that Liu was a good person, but now he realized that this guy was here to tear him down. If it wasn't for him, at most he would have been divorced today. Now, not only was he divorced, but his secret was also made public, even turned against his favorite goddess. This bastard! Liu ignored what they thought. After saying this, as if nothing happened, he took Cangyun and others to the outside of the arena and ordered someone to carry a few stools and sit down. This posture clearly shows that he wants to continue eating melons. Brother-in-law, isn't your chicken soup too poisonous? As soon as he sat down, Cangyun couldn't help but complain. Zhao Ziyaran next to him also echoed, this trick is really ruthless. Zhang Bin felt a little regretful, this Landlinger is so beautiful, but she actually likes that trash Xiao Yan? It's a pity. What? Do you still have thoughts about her? No, Xiao Ran, I only love you in my life. Faced with Zhao Ziyaran's questioning, Zhang Bin waved his hands again and again, then flattered him. Cut. Who cares? Zhao Ziyaran curled his lips and didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. Instead, he looked at Liu who was sitting in front of him out of the corner of his eye. This man is not only handsome, but also has a good figure. Most importantly, his strength is also extremely terrifying. Only such a person is worthy of the 4 characters of Heaven's proud son. How wonderful it would be if he was her fiancé. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziyaran also knows. Liu is now a group of wives and concubines, and everyone around him is stunning in the world. With her appearance and personality, the other party simply doesn't like her. What happened? Liu suddenly turned around and asked, which made Zhao Ziyaran flush with fright. No, nothing. Today, you have to give this ring even if you don't. Boom. While the few people were chatting, the plot in the field did not stop advancing. Lanlinger has 2 shadow guards. Now that his skin had been torn apart, the shadow guard stopped hiding and kicked Xiao Yan away with an afterimage. The shadow guard took advantage of the victory to pursue, but the next second. Boom. Xiao Yan got up from the ruins and easily blocked the shadow guard's attack. Obviously, he was possessed by Dan Chenzi. After possessing the body, Xiao Yan started to fight back, and the two fought from the ground to the air, and the battle was very fierce. Is Dan Chenzi possessed? Seeing the 2 people fighting fiercely in the air, Lanlinger's face turned even paler. At this moment, a bead the size of an adult's fist with a blue halo flew in front of her. Liu's voice sounded in her heart. This bead is called the soul-arresting bead. After opening it, it can arrest Dan Chenzi's soul. If you don't open it, your brother Xiao Yan can use Dan Chenzi's power to escape. I will give you the right to choose, and you can figure it out yourself. Chapter 6 The Awakened. Liu in this world is only 21 years old and is currently in his 3rd year of junior high school. In order to avoid the suspicion of the future protagonist, Liu must stay at school. At the school gate, Liu opened the door and got off the car. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar campus in front of him, he let out a sigh of relief. Now except for Su Hao, the rest of the layout is almost the same. Then just wait for the end of the world to come. But he is actually a villain? This feeling is also quite strange. Liu thought that although he was not a good person in his previous life, he was definitely not a villain either. Why is it a villain? How did you become a villain? Liu was a little upset. Of course. What made him even more upset was that Chu Feng would be the protagonist. That guy is even weaker than himself in his previous life, so why can he be the protagonist? Liu refused to accept it. But now he has nothing to do. Because for him now, how to deal with the end times is the most important thing. Originally, Liu had also thought about whether to kill Chu Feng before he was reborn. But the system has made it very clear. Dealing with the protagonist before the end of the world may have some immeasurably serious consequences. For example, imprisoning Chu Feng not only requires a lot of time to plan, but also risks being quickly arrested by the police. Not to mention killing Chu Feng directly. What if Chu Feng is directly reborn as a different person? At that time, not only wasted his development time, but also lost the advantage of predicting the plot. Therefore, it is impossible for Liu to deal with Chu Feng before he is reborn. There are less than 5 days left before the end of the world. Liu asked Jiao Manli to make an appointment with Yan Yun, and asked Shuai Li to help Wei Jianjun buy a house. And Ding Feng was helping Liu find Su Hao's trace. With Liu's layout, time passed day by day. In the countdown to the end of the world, there are still 48 hours left. Ding Feng finally found Su Hao, which made Liu heave a sigh of relief. Su Hao is a man. Because of his short stature, he has wicked eyebrows. Plus he likes to gamble, so he has a nickname, Mouse. Unlike Wei Jianjun, the mouse is a thug next to the protagonist. But he is more important to Liu than Wei Jianjun. At 18:1 noon on the th, Liu found time to leave the school and took Ding Feng to find Su Hao. This is a small town on the southern outskirts of Yanqing. You are Su Hao. Su Hao said proudly, it's guaranteed to be fake. This is your so-called family heirloom sword. In a yard in a small town. Seeing the rusty long sword about 3 feet in his hand, Liu said with a frown. Yes. The relationship between Su Hao and Chu Feng is a long sword. After the end of the world, not only animals, plants, and humans will mutate on the earth. Some antique items may also mutate. In this world, the history is similar to the earth where Liu lives. Qinhan 3 Kingdoms Tang Song Yu and Mingqing. According to the plot data obtained by Liu, Su Hao's sword was obtained by his grandfather in an ancient tomb with a few friends in the early years. The end of the world is coming, and the surviving humans may awaken various abilities. Profession. It is the general term for all awakened ones. Among them are enhancers who are good at close combat, and shadow assassins who are good at sneak attacks. There are even awakened supernatural beings who can control the natural elements of water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. Of course, there are still some people who will awaken some life skills that are not capable of fighting. For example, constructor, caster, enchanter, alchemist, etc. Before the rise of the foundry profession, the longsword of Su Hao's family could definitely be regarded as a magical weapon for hunting monsters. Su Hao in his previous life relied on this sword to become the overlord of this small town. Food, women, power, everything. But these are not the point. The point is that half a year after the end of the world, Chu Feng fled to this small town with a team of survivors. The captain of the survivor team saw Su Hao's weapon cut iron like mud, and killing monsters was like chopping melons and vegetables. Immediately became malicious. He found an opportunity to kill Su Hao, and then seized the magic weapon. Chu Feng, who was in the team, saw all this in his eyes. It's just that he was too weak in his previous life, and he didn't have the qualifications to compete for the magic weapon. And in this life, Chu Feng was reborn with 10 years of combat experience. Not only has he become decisive and ruthless, but he is also full of ambition. Therefore, if Liu wants to survive Chu Feng's hands, he must obtain this sword. It's just that the whole body is rusted now, and it looks like a long sword about to break with a little force. Is it really the legendary magic weapon? What? Do you want to go back on your word? Hearing Liu's words, Su Hao hugged the handbag given by Ding Feng tightly, as if he was afraid that Liu would snatch it back. You guys came to me first and said you would buy my family heirloom sword for 20 yuan. Now that the sword is given to you, don't even think about getting the money back. Saying that, Su Hao hugged the money even tighter, he even took a step back subconsciously. Boy, you are courting death. Seeing Su Hao's appearance, Ding Feng took a step forward, with a flash of anger in his eyes. He and Xue Li are Liu's bodyguards. The two are about the same size, about 178 in height, and of medium build. It belongs to the type of clothes that look thin and fleshy when undressed. The only difference is that Xue Li is a little older and looks more restrained. And Ding Feng is a 27-year-old boy with short hair and youthful vigor. At this moment, Su Hao's words had obviously angered him. Su Hao was in charge of him, and he helped Liu complete the transaction. Now Su Hao cheated him 20 with a broken sword, isn't this an insult to him? Want to hit someone? Come on, come hit me. Instead of retreating, Su Hao moved forward, and directly moved his face closer, as if a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. See if I cheat you and it's over. He is a gangster himself, the kind who is proficient in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. If the sword hadn't been hidden under Grandpa's bed, and the sword itself was rusty and worthless at first glance, he would have sold it long ago. You! Ding Feng yelled angrily, and wanted to step forward to teach this kid a lesson, but Liu stretched out his hand to stop him. Okay, Ding Feng, don't be impulsive. After Liu finished speaking, he looked at Su Hao. Su Hao, what we want to buy for 20 yuan is your family heirloom sword, not this broken copper and iron. Are you trying to buy and sell by force now? My sword is a family heirloom. Su Hao felt a little guilty, but he still mustered up the courage to continue explaining, and it was passed down to me by my grandfather. Your grandfather? That's right, when my grandfather left, he asked me to keep it. Chapter 7. Su Hao argued with the money bag. Hearing this, Liu narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Hao. First of all, Liu can be sure that he did not find the wrong person. This point, he can determine through the character card given by the system. Because when you are too close to the target character, the character card will emit a faint light. So Liu is sure that the Su Hao in front of him is the Su Hao in the plot. Secondly, Liu was a salesman in his previous life, so he still has a little bit of ability to observe words and emotions. Although this Su Hao has wicked eyebrows, his face is flushed but his eyes are firm. Coupled with a slightly anxious expression, it is obviously the appearance of being wronged. In other words, he didn't lie? Is this sword really a magic weapon? Liu was a little puzzled. But at this time, he had no other choice. You can only choose to trust each other. After thinking for a moment, Liu took a deep breath. Is that so? All right, I'll just trust you once, but you'd better not let me find out that you lied to me, or I'll let you know what life is better than death. Don't worry, how could I lie to you? Seeing that Liu didn't want to go back on his word, Su Hao smiled and quickly agreed. Ding Feng, let's go. Looking at the back of Liu leaving, Su Hao actually had doubts in his heart. He didn't understand why the other party was willing to pay 20 yuan for his broken sword. Could this broken sword of mine be some priceless antique? But as soon as he saw the 20 bundles of red banknotes in the pocket in his hand, he immediately put these doubts behind him. He had seen this sword before, and it was not an antique at all. I don't even know what material it is. And even if it is an antique, the country does not allow the sale of such antiques. So now that it can sell for 20, what else does he have to worry about? As for Liu's cruel words that his life would be worse than death, he only thought that the other party was farting. In today's legal society, can he still kill himself? So Su Hao can be said to be very happy with the money. On the other side, Liu returned to the hotel with a sword. He studied it carefully. This sword is not detailed in the plot. So Liu didn't know its name either. I only know that the sword is about 109 centimeters long, with a handle length of 25 centimeters, a blade length of 78 centimeters, a blade width of 3.6 centimeters, and a blade thickness of 1 centimeter. Weight, about 1.7 kilograms without sheath. About 2.7 kilograms with sheath. Whether it is the sword body or the scabbard, oxidation and rust are very serious. Could it be that this thing will only see its effect after the end of the world? Liu frowned, thinking it was very possible. After all, in Chu Feng's plot, this sword belongs to the mutant weapon after the end of the world. Only when the end of the world comes, can the people and things in the whole world change. Thinking of this, Liu is not too anxious. Anyway, he will see the result in 2 days. Find a place to hide the long sword. Ding dong. The chat bell rang suddenly. Liu took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was Jiao Manli who sent it. Young Master Liu, let me confirm with you again, is it tomorrow night, the Heaton Hotel? Seeing the news, Liu smiled slightly. Not bad. There are less than 2 days left before the end of the world. After Liu settled the matter of Wei Jianjun and Su Hao, there was only Yan Yun who needed to deal with it. Yan Yun, the school belle of Yanqing University. The height is 165, the front is convex and the back is curled up, and the appearance is pure. It is the object of most boys' YY. With her figure and appearance, in a peaceful world, she is definitely a positive income. Regardless of work or marriage, they have more choices than ordinary girls. But in the last days, she is definitely a disaster. Take her, wherever you go, you may be missed by others. Of course, the current Yan Yun doesn't have any scheming. In other words, in front of Jiao Manli, she seemed to have no intentions. When Jiao Manli asked her out for dinner, she agreed without thinking too much. After all, the relationship between the two is pretty good. Countdown to the end of the world, 11 hours and 28 minutes. 9:32 p.m. Young Master Liu, if we do this, there may be problems. On the way to the hotel, Xueli, who had helped Wei Jianjun move out, couldn't help reminding him. After all, in his mind, what kind of girl would a rich young master like Liu not be able to date? Need to use this illegal means to deal with a woman? Problem? What's the problem? Liu looked at the countdown to the end of the world, and said indifferently, I will be responsible for any problems. After saying this, he directly pushed open the door of the private room. Xueli still wanted to persuade Liu a few words, but seeing that Liu had made up his mind, he couldn't say anything else. He had no choice but to stop and guard the door of the private room. In the private room of the hotel restaurant, plus Jiao Manli and Yan Yun, there are 5 girls in total. At this time, they were chatting non-stop inside. Seeing Liu coming in, 1 or 2 eyes lit up. Young Master Liu. Haha. Manli said that there is a mysterious guest today, and I'm still guessing who it is. So it's you. Hello. Liu smiled slightly, and after sitting down, he looked at Yan Yun next to him. I have to say that this girl is really good looking. There is a white hairpin on the long, smooth black hair. The tight-fitting white t-shirt and a pleated skirt filled her with a youthful and lively atmosphere. Hey, young Master Liu, it's a bit inappropriate to stare at Yan Yun as soon as you arrive, right? That is, we are here to eat, and are we here to eat dog food? If you spread dog food, can't you carry someone behind your back? The girls in the dance department are very cheerful, and they are very good at tidying up in front of Liu. 1 or 2 made fun of the relationship between Liu and Yan Yun. But according to the usual practice, the supporting actors think that Liu and Yan Yun are a perfect match, but it's impossible for the heroine to like the villain. So Liu, who understood this, quickly opened his mouth when he saw Yan Yun, who was a little embarrassed in the teasing of the crowd. Don't talk nonsense, Yan Yun and I are not even ordinary friends now. Stop it. Okay, let's order first. Yan Yun couldn't stand the teasing from her companions, so she quickly changed the subject. It is night now, and everyone is eating supper. So the dishes are not too many, the main thing is to drink. And because everyone is a student and has to go to self-study the next day, so of course you can't drink alcohol. But well, this did not bother Liu. When Xueli stopped the waiter at the door and took a bunch of fruit juice into the private room, Liu asked him to bring in a bottle of red wine by the way. Romani Conti. 60,000 a bottle. Just take it and open it. Most people can't afford to drink red wine like this, tens of thousands of bottles. So in order not to waste such expensive red wine, after everyone drank some juice, each poured a small glass. It's just a small cup, and nothing will happen, let alone Jiao Manli and the girls, even Yan Yun thinks so. But just this small cup made everyone dizzy. Yan Yun is more cautious, so she drinks less. The other girls had no scruples, so they drank 2 more glasses. After drinking for 3 rounds, everyone parted ways. Since their heads were just a little dizzy, and everyone didn't take it seriously, under Lu's arrangement, Ding Feng sent the other 3 back to school. Jiao Manli took Yan Yun and got into Shuali's Bentley. Lu sat in the passenger seat. If you are tired, take a break, and I will call you when you arrive at school. Shuali, who was in the driver's seat, said something lightly. At this time, Yan Yun's double eyelids had already started to fight. Although she was a little suspicious, she didn't think too much because Jiao Manli was beside her. After getting in the car, she leaned on Jiao Manli and closed her eyes to rest. But Jiao Manli, who had experienced many battles, sensed something was wrong. He looked at the drunken Yan Yun on his shoulder, and then at Lu, the co-pilot. She couldn't help but speak. Young Master Lu, does a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands have such great stamina? Maybe it's your first time to drink, you're not used to it. Lu said casually. Jiao Manli didn't believe Lu's rhetoric, but Yan Yun was by her side, so she couldn't speak out. I had no choice but to pick up my phone and send Lu a WeChat message. Did you drug your wine? Lu didn't reply, but Jiao Manli already had the answer in her heart. How could you do this? What if Yan Yun calls the police tomorrow morning? Lu replied, don't worry, I won't implicate you. I'm not afraid of getting involved, I am. Before Jiao Manli could finish typing, she froze in place. Because Lu, the co-pilot, had already handed over a bank card. And on her mobile phone, a line of words was displayed. Here is 100 million, and the password is 6SIXS. Chapter 8 and number 039, M Reborn. Lu threw out 100 million directly, which made Jiao Manli dumbfounded. Her family is very ordinary, so she understands the importance of money very well. 100 million is not too much, and it is not much less. But in this third-tier city, it is already possible to buy a luxurious third-tier apartment. This is the end of many people's lifetime struggle. So at the moment when Lu handed out the bank card, Jiao Manli was at war with heaven and man. One is Yan Yun's personal safety, and the other is 100 million in cash. How would Jiao Manli choose? There is no doubt that she will choose the latter. This is not to say how much she likes money, or how much she hates Yan Yun. It's not that her IQ is not online, she didn't know it was illegal. It's because Yan Yun was appointed by herself. If she chooses to stand on Yan Yun's side at this time, it is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of Lu. Will Lu turn himself into an accomplice? Besides, do you have the ability to stop Lu's behavior? It seems not. Give up 100 million for a girl you hate, and then make an enemy of this rich young master? No matter how you look at it, it's not worth it. Thinking of this, Jiao Manli gritted her teeth, and took the bank card Lu gave her. Seeing this scene, Lu smiled, and handed Jiao Manli a bottle of mineral water. Seeing Lu's actions, Jiao Manli was taken aback for a moment, then clenched her teeth again. What little conscience remained was also condemned endlessly. But things have developed to this point, and she has no choice. At this moment, Yan Yun never expected that Jiao Manli had been bought by Lu, and with Jiao Manli's help, she fell into a deep sleep. That's right, there is only one way for Lu to solve Yan Yun from the beginning to the end, that is to separate her from Chu Feng and let her stay with him when the end of the world comes. Although Lu wanted to develop a relationship with her first. But the system only gave him 7 days. 7 days? He doesn't even have enough time for layout, how can he have time to develop a relationship with her? What's more, Lu's hidden attribute is villain, and Yan Yun's hidden attribute is heroine. If the villain wants to chase the heroine, the difficulty will increase exponentially. So Lu had no choice but to make a bad move. To be honest, it was the first time for Lu to do this kind of thing, and he was a little uncertain. Because if the system countdown is false, then the end of the world will not come. In this case, under the influence of the protagonist's halo, he will be arrested in at most 2 days, and he may not be able to turn himself over in this life. But Lu decided to take a gamble. I have seen such outrageous things as time travel and the system, and the end of the world that the system said, there is a high probability that it will be true. So, the 8th floor of the Rhine Hotel. This is where Lu hoards supplies and weapons. Why did Lu choose the hotel as his temporary base? Because he has to deal with the protagonist, he can't be too far away from the school, but he needs a little time to develop, and he can't be too close to Chu Feng. So when he couldn't find a villa around the school, he decisively chose the current hotel. The total distance from here to the school is less than 500 meters, which is very convenient for dealing with Chu Feng and hoarding supplies. Although ordinary hotels don't let people hoard goods. But in this world, as long as you have money. Not to mention hoarding goods in hotel rooms, even if you convert the hotel living room into a hut, no one will stop you. So for convenience, Liu changed the first few rooms here into his temporary base. At this time, Xueli and Ding Feng lived in room 8006. Xiao Manli was thrown on the opposite side by Liu 8007. And Liu brought Yanyun to room 8008. Liu's medicine was not in the wine, but Xueli's in the juice. It's not a specific drug, it's just an ordinary sleeping pill. Originally, Liu wanted to bring everyone down together. Anyway, according to the countdown of the system, the world will end at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. At that time, let him flood the sky? But the amount of Xueli's discharge seems to be a little bit worse. They kept a trace of clarity until they got in the car. But fortunately, the final result is still barely acceptable. Looking at the pure and lovely girl in front of him, Liu took a deep breath. Yanyun, although you and I have no grievances, but for a better tomorrow, I can only feel sorry for you. Honey, are you asleep? Honey, why don't you answer the phone? When Liu brought Yanyun to the hotel room, on the other side, there was bedroom 502 in the male college dormitory. A handsome young man was hiding under the covers and kept sending messages to his girlfriend. The young man's name is Chu Feng, Xiao Manli's nominal boyfriend. Before the future Chu Feng was reborn, he was still the licking dog who loved Xiao Manli deeply. A few messages were sent out, as if they had disappeared into the sea, and there was no feedback at all. Chu Feng was a little crazy. I was already a little sleepy, but I woke up instantly. I don't know how long it took before Xiao Manli replied. I'm sleepy today, so I'll talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, there was no movement from Xiao Manli's side. In fact, Xiao Manli was really sleepy. Liu didn't tell her in advance about putting ingredients in the juice, which made her follow suit. It's just that she and a few other girls drank more alcohol, so the amount of medicine she took was not as much as Yanyun's. So that night, everyone slept soundly. Especially Chu Feng, who received the news from Xiao Manli, slept even more contentedly. The next day, 7 in the morning. The weather was fine and sunny. The campus in the morning is beautiful, quiet, and lively. Every morning here is the birth of a new hope. But... Kill, I want to kill you monsters. The sudden sound resounded throughout the 502 dormitory. Chu Feng, who was sleeping soundly on the upper bunk, suddenly sat up, with endless killing intent on his face. After a while, he glanced blankly at the surrounding environment, and a familiar feeling came to his heart. The killing intent in his eyes gradually disappeared. Chu Feng, what are you doing, kid? Are you sleepy and sleepy? You yell chicken feathers, yell, it's early in the morning, can you let me sleep well? There are 6 people in total in this dormitory. Hearing Chu Feng who suddenly yelled, 1 or 2 complaints reappeared. But Chu Feng ignored everyone's complaints at all, and just looked at his hands in horror. A moment later, he pinched his thigh. It hurts. Subconsciously took out the cell phone next to him. 202229207001. I was reborn? Reborn before the end of the world. Chapter 9. Chu Feng, who realized his rebirth, was ecstatic at first, and then a strong sense of crisis grabbed his heart. August 2022, 9:20 a.m. Earth has suddenly opened some space rifts. Some never-before-seen monsters came to this planet. All creatures on the Earth are also mutating accordingly. For a time, the entire planet was reduced to a huge slaughterhouse. Civilization collapsed and people's hearts were scattered. In peaceful times, most human beings are civilized, reading and writing books, painting, and dancing. If you break the law, you will be arrested and go to jail. But the end came, and human beings changed from civilized people to barbarians. In order to live and survive, brothers and sisters ate each other. For a piece of expired bread, couples who used to be loving may face each other with swords. In one day, the whole world was reshuffled. Some people live, but life is better than death. Some people died, but now there are less than 2 hours left before the end of the world? Thinking of this, Chu Feng trembled all over, and quickly put on his clothes. The classmate who lives in the lower bunk diagonally opposite him is named Li Bin. Seeing Chu Feng's movement of getting up, he looked puzzled. Chu Feng? What are you doing up so early? Are you going to go to morning self-study? Early self-study? Hee, ancient noun. While quickly getting dressed, he looked at Li Bin, and endless memories came to Chu Feng's mind. You are Li Bin. Li Bin, dot. What? You don't know me anymore? Are you really sleepy? Sleep? Haha. Chu Feng felt bitter in his heart. He really hoped it was a dream. The end of the world is coming, civilization collapses, and aliens invade. If I remember correctly, Li Bin was stabbed through the heart by a sickle mantis with a sawtooth sickle on the first day of the end of the world. Blood was sprayed everywhere, and his body was bitten to pieces by those bugs. Thinking of this, Chu Feng, who was already dressed, jumped off the bed. He glanced at the other 5 roommates in the dormitory who were woken up by him. For the sake of my classmates, let me give you a suggestion. What advice? Don't leave the dormitory before 9 o'clock today. Why? Chu Feng quickly explained, everyone should have studied physics, right? You know that one-dimensional is a line, two-dimensional is a plane, three-dimensional is a solid, and four-dimensional is... Stop, 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 Chu Feng, what do you want to say? You're talking nonsense, I have no idea what you're talking about. Listen to me. Chu Feng interrupted the roommate, glanced at his phone again, and released the first depth charge with mocking words. 2 hours later, the apocalypse will come, a cosmic storm will sweep across the world, and at the same time, the space on the Earth's surface will vibrate and crack countless small space gaps. Speaking of this, Chu Feng glanced at the blank and unbelieving roommates, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice. Do you know what a cosmic storm is? It is something that will completely disable most of the electronic equipment and precision instruments on Earth. At that time, your mobile phones, air conditioners, computers and even lighting lamps, everything related to electricity will be unusable. What Chu Feng said was a bit of fantasy, making several roommates look at Chu Feng as if they were fools. Chu Feng, are you out of your mind? It's so scary, as if you have experienced it. Did you still wake up from a dream? That's right, it's 2022 now. Do you think it's still 2012? Have you seen too many movies? It's also related to the end of the world. The cosmic storm has gone. Is it possible that the brain can get water while sleeping? The 5 roommates teased Chu Feng with every word you said, and they didn't take Chu Feng seriously at all. From ancient times to the present, there have been countless doomsday prophecies, large and small. Especially after entering 2012, people are even more scoffing at the prophecy of the end of the world. What is the end of the world? Whoever believes is an idiot. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Chu Feng didn't bother to ask them, so he turned around and ran out of the dormitory. Since God had reincarnated him, he certainly wouldn't waste his time explaining such nonsense. 2 hours, very short, but extremely precious. As long as he uses it properly, he can rely on the memory of his previous life to rise rapidly in the apocalypse. As for the lives of the roommates, excuse me. In the last days, everyone is in danger, even he can only protect himself, how can he take care of others? Chu Feng, who left the dormitory, couldn't help sniffling. Looking at the white clouds, the blue sky, and the laughing students and affectionate couples on the playground, he took a deep breath. Look, my classmates, what will happen next will be something you will never forget. September 2022, 9, at 20 o'clock in the morning. Chu Feng clearly remembered that unprecedented disasters broke out all over the world at the same time. Fog, earthquake, tsunami, tornado. Alien invasion. Human casualties were disproportionately high. This is a nightmare for anyone. In the last days, what is most important? Materials, of course. However, after Chu Feng left the dormitory, he did not search for supplies immediately, but took a taxi first and went straight to the shanty towns in the south of the city. Whether you admit it or not, in such a harsh environment in the last days, surviving in a team is definitely easier than surviving alone. So he needs to find that reliable teammate first. Wei Jianjun. In the previous life, after the two met, he followed Wei Jianjun back home once. He knew where Wei Jianjun lived. Just... what? Moved. Chapter 10, The End of the World Comes. Chu Feng rushed out of the school regardless of the school guard's obstruction. Take a taxi to the shanty town where Wei Jianjun lives, and ask the taxi driver to wait outside the shanty town. I came to the 4th floor alone, and kept knocking on the door on the left side of the 4th floor. At first, he thought that the other party was just not at home. Who knew that the neighbor next door heard the knock on the door and came out to tell him that Wei Jianjun moved 2 days ago. Moved place? How can it be? Chu Feng couldn't believe his ears. He spent a long time with Wei Jianjun in his previous life, and he still lived here for a long time after the end of the world began. But now... oh shit! He looked at the house in front of him where no one responded, and then looked at the time on his phone. Chu Feng cursed angrily, could it be that after I was reborn, a butterfly effect occurred? Because time is too tight. He didn't have time to delve into it, so he could only choose to leave here and go to a small town in the southern suburbs of the city. Without reliable teammates, he can accept it. Because after the end of the world begins, he can still search slowly. But that sword must never fall into the hands of others. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate at all. Just... When Chu Feng went to the small town in the south of the city to find Su Hao who was still sleeping soundly, the news Su Hao gave him made him feel something was wrong. What? You said that someone bought your sword 2 days ago. Believe it or not. Su Hao, who was standing at the door, looked at the stranger in front of him, and closed the door impatiently. Hearing this, Chu Feng frowned instantly. He couldn't believe it was true, so he had to knock on the door again, grabbed the arrogant Su Hao and beat him up. It's just that the result obtained doesn't change anything. The sword had indeed been bought. The person who bought the sword seems to be a rich second generation? Is this also the butterfly effect? Chu Feng murmured, impossible. Isn't the so-called butterfly effect an effect that can only be produced by a butterfly flapping its wings? Now my own butterfly hasn't flapped its wings yet? How could there be a butterfly effect? The more Chu Feng thought about it, the more wrong he became. But there was less than an hour before the end of the world, and he didn't have time to think about it. I can only hurry to the direction of the school by car. Grass, could it be that if you live the rest of your life, you can only drag on and live in panic? No, never. I will not let go of anyone who offended me in the previous life. Thinking of those bastards who bullied him, Chu Feng felt ruthless in his heart, and subconsciously clenched his fists. The sudden murderous intent in his eyes made the taxi driver shudder involuntarily. As Chu Feng returned in vain, time passed by every minute. The mild sunshine in the morning started to become scorching hot. The light shines into the hotel room through the window, making people sleepless. Where am I? Rhine Hotel Room 8008. Cangyun woke up from her sleep in a daze, only feeling that she had a splitting headache. She rubbed her temples and muttered to herself, suddenly she felt something was wrong. He subconsciously glanced around him. Suddenly a well-proportioned and handsome man came into his eyes. Men in t-shirts, jeans, sneakers. Sitting at the window of the hotel, looking out the window, I don't know what I am thinking. Seeing this man and recalling what happened last night, Yan Yun's mind was instantly sober. Ah you. Yan Yun panicked, pointing out that Lu didn't know what to say for a while. Lu turned his head slowly when he heard the voice. You're awake. You, what have you done to me? On Yan Yun's pretty face, there was unwillingness and anger. Although she has never had a serious boyfriend, she is still a 20-year-old college student after all. Naturally, she knew why she slept here last night, and she had also dreamed about what her other half would look like. But she can be sure that the boyfriend she wants to find is definitely not a rich second generation like Lu. But now, what am I doing to you? You can't feel it yourself. Hearing Lu's casual words, Yan Yun quickly checked her condition, and found that there was nothing unusual about her body, and her clothes and skirts were still in good condition, so she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Why are you doing this? I have my reasons. Lu said and looked at the time on the phone. It's 8:59, wait another minute, and I'll tell you the answer in a minute. Hearing this, Yan Yun's face became more suspicious. Lu, what the hell are you doing? It's okay for a rich second generation to use such indecent methods, but they are still playing tricks. 10 seconds left, 87. You. Seeing that Lu didn't take herself seriously at all, Yan Yun hesitated to speak. Subconsciously picked up his phone, wanting to check the time. Boom. Suddenly, a clap of thunder rang through her eardrums. The sound of thunder was so loud that the glass of the window vibrated slightly, not to mention how painful the eardrum was. What? Yan Yun was so frightened by the thunder that she threw away her phone and quickly covered her ears with her hands. Although Lu was also caught off guard by the thunder, he was prepared after all. While covering his ears, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ding, the end of the world is coming, the system activation condition is being detected. Ding, the test is complete. 1. Before the end of the world comes, the existence of this system and any news about the coming of the end of the world must not be disclosed. Achieved. 2. Do not leave the area of Yanjinj before the end of the world. Achieve. Ding, the preconditions are met, the doomsday villain system is being activated. Ding, the activation is complete, and you will get a gift package for the villain. Ding, the villain gift pack is automatically opened, and the villain's exclusive skills Villain's Eyes, Villain's Heart, and Villain's Halo are obtained. Ding, the character attribute panel is open. A series of system prompts made Lu smile. People are happy when they are happy. Doomsday, here I come. Chapter 11 Cosmic Storm. While the Lu system was activated, in the university classroom. What's happening here? All the male students were stunned by the muffled thunder. Damn it, no way. Is it really the end of the world? Hey, why is there no signal on the phone? Mine too, the signal is interrupted. The students checked their mobile phones one by one, and found that none of them could receive the signal without exception. In the next second, everyone felt a cold energy sweeping across their bodies. It's frozen to the bone, as if it's going to freeze the bone marrow. Ah, what was that just now? It feels so cold. It's so uncomfortable. I can't breathe. Most of the people seemed to have collapsed, gasping for air. Some people couldn't even stand upright and fell to the ground. Some boys with weak physiques immediately had nosebleeds, which couldn't be stopped no matter what. Chu Feng's roommate Li Bin suddenly thought of something, looking at the black screen of the phone, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Universal storm. It's the cosmic storm that Chu Feng said, go and turn on the light to see. It's over, I can't even turn on the lights. What Chu Feng said is true. Chu Feng's other roommate named Zhou Yu also exclaimed. Everyone looked at each other with horror. Just when everyone was at a loss, a thick fog suddenly rose outside the window. There is a vast expanse of whiteness, and you can't see your fingers. Less than 5 seconds later, the noise rang out. I'm stupid, this is... Ah! Monster, monster! Don't come here, don't come here! As the dense fog rises, all animals and plants on the earth begin to grow crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless strange figures appeared in the sight of human beings. Immediately afterwards, exclamations and cries for help came from outside the classroom. Not waiting for everyone's reaction. What? A scream suddenly reached everyone's ears. Everyone followed the prestige, and suddenly a thin female classmate half-kneeled in the aisle. This female classmate, named Su Yao, is the representative of the art class in the class. Also a pretty cute girl. But at this moment, she covered her face with her hands. His hair became messy, and red to black blood vessels filled his arms. The body seemed to be in great pain, trembling non-stop. Su Yao, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. A female classmate who had a good relationship with her subconsciously went over to ask about the situation. But the next second... Ho ho! Su Yao raised her head, and a ferocious and terrifying face appeared in everyone's eyes. Her eye sockets and cheeks were sunken, her pupils turned grey and bloodshot all over them. There were still blood and pus on the face and the corners of the mouth, accompanied by monster-like roars. Yes, she turned into a zombie. The female classmate was obviously frightened by Su Yao's appearance, subconsciously wanted to leave the place. But it was clearly too late. Su Yao, who had turned into a zombie, had already rushed towards her, opened her big mouth full of blood, and bit her neck. Pfft! The blood spurted wildly, extremely cruel. Su Yao was surprisingly strong, no matter how the female classmate slapped her, it was useless. Several male students sensed something was wrong and wanted to step forward to help, but another scream followed. Another classmate turned into a zombie. Next, the third, the fourth. Not only that. The thick fog outside the window gradually dissipated, and a large number of strange creatures appeared in the open space under the teaching building. This is a group of lizardmen who are green all over, covered with tiny scales, and dragging a long tail. They are not tall, generally 1.2 meters to 1.4 meters. But not only do they look hideous and terrifying, the number is also exaggerated. They are in groups of 3 or 4, densely packed, with the unique vertical pupils of beasts circling around, quickly searching for their prey. This is a creature that humans have never seen. Because they don't understand, people feel scared when they see them for the first time. Seeing these monsters that suddenly appeared, humans were stunned. There are a large number of lizardmen hunting and killing humans outside, and some humans inside have turned into zombies. The whole world was in chaos in an instant. Fear, panic in everyone's heart. Chapter 12 Awakening of Powers. Cosmic Storm? Of course Liu felt it too. And following this energy, his mind felt uncomfortable as if he had been bombarded by dozens of shells. Buzzing brain buzzing, just for a moment, almost made him lose consciousness. Fortunately, this energy disappeared in just an instant, and Liu woke up immediately. But he found that cold sweat had already oozed from his forehead, and his whole body was indescribably exhausted. But... Ding! It is detected that your physique is strengthening. Ding! It is detected that your wind attribute ability is awakening. Physical strengthening, wind attribute abilities? Seeing these two system prompts, Liu, who had just wiped the sweat from his forehead, couldn't help being stunned. What the hell? In addition to the system, he actually has wind attribute abilities? Awesome, my brother. It is worthy of being the first villain boss in the original plot. Obviously, the strengthening of physique and the awakening of wind attribute abilities have nothing to do with the system. This is the strength that Liu should have. Originally, these abilities needed to be explored by Liu himself. But now the system directly announces this ability. Liu just wanted to say, 666. Take a look at your system. Personal Attribute Panel. Name, Liu. Age, 21 years old. Height, 180. Weight, 136. Vitality, 16, 10 for a normal adult male. Mental power, 20, Normal adult male value is 10. Strength, 17, 10 for a normal adult male. Dexterity, 15, 10 for a normal adult male. Enhancement level, Black Iron Elementary. Ability level, Wind Attribute, Black Iron Elementary level. Villain exclusive skills, Villain Eye, Villain Heart, Villain Halo. This is LUU's personal attribute panel. Age, height, weight, needless to say. Just like ordinary people, no special changes. The main thing to talk about here is the combat attributes and character skills. In the last days, except for some people who have awakened special powers, ordinary awakened people can be divided into two categories. Enhancers who are good at close combat and abilities who are good at controlling elements. Both have the same level division, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, etc. Each level is divided into 3 stages, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. LUU's current enhancement level and ability level belong to the elementary level of black iron. As for the 4 attributes of vitality, mental strength, and agility on the character attribute panel, this effect is obvious. Strength represents the strength of fists and feet. 1 point of attribute is basically equivalent to 10 kati of strength. When stimulated by the outside world, it may increase by 20% 50% on the original basis. Agility is the speed of running and the coordination of the body. Vitality represents the body's immunity, resilience, and ability to resist blows. Mental power is more complicated. It represents a person's attention, reaction speed, control over abilities, and the release speed of abilities. In short, for things like attributes, the higher the better. LUU is a standard rich second generation, and he was also doing fitness before, so his usual attributes are higher than normal adult men. Mental power is more than a little higher than normal people because of time travel. After the baptism of the cosmic storm, his average physical fitness has exceeded 1.5 times that of normal people. Already equivalent to some more professional athletes. Take a look at your other skills. Villain Halo, although as a villain, you will attract the hatred of the protagonist in the dark, but you can not only be immune to the protagonist's intelligence-reducing aura, but also gain the opponent's ability after killing the protagonist. P.S. After killing the heroine, you will get some attribute rewards, but if you change the fate of the heroine or make the heroine lose her fate, you will get some extra rewards. If I kill the protagonist, can I get his abilities? Seeing this attribute, LUU smiled again. Hehe, not bad ability, it seems that being a villain is also quite comfortable. What happened? LUU stood by the hotel window and studied his system. Cangyun on the bed was a little confused. It was sunny and clear just now, why did it suddenly become like this? After the thunder, there is fog directly. The mobile phone has no signal, and then the power is directly cut off? Can't even make a call to the police? Are you kidding me? I clearly remember that the phone was still 42% charged just now, why did it suddenly shut down? And the cold feeling just now made her extremely tired. How is this going? The end of the world. LUU spat out a few words lightly. Now that the system has been activated, LUU has no restrictions and can speak freely. What? Cangyun looked at LUU in surprise. The end of the world? How is it possible? Come and see for yourself, don't you know? LUU was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he pouted out the window. Although Cangyun didn't believe the end of the world that LUU said at all. But facts speak louder than words. The huge thunder, the dense fog that rose and dissipated quickly, the sudden shutdown of the mobile phone screen, and the feeling of the cosmic storm sweeping over the body just now. Everything shows that this world is not normal. So Cangyun, who heard LUU's words, didn't have time to ask anything else, so she got up and straightened her clothes, and came to the window. Looking out through the glass window of the hotel. Next second, Cangyun's eyes widened, and fear spread all over her body in an instant. This is Chapter 13 Scythe Mantis. Cangyun is 20 years old this year. She belongs to the kind of girl who looks sweet and has a simple mind. The ponytail, short-sleeved t-shirt, and pleated skirt gave her the unique youthful atmosphere of a student. The invasion of the cosmic storm just now made her body extremely tired. But she has no time to care about these. Because when she followed LUU's wishes and came to the window of the room wearing slippers, the scene outside the window has completely attracted her attention. Bang bang bang. The sound of a large number of vehicles crashing out of control came to her ears one after another from a distance. Car wrecks are everywhere. After getting out of the car, the people were a little confused at first, and then panicked immediately when they realized something was wrong. Roar. There was a roar, and a zombie jumped at an ant who couldn't escape in time. There was a scream, accompanied by blood spilling all over the place. If the visual impact of the zombies on Cangyun wasn't shocking enough, then 1 or 2 giant flying insects flew in the sky from time to time, and the densely packed lizardmen with green scales and long tails on the ground were completely enough to subvert her 3 views. Ah, strange. Monster! A security guard at the entrance of the hotel was frightened, his legs were shaking, and his face was pale. He was just an ordinary person, and he didn't have any heroic deeds in his life. There are not too many turmoil in life. With a monthly salary of 2 to 3,000 yuan, it is enough to eat and die. But he never expected that this monster would appear in front of his eyes. This is a slender blue praying mantis. He had seen many creatures like praying mantises when he was a child. However, the praying mantis in front of him was completely different. At least half a person tall and nearly 2 meters long. The security guard clearly saw that the body of this huge praying mantis was covered with special black lines. The 2 forelegs, which are 1 meter long, are also covered with sharp sawtooth. Sizzle! The sickle mantis glanced at him, and let out a cry. Quick, run away! The security guard screamed frantically, wanting to escape from this ghostly place. But he was already trembling with fright, his legs couldn't move at all. Pfft! With a crisp sound, he felt a huge force coming from his shoulder. What? The security guard fell to the ground and almost fainted from the pain. His left shoulder was pierced by the scythe of the praying mantis, and blood sprayed all over his face. Caracalla! The giant praying mantis seemed to sense that the opponent's life hadn't died away. He bit the security guard's neck. The sharp teeth have an amazing bite force. Before the security guard can react, his head is separated from his body. Seeing this, several other sickle mantises rushed forward. This scene is bloody and cruel. Not only Cangyun, but also the faces of other surviving humans were all pale. Many people's stomachs twitched and they vomited all over the floor on the spot. However, what was swallowed downstairs in the hotel was not only the security guard, but also pedestrians on the street, couples passing by, and grandparents who were going to the supermarket to buy groceries. I don't know where these monsters came from, there are as many as dozens of them in a few breaths. How could this be? How could this be? Cangyun's face was so pale that she had completely lost her ability to think. This kind of scene was too bloody and violent. She had only seen it in disaster movies before. Seeing it with my own eyes now is simply subverting the worldview. Now do you believe what I say? Liu looked at the sickle mantis and said solemnly. Damn it, why is this thing so powerful? Liu only has some initial stories about Chu Feng, and he really doesn't know much about these monsters. Seeing that the sickle mantis bit off the security guard's head in one bite, Liu was really caught off guard. The monsters in the early days of the end of the world are so strong, so how can the weak human beings play to the late stage? What? Race, Zerg. Name, sickle mantis. Level, black iron intermediate. Explanation, an alien insect that relies heavily on its forelimbs, as long as it doesn't fight them head-on, it's easy to defeat them. Note 1, except for humans, all creatures, including zombies, that have evolved to a high level of black iron may condense crystal nuclei stronger. Note 2, crystal nuclei can allow all creatures, including humans, to evolve again. Collect them, and maybe you can become stronger. The sudden line of words made Liu stunned, and then he was ecstatic. What the hell? I can actually see the monster's information? The ability given by the system is really awesome. Eye of the Villain, concentrate, you can read the basic information of monsters, humans, and items, and see the betrayal rate of humans around you. Not only can you see the basic information of monsters and items, can you still see the betrayal rate of humans around you? Tisk tisk, this ability is fine. With this ability, the speed of his rise will definitely not be slower than Chu Feng. Subconsciously glanced at Cangyun beside her. Name, Cangyun. Age, 20. Height, 165. Weight, 92. Betrayal rate, 50%. Chapter 14 The Awakening of the Sword. Betrayal rate refers to the probability that people around you may betray you. The higher the chance of betrayal, the higher the value. According to the system, at the beginning, the betrayal rate of all strangers was 50%. If it is less than 50%, it means that the other party may have a good relationship with you. But once it exceeds 50%, it means that this person is likely to have a festival with himself, or has hatred, or even kills himself. Liu chased Cangyun before, but Cangyun did not agree, so he was a stranger to Cangyun. A betrayal rate of 50% is reasonable. Liu didn't care about this value, but turned around and went back to the house, and took out a metal crossbow from under the sofa cushion. The cushion was hollowed out in advance. According to the information seen by the villain's eyes just now, a monster like a sickle mantis relies heavily on its forelimbs, and it is easy to defeat it without fighting it head-on. Doesn't that mean it's easier to attack from behind? Liu wants to try it. The crossbow was prepared by Liu in advance when he knew that the end of the world was coming. During this period of time, he has practiced many times, and his accuracy is not bad. Although their Liu family is a serious businessman and they can't get guns in the country where guns are banned, but as a rich second generation, it's easy to get a crossbow. And just in case, his room not only has a crossbow, but also a long sword and a hand axe bought from Su Hao before. Taking the crossbow to the hotel window, Liu stuck the crossbow in the arrow slot of the crossbow arm, opened the window and started looking for prey. Seeing Liu unhurriedly taking out a crossbow, Cangyun came back to her senses with a look of disbelief. What's up with this guy? Not only did they prepare weapons in advance, but they also acted so calmly. How could normal people behave so calmly when they suddenly saw so many terrifying monsters appearing? This unscientific. Did he already know that these monsters were coming? Liu didn't know what Cangyun was thinking, but just quietly looked at the monster outside the window, looking for hunting opportunities. Why is he so calm? Although Liu did know that the end of the world was coming, he also made some preparations in advance. But after all, he is not Chu Feng who was reborn from the last days. He, who has never experienced the cruelty of the last days, actually panicked when he saw so many monsters appearing at the same time. The reason why he is so calm is because of another skill of Liu. Villain Heart. Heart of the Villain, greatly strengthen your resilience and fighting courage, making it easier for you to calm down when you encounter danger than ordinary people. This skill is very similar to the Heart of the Brave in an anime. Although it does not have any attack and defense capabilities, it can strengthen Liu's adaptability and courage. In some cases, it is more powerful than other skills obtained by Liu. You must know that in the early days of the end of the world, the strength of monsters was not particularly strong. A large part of the reason why human beings suffered heavy casualties and could not defeat these monsters was because of their fear of unknown creatures. Fear makes them lose the ability to resist. Now with the existence of this villain's heart, Liu can directly transform from an ordinary person into a warrior with excellent psychological quality. Blah blah blah. While Cangyun was thinking, a sickle mantis flew up to the telephone pole next to the hotel with a broken human arm in its mouth. A pair of huge saw-toothed sickles kept cutting that arm, helping it eat quickly. The telegraph poles are higher than ordinary telegraph poles. Liu is standing on the 8th floor, and the distance between the two sides is less than 10 meters. And the effective lethality of this crossbow is 20 meters. So Liu aimed at the back of the mantis head and directly pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh! Pfft! The arrows of the crossbow can easily penetrate the head of the praying mantis. And from the back of the head to the front? Sizzle! The sickle mantis ate the pain and let out a creepy scream. It shook its head and threw the unfinished broken arm from the air. Its violent and bloodthirsty eyes quickly looked in the direction of Liu. Yeah, it found us. Cangyun said something nonsense. She wanted to ask, why did Liu provoke this monster at this time? But her current brain has obviously lost the ability to think calmly. The words spoken do not convey the meaning. Shot through the head, can you still act normally? Liu ignored her, but frowned at the movement of the sickle mantis. Although the power of this crossbow is not much worse than bullets. But it is not a continuous crossbow, and cannot be fired continuously. If this monster endured the pain and flew over directly, he really didn't have time to pretend to shoot a second arrow. But just when Liu was about to use his newly awakened ability to repel the sickle mantis, the fierceness in the eyes of the mantis who flew into the air began to dissipate. Soon its eyelids became heavier and its wings fluttered slower and slower. In the end, it actually fell directly from mid-air. Boom! The 2-meter-long body hit the concrete floor with a slight muffled sound. Dead? Sure enough, a sneak attack from behind is effective. The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The villain's eyes, sincerely do not deceive me. While thinking, countless lizardmen on the ground discovered the sickle mantis falling from the sky. They rushed towards the sickle mantis one after another. The lizardman's bite force was not weak either, and it quickly tore the praying mantis into pieces. Blood flowed all over the viscera. In less than a minute, the praying mantis was gnawed, leaving only a pair of hard sawtooth sickles. Half of it stuck in Liu's arrowhead, and rolled aside. As for the lizardmen who ate the sickle mantis, the luster of the green scales on their bodies was obviously 2 points brighter than before. Evolution. Liu thought of this word. These monsters not only hunt and kill humans. Will it also devour the same kind? Devouring the same kind, even if there is no crystal nucleus, they will still evolve. It's just that this evolution is not as fast as directly devouring the crystal nucleus. Realizing this, Liu quickly closed the window. After putting the crossbow back, he took out the long sword that he bought from Su Hao from under the sofa. After carefully looking at the long sword, a line of words suddenly appeared in Liu's sight. A sword that is still awakening. Awakening completion rate 91%, 92%, 93%. The degree of completion is constantly increasing. It seems that kid Su Hao didn't lie to himself. Is this shit really a magical weapon? Ding, the awakening is complete. While thinking, the system prompted Liu to return to reality. Glanced again. Weapon type, sword. Weapon name, Green sword. Weapon grade, black iron, energy value 0/10. This sword is the saber used by Cao in the legendary Three Kingdoms period. Cao has two swords, one is Yishan and the other is King Z, they are also called peerless double swords. The Yishan sword was worn by himself, and the King Z sword was worn by Ziahe and was later taken away by Zhao Yun in Changbanpo. Note, the cosmic storm has swept every inch of the earth, and the unknown energy has given this planet a new life. Some special items will be endowed with some magical abilities. If you make good use of these special items, you may live longer than others. Good. What the hell? Ching Ching sword. Chapter 15. Seeing the description of this sword, Luu was stunned. Although most people are not unfamiliar with King Z sword. But Luu, who is familiar with history, knows very well that the green sword is a weapon in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms novel. It is a weapon specially fabricated by the author in order to highlight Zhao Yun's bravery. In real history, this sword is likely to be fictional. But now I not only have the King Z sword, but also bought it for 20 yuan from a gangster named Su Hao, can you believe it? However, Luu didn't have time to care about this. Now that the end of the world has come, who cares about the truth of history? Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, Luu focused his attention on the attribute of weapon grade. Cyan sword, is it just a black iron weapon? In the last days, weapons are of the same level as people. Divided into black iron, bronze, and silver grades. The only difference is that there are no elementary, intermediate, or high-level weapons. Black iron is black iron, and silver is silver. But according to the setting of the plot, shouldn't this sword be awesome? Why is it at the black iron level? Okay. After the weapon grade, the 0/10 energy value is enough to show that this sword can be upgraded. As for how to upgrade, there is no label on it. But Luu can guess even if he guesses randomly. Judging from his experience in playing online games for many years, if a weapon wants to be upgraded, it must be crafted by a foundry master, or it must be obtained by killing monsters to obtain energy, or it must use the crystal core mentioned in the previous system. Anyway, it is impossible for this thing to become an artifact for no reason. Thinking of this, Luu had a plan in mind. Where are you going? Seeing that Luu took out his long sword and seemed to want to open the door, Cangyun hurriedly stopped him. Although the relationship between the two was a bit awkward before. But the tragic doomsday scene outside left her no time to care about this. Go out and clean the corridor. Luu spat out a few words lightly. Corridor. Hearing Luu's words, Cangyun realized that the corridor outside seemed to be uneven. There were screams, exclamations, and running sounds. But... can you not go? Cangyun bit the corner of her mouth and mustered up the courage to ask Luu. Although the relationship between the two is awkward, she is more afraid of those monsters. Now that the outside is so chaotic, the phone screen goes black again. When she couldn't call the police, the only person she could rely on was Luu. Do not go. Luu was taken aback when he heard the words, then a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth, he stopped and turned to look at Cangyun, hee. If you call me husband, I won't leave. Call your husband? Impossible. Cangyun came back to her senses and said firmly to Luu. Although Luu didn't do anything to him last night, the relationship between the two is very ordinary. In this case, let yourself call him husband? Don't even think about it. Forget it. Luu didn't care, he turned around and left. You. Cangyun wanted to say something, but there was a loud noise outside the door. Run, run. Fuck, fuck. Go away, Cao Nima. What? Help me. Honey, save me quickly, you said you would protect me for the rest of your life. Two lizardmen climbed in from the window of a guest room, sticking to the wall. A couple who were sleeping soundly in the room were suddenly frightened. The man reacted immediately, resisted for a while, and found that something was wrong. Because there are monsters outside the window? Noticing this, he grabbed his clothes and ran out without the slightest hesitation. The woman grabbed the man's trouser leg and wanted to ask for help, but she didn't expect her boyfriend to kick her in the face without thinking about it. Protect your mother, get out. The man seemed to be frightened silly by those monsters. Where can I maintain my sanity at this time? What is a woman? Life is gone, what love is there? Keeping your own life is the most important thing. So the man kicked the woman over several times in a row, broke away from her restraints, and ran out of the gate without looking back. The girl was thrown down by two lizard men, and her scream soon came from the room. Luu, please don't go, please? I'm afraid. Hearing the voice outside the door, Cangyun almost cried from fright. In school, Luu had indeed chased her. Luu came to this university because she went to Shanghai to travel during the winter vacation, and Luu fell in love with her. But she didn't like a dude like Luu at all. So in the face of Luu's pursuit, she was one unwilling. It's just that she never dreamed that Liu would bribe Jiao Manli to bring him here last night. At this time, she was very puzzled. Now fear takes the place of doubt. Afraid. Hearing Yan Yun's words, Liu couldn't help but smiled. What's there to be afraid of? These monsters are not strong enough to break through the hotel windows. But I'm still scared. Yan Yun wants to cry but has no tears. The situation outside is so terrifying, which woman can withstand it? If Liu is gone forever, what should I do next? She dare not think. So at this time, nothing is important, the most important thing is to keep Liu alive. Hee, Yan Yun. Seeing that Yan Yun was so nervous and scared, Liu couldn't help but smiled. It's useless to be afraid at this time. If you want to survive, you must be strong. But there are some things that I need to tell you clearly. Said that Liu sat back on the bed, staring at Yan Yun. Because it's still safe here, tell me, do you have any questions you want to ask me? After all, Yan Yun has the attributes of a heroine, she won't just cry like other women. Seeing the street outside getting more and more chaotic, she forced herself to calm down. Without too much tweaking, he directly asked the doubts in his heart. Did you know these monsters were coming? No, some. How did you know? I have awakened a predictive ability. Liu's lies came out of his mouth. Predictive ability? Has this ability? There are 2-meter-long praying mantises, what else is impossible? Okay. Then I want to know where these monsters come from? Will it really make this world the end? Where they came from, I don't know, but I can be sure that this will really be the end. After receiving Liu's affirmative answer, Yan Yun felt inexplicably sad, but she continued to ask. Doomsday? What does it have to do with you bringing me to the hotel? Liu continued to fool around. Instead of answering, he asked, you should feel the cold feeling just now, right? Okay. Yan Yun recalled the icy cold feeling just now, and nodded slightly. After the end of the world, some of the human race will awaken one or even several supernatural powers. Liu began to explain with lies, I predicted that I would awaken such power and have a certain ability to protect myself, and you will be my woman in the future, so in order to prevent you from dying at the mouth of monsters, I can only do this. Are you here to protect me? Hearing Liu's words, Yan Yun couldn't help being stunned. She didn't believe the nonsense of I'm the other woman, but she was still a little moved, and then something came to her mind, then you can tell me directly? Why do you use this way? I tell you, will you believe it? As soon as these words came out, Yan Yun was at a loss for words. Yes, the other party told me, would I believe it? Obviously not. The person I don't like suddenly tells me it's the end of the world, and they still want to bring me to the hotel? Which stupid woman would believe it? Thinking of this, Yan Yun gritted her teeth lightly. Liu also ignored her and stood up again, you just stay in the room, it's safe here for the time being, I have to go out. Oh, by the way, remember not to open the door to anyone other than me. Before Yan Yun could react, Liu had already walked to the door and opened it. Chapter 16. After the cosmic storm swept away, most creatures on the earth except humans benefited. Mutations mutate, stronger ones become stronger. Although human beings have also benefited, only a small part can become awakened ones. Combat-type awakened people will not exceed 10% of the total population, and even if life-type awakened people are included, the total proportion will not exceed 25% of the total population. Most of the remaining humans are still ordinary people. Some humans even turned into zombies directly due to genetic problems. There are not many monsters outside now. The floor where Liu is located is the 8th floor of the hotel. The crowd on the ground is enough to meet the hunting needs of these monsters. So as long as the windows of the room are closed tightly, it is relatively safe here. Yan Yun was very scared at this time, and needed to find someone to help her. But what Liu told her was too unbelievable. Let her take some time to digest. So this time, after Liu said it was safe here, she did not stop Liu from leaving. Master Liu. Young Master Liu, are you okay? As soon as Liu went out, he saw Xueli and Ding Feng who were about to knock on the door. At this time, they looked at Liu with weird eyes. I'm fine. Liu noticed the strange eyes of the two, what's wrong with you? Hearing Liu's words, the two looked at each other. Then the older Xueli spoke first. Young Master Liu, did you already know that these monsters would appear? Oh. Liu raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, why do you ask that? When you asked us to prepare food and weapons. Xueli told the story of the matter with a solemn expression. Liu had asked them to buy food and water to fill 2 rooms 7 days ago. There is even a dedicated room for some weapons and a lot of toiletries. They didn't understand it at the time. Now it seems that Liu is simply far-sighted and a prophet. Yes, young Master Liu. Ding Feng also echoed, just tell us the truth, Shueli, and I really want to know. Let's talk about this later. Liu looked at the two of them carefully. Why did you come out? At this time, staying in the room is the safest, right? Of course we came out to protect you. Ding Feng said as a matter of course. Protect me? Of course. When we came to Yancheng, Mr. Liu told us to protect your safety. But now there are so many monsters outside and you are here to protect me? Are you not afraid of death? Bodyguards are our profession, we don't do this if we are afraid of death. Hehe, you guys have professional ethics. Liu couldn't help but make a joke. The two of them were raised by Liu Mingyuan, so they didn't feel too unfamiliar when talking to Liu. As for whether they can be believed, this Liu was not worried at all. He has the eyes of villains, and he can see the chances of people around him betraying him. According to the observation just now, the betrayal rate of the two is 22% and 26%. This probability can be said to be very good. As long as there is no major conflict of interest, the two should not betray themselves. I have to say that being a villain is good. Even the loyal subordinates around him have more starts than the protagonist. Shaking his head to stop thinking about it, Liu glanced at room 8007 across the door. The door was open, but there was no one inside. Where's my beautiful classmate? Before the monster appeared, I asked the front desk. She left at 8 o'clock, saying she was going back to class. Hearing this result, Liu was not too surprised. This woman, Jiao Manli, was afraid that she would be a burden to her, so she went straight back to school after waking up. But it was precisely for this reason that she missed a very safe refuge in the early days of the end of the world. The location where Liu is located is not only a high floor, but also very few guests staying in the hotel. He paid for half of the rooms on this floor. On the other side of the school, there are too many people talking. Not only will there be many more people turning into zombies, but food consumption is also a very scary number. In that kind of place, the survival rate will be at least half lower than that of ordinary places. It seems that I can only wish her good luck. Liu secretly said in his heart. Although this woman looks good, she is also very useful. But she has already left, and Liu has nothing to do. Next, Liu chatted with the two of them for a few more words. Ask them to stay in the room and not to come out or open the door for other people. At first, the two were reluctant, thinking that it was safest for the three of them to be together. But Liu has his own plans. So the two had no choice but to go back to the room. Seeing that the door of their room was closed, Liu took a deep breath and pulled out the King's sword. The scabbard and blade are still stained with rust, but the blade has a faint black luster than before. This thing can really kill monsters. Looking at the rusty King's sword, Liu was a little suspicious. However, he has a wind attribute ability, so he is not particularly afraid of overturning. A casual glance around, the corridor is now empty. Only some scattered clothes and a few open doors showed what had happened on this floor. Originally, at this time, it was indeed safest to stay in the room. But Liu did not forget that he had an enemy named Chu Feng. It came back 10 years after the end of the world. If you don't grow up quickly, you can't be his opponent at all. That's why he decided to come out immediately to increase his actual combat experience. When Liu was about to temper himself, on the other side, a canteen in Yancheng University. Boom! Chu Feng was holding a fire axe, and with one axe he killed the shop owner who had turned into a zombie. Then kicked it flying out. His movements were clean and neat, and while kicking the zombies away, he closed the rolling door smoothly. Whoa! The shutter door closed, and Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, in this way, this canteen is mine. Chu Feng stretched his arms, put the fire axe on a stool, and muttered to himself. The fire axe is an essential artifact for the protagonist in the early days of the end of the world. Easy to get, and powerful. Because he went to find Wei Jianjun and Su Hao before, he wasted the 2 hours of rebirth. So if you want to obtain survival materials, you can only use the method of occupation. Headed straight here after going back to school to grab a fire axe. Fortunately, when the end of the world comes, it is class time. Apart from the boss, there are only 2 female students in this canteen. Otherwise, it might not be so easy for him to occupy this place. Tong Xiao, what's wrong with you? The anxious voice of a dark-skinned girl with a ponytail came from behind. Chu Feng turned his head and saw another female classmate lying on the ground twitching non-stop. He walked over quickly and conducted some simple checks on the girl. In addition to her high fever, there was a bloody scratch on her arm. The bone can be seen deep, ferocious, and terrifying. She was scratched by a zombie. Chu Feng said lightly. Zombies. The girl with the dark ponytail obviously didn't react, and looked at Chu Feng in astonishment. You mean the owner of the canteen is a zombie? The one in the movie? Not bad. That Tong knows her. If she is scratched by a zombie, she will naturally become a zombie. Chapter 17 Killing the Lizardman for the first time. With a calm voice, Chu Feng unilaterally sentenced the girl to death. In the last days, human beings not only have to face those mutated monsters. You have to face the same kind who have turned into zombies. Compared with other fierce and bloodthirsty alien monsters, zombies are actually more dangerous. Because they are of the same kind as humans, the viruses they carry are extremely lethal to humans. Once scratched or bitten, it is very difficult to survive in this last days with limited medical conditions. At least that was the case in the early days of the last days. No, no. How could it be possible to become a zombie after being scratched on the arm? Hearing that her friend was going to become a zombie, the girl with the dark ponytail changed her expression. Don't believe this fact at all. Believe it or not. Chu Feng sneered, but did not refute. In the early days of the last days, human thoughts have not come out of the comfortable living circle of a peaceful society. It's normal to not accept the reality. However, Chu Feng was not in a hurry, because with his experience of living in the last days, he could completely kill the opponent the moment he turned into a zombie. As for whether you can't bear it or can't do it. Is that impossible? He has experienced the end of the world for 10 years, and has seen countless cruelty of the end of the world and the ugliness of human nature. Not to mention a human who is about to turn into a zombie. Even if it is a normal person, as long as there is a threat to him, he will kill him without any psychological burden. Thinking of this, Chu Feng took a deep breath and didn't care about the two women. Instead, thinking quickly about what to do next. Now I use the commissary as my base, and there is no shortage of food for the time being. Then next, I have to take in 2 younger brothers to prepare for the road to survival in the future. Hey? Take the younger brother. At the thought of accepting the younger brother, a tall and handsome figure suddenly flashed in Chu Feng's mind. Immediately afterwards, a dusty memory emerged. Chu Feng suddenly clenched his fist, and a strong killing intent burst out from his eyes. Luu? Cangyun? Why did I forget these 2 people? To live a new life, it is important to become stronger, but making up for regrets is also a very important part. In his previous life, he followed Luu and others to survive. After finding a safe place, Luu became the boss of a base by virtue of his awakened wind ability. But with the passage of time, the evil of human nature gradually began to breed. In order to get Cangyun, Luu tried every means to kill him. It was Cangyun who used her body to negotiate terms with Luu in order to keep him alive. As a result, under the protection of Cangyun, Chu Feng was kicked out of the base by Luu. After Cangyun saw that Chu Feng had left safely, in order not to let Luu get her, she jumped directly from upstairs and ended her life. Chu Feng, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes at that time, was in pain. He still remembers the heart-piercing feeling to this day. Don't worry, Cangyun. In this life, I will definitely protect you. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and swore secretly in his heart. After Cangyun's death in his previous life, he stayed in the last days in a daze for a long time. Later, his brain actively blocked this memory, and he barely woke up and cheered up. This is also the reason why he didn't think of Cangyun immediately after his rebirth. But now, I remember that in her previous life, Cangyun was in the sophomore teaching building, together with other students, she survived smoothly. This world should be no exception. So I still have time now. Thinking of this, Chu Feng already had his own plan in mind. At the same time, on the other side, the Rhine Hotel. Luu carefully searched for monsters on this floor. Although he is a villain boss, his awakening ability is stronger than ordinary people. But this is reality, not a novel or a movie. If you are too rough, your life will still be in danger. So you have to be careful. After searching the nearest 2 rooms, nothing was found. Luu closed the window and began to walk deep into the corridor. Should I draft it? A sudden cry made Luu alert. Next up. A middle-aged man wrapped in a towel opened the door and ran out from a room in front. When the end of the world came, he was taking a morning shower. When the cosmic storm swept over him, he didn't take it seriously. I just thought it was because I was looking for girls too frequently recently, which caused my body to go wrong. Who knew that just after taking a shower, the outside would look like this? His window was left open. A lizardman had climbed to the window. He didn't have time to think about it, so he rushed out the door. Seeing Luu standing with a sword in his hand, he seemed to have seen a savior, and quickly ran behind Luu to hide. He pointed to his room with a look of horror. Brother! Monster, there are monsters crawling in. Luu glanced at him without expression. Holding the sword, he walked carefully towards that room. Seeing this, the man didn't intend to follow up to help, but just looked at Luu from a distance. Name, Lizardman. Level, Black Iron Elementary. Explanation, despicable and dirty bottom-level creatures of different dimensions, because of their fast reproduction, their population is extremely large. It is said to be a lizard man, but it is actually more like a large gecko. Because their heads are also lizard heads. It's just that their legs are longer and they walk upright, so they look more like people. They are small in stature compared to humans. It is about 1.2 to 1.4 meters tall, has poor eyesight, and does not run fast, so it did not chase the man who ran away before. At this time, the lizard man was in the room, looking for things by smelling the box. Hey, are you looking for me? The villain's heart filled Luu with courage. Hold the long sword tightly, full of fighting spirit. Hearing Luu's voice, the lizardman turned his head. The moment it saw Luu, it spit out the letter, with excitement shining in its eyes. Then he opened his feet and ran towards Luu. Because of their height, their running speed is only slightly faster than normal people's walking. Not much power. As long as you can overcome the fear of unknown creatures, it is actually very easy to deal with them. Just like Luu now. Bring it on. Luu tightened the rusty longsword in his hand, the moment the opponent rushed over. He took half a step back and raised the longsword in his hand. Swish! The lizardman couldn't dodge in time, and was cut open by the sword. The bright red blood gushes out instantly along with the internal organs. Luu was a little surprised when he saw this, but he didn't hesitate too much, and chased after the victory. Although he has no combat experience. But with 17 points of strength and 15 points of agility, he has stronger fighting power than ordinary people. Swish! Another horizontal cut. With an incomparably stern aura, the King's sword slashed towards the opponent's neck. Because the lizard man was injured, he had no time to dodge. Puff! Cut in two. The lizard head drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell to the ground. The body standing in place also slowly fell down. That's it. Looking at the separated corpses on the ground, Luu couldn't help being stunned. Is this monster so good? He was easily beheaded by himself? If the lizardmen are all at this level, then I'm still afraid of a hare? Hey! Luu was a little surprised. Because he saw a faint black halo appear on the lizardman's lifeless corpse. The black halo echoes the black luster of Luu's sword body. Then, as if being pulled by something, it flew onto the King's sword and merged with it. The black halo on the corpse disappeared. The black luster of the King's sword's blade, I don't know if it's an illusion, it seems to be 2 points brighter than before. Luu glanced at King's Hejian's information. Weapon grade, black iron, energy value 1/10. According to the system, high-level black iron monsters may produce crystal nuclei. This lizardman is a black iron beginner, obviously without a crystal nucleus. But it can replenish energy for the King's sword? As long as you kill monsters, you can increase the level of weapons? Hehe, yes. Realizing this, Luu smiled. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 18 The Power of the Green Sword. Swords are generally divided into 3 types, soft swords, semi-soft swords, and hard swords. The soft sword is the sword used by martial arts masters in TV. It is usually hidden in the waist and used to fight against the enemy when necessary. It is difficult for ordinary people to use. Semi-soft swords are neither used by masters nor ordinary people, most of them are used for performances. And Luu's green sword obviously belongs to the third type, hard sword. Hard swords are the swords used by generals or soldiers in ancient times to fight. King's sword has a wide blade and heavy quality. Originally, Luu felt that his green sword had already awakened. But with so much rust on it, the lethality will definitely not be too strong. Moreover, there are some tiny scales on the lizardman's back, and its defense doesn't look particularly weak. The result of my confrontation with it should be that I used this thick sword to smash the lizard man to death. But he never imagined that this sword is so sharp. After hurting the lizard man, cut it in half with a single sword? And the rust on it seems to have fallen off a bit? Could it be that the rust on it can be cleaned off? Thinking of this, Luu didn't hesitate, and quickly slapped the King's sword against the wall next to him. Clang! After a metal brittle sound, the rust on it fell to the ground one after another. The incomparably brand new blue-black sword body engraved with the word King's appeared immediately. Next up. A quaint golden pattern is fleeting. Good sword. Luu couldn't help admiring. Such a brand new long sword is worthy of the word magic soldier. It was not in vain that I had tried my best to find Su Hao. Little brother, awesome. The middle-aged man before heard the sound of fighting and returned. Seeing the monster's head and head separated on the ground, I couldn't help but praise, you actually killed this monster with 2 swords? Tisk tisk, brother, have you practiced it? Luu glanced at him, but didn't answer his question. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's smile became a little awkward, but he hurriedly continued to speak in order to ease the atmosphere. Brother, my name is Lu Jian, what's your name? Luu still ignored him, and went out directly to investigate the situation in other rooms. He was not interested in these strangers. I have no interest in teaming up with these strangers to survive. What he cares most about now is to improve his own strength. Now that the height of the 8th floor is high, there will not be many monsters coming up. So this is a great opportunity to exercise. Seeing Liu not saying a word, Lu Jian's face became a little uneasy. When Liu walked away, his face immediately darkened. Damn, don't you just have a broken weapon? What do you pretend? Give me a weapon, and I can still kill these monsters. Before he finished speaking, there were several screams from the street downstairs, and he was so frightened that he ran into his room and closed the door. Liu ignored him and continued to search for monsters on this floor. A room with an open door and most of the windows open. Occasionally, a lizardman or two will climb up. Without further ado, Liu rushed up to fight them hand to hand. Relying on the physical fitness beyond ordinary people and the sharp green sword in his hand. Killed them very well. 1 or 2. Weapon grade, black iron, energy value 2/10. Weapon grade, black iron, energy value 3/10. King Z sword is also rapidly absorbing the energy of these monsters. After a series of battles, Liu found that these lizardmen were not as miserable as he thought before. Although they only have animal instincts. While he has no IQ, his movements are not very fast. But the defense of the scales on the back is not weak at all. Even with the King Z sword in his hand, he could barely break through it, and it was impossible to kill him with a single strike. Their weak spots are on the abdomen and neck. Only by attacking these two places can unexpected effects be achieved. Before Liu was able to kill one with 2 swords, it just happened to hit its weak point. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, after Liu killed a lizard man in front of him, he immediately closed the window. Doing so will prevent the bloody smell from attracting other monsters. Because it takes a lot of physical strength to fight with all your strength. So after Liu killed the 8th lizardman, his physical exertion became a bit serious. If you kill 2 more, you must take a break. Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead, and took 2 deep breaths. September in the south is still very hot. After the battle just now, Liu's t-shirt was soaked with sweat. However, there are still 2 lizardmen left, and the King Z sword can be upgraded. So Liu was going to persevere a little longer. But just when Liu was about to stand up and continue fighting, there was a rush of footsteps in the corridor. Da-da-da. The footsteps were not only hurried, but also extremely dense. It sounds like there are a lot of people. Quick, quick, everyone run upstairs. Have they really turned into monsters? Asshole. Grass, the monster is upstairs. Quick, run. Drafting, let me go. Let go of me quickly. Ah, my hand. You bin, save me. Quickly save me. Hastily. I will kill you. Shouts of surprise, screams, cries for help, and shouts of killing came one after another. Liu took a closer look. Due to the cosmic storm, all electrical equipment was paralyzed in an instant. After the monster invaded from the hotel gate, a large number of survivors could only run upstairs from the stairs. Because the 8th floor is the top floor of this hotel. These survivors came too fast, and there were too many of them. So Liu couldn't go back and ask Cangyun to open the door immediately. He had no choice but to put the long sword back into its sheath, and followed the crowd to an empty room. Whoa! The crowd poured in quickly, and within a moment, 13 or 14 people came in. The originally spacious room suddenly became crowded. Boom! The door was slammed shut, and everyone quickly locked it. Who? The man who closed the door was out of breath, as if he had collapsed. Leaning against the door, panting heavily. Others also looked like they had survived the catastrophe. Liu took a look. There were men, women, old and young in this group. But still mostly men. After all, compared with women, men are born with physical advantages. Hey, shit! A thin man suddenly exclaimed. Pointing to the corner of the wall, he hesitated and couldn't speak. What happened? What's the situation? The others were also very nervous by his cry, and looked in the direction he pointed. Oh! This is... corpse? The corpse of a monster. Someone killed them. Damn it, it's too powerful. Who did this? 2 bloody lizardman corpses lay quietly under the curtain in the corner. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. After discovering that these monsters were dead, the tension couldn't help but relax a little. But then they discovered some problems. How long have these monsters been around? Among other things, just fighting these monsters requires great courage. At this time, someone can kill them? This is too incredible, right? Most people seem to have thought of this, and began to quickly search for possible masters in the room. When their eyes swept over the others one by one, a tall and thin young man suddenly exclaimed. Hey, boss! Hey! Seeing the young man who greeted him, Liu was also surprised. She lay. Boss, why are you here? Chapter 19 Strange Plot. No matter if it is an urban text or an end-of-days text, there will always be some villain-rich second generation in it. And beside these villain-rich second generations, there will always be a few scumbags who help the rich second generations. Lei is one of Lu's henchmen. When he was in college, he took a fancy to Lu's family background. In order to find a good job after graduation, he became Lu's younger brother, supporting Luu. Seeing that Luu was also in this room, Lei was very surprised. Because it is the class time of the university, Luu should not be here. I still want to ask you. Luu asked without answering, did you stay at school today? No. I was going to ask for leave today to accompany my girlfriend, but I didn't expect so many monsters to appear outside. When Lei mentioned this, he was very speechless. He came to the hotel with his girlfriend last night. I was planning to have a good time outside with my girlfriend today, but suddenly found that the weather outside has changed. As soon as he reached the hotel gate, he was forced back by the monster. Hehe, you're out of luck. You do not say. Lei agreed, and after finishing speaking, he pulled over a non-mainstream girl who was pretty good looking. By the way, boss, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend He Li, this is the boss I told you before, young master Lu. Young master Lu. The unorthodox He Li was terribly frightened by the monster, and only managed to recover after hearing Lei's introduction. Okay. Luu nodded slightly, glanced at the other party and didn't ask any more questions. Although this He Li is not bad, compared with Xiao Manli and Yan Yun's appearance, she is not at the same level at all. If the comprehensive score of a woman's figure, appearance, and temperament is 100 points, both Yan Yun and Xiao Manli should belong to the top beauties with a score of 90 or above without makeup. As for this He Li, she only scored 80 points at most after putting on makeup. Where did these monsters come from? It's terrible, it's really terrible. Woohoo, Mom, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Mom is here. Small room, gathered in twos and threes. The sound of discussion and crying became one. Fear spread rapidly among the crowd. Just when everyone was extremely flustered, a very impatient voice sounded. Call your mother? Call me? Please be quiet. As soon as these words came out, the room fell silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a thin man with a medium build and dark skin, scanning the crowd impatiently. Since he was not far from Luu, his voice sounded harsh to Luu and the others. Seeing that the man was shorter than himself, Lei immediately replied. Who the hell are you? Yelling so loudly? I'm deafened by my ears. Lei is used to being domineering in college, when is it someone else's turn to show off in front of him? It's just that the thin man is not a vegetarian, so he immediately stood up when he heard Lei's words. Standing up with him, there is also a yellow-haired companion. Grass. Little bastard, can you say another word? Bastard? Who are you calling a bastard? I'll scold whoever strikes up. Draw it, I will kill you. Everyone seems to be holding back their anger, and they will start doing it if they don't pay attention. Because Lei has a girlfriend by his side, he is young and energetic, of course he won't give up. It's just that Luu observed more carefully. When Lei clenched his fist and was about to step out, he put his hand on his shoulder just in time. Hey! Want to kill me? All right. Seeing this scene, the thin man gave a disdainful smile, turned his head and looked behind him. Brother Fei, this kid said he wants to kill us. Hearing the thin man's words, Lei realized that there was a man wearing a black elastic vest squatting in the corner behind him. The man's skin is also very dark, but compared to the skinny man, his figure is much bigger. In addition to a gold necklace as thick as a little finger, there is also a tattoo of a tiger on the neck. Of course, he also heard the conversation between the two parties just now. Boy, do you want to kill us? Chen Fei smiled ferociously. The burly figure and the tattoo on his neck gave Lei an unparalleled pressure. Seeing Fei Chen's image, Lei immediately became scared. Brother, misunderstanding, I didn't mean you just now. Although Lei was very unwilling to lose face in front of his girlfriend. But a hero does not suffer from immediate losses. Fei Chen's appearance is really scary. He is just a student, if he wants to avoid being beaten, he can only apologize to the other party first. Didn't you mean me? Fei Chen sneered. Lei was about to cry, I really didn't mean you. The thin man answered with a smile, Brother Fei is my elder brother, you want to kill me, don't you just want to kill our brother Fei? The thin man's words made Lei speechless. To reason with these bastards, he is obviously no match. Although he has his own girlfriend by his side, there is Luu, the boss behind him. But the three people on the opposite side are obviously not good. Don't say that Luu won't stand up for himself in this situation. Even if he is really willing to stand up for himself, then he is not the opponent of the three people in front of him? Thinking of this, Shi Lei panicked. Brother Fei, stop talking nonsense with this kid, let's mess with him first. That's right, enjoy the hand addiction first. The thin man and the yellow-haired man sang together, obviously because they were angry and wanted to make use of it. But although Chen Fei is a bastard, he is not a fool. Without knowing the opponent's strength, how could he do it directly? He looked at Shi Lei, then at the sword Liu was carrying, and then slowly stood up. Hey, boy, are you this cowardly big brother? Counseling, of course, refers to Shi Lei. Is something wrong? Fei Chen narrowed his eyes. Did you kill these two monsters? No way. Are you kidding? He looks like a college student. What's wrong with a college student? He's so tall and has a weapon in his hand. That's right, don't look down on college students. Fei Chen's words stunned everyone, and they all looked at Liu in surprise. Even Shi Lei only noticed that Liu was still holding a sword in his arms. Boy, Brother Fei is asking you something. Seeing that Liu didn't respond, Huang Mao impatiently reminded him. Liu frowned slightly when he heard this. The refuge encounters provocations from gangsters, and then beats the gangsters away and pretends to slap them in the face. Isn't this the plot of the main character? Why did it happen to me? This is a bit unscientific, isn't it? Damn, you don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Roll. Boom. Seeing that Liu's sword was not out of its sheath, Huang Mao rolled up his sleeves and wanted to teach Liu a lesson. Before he could reach Liu, he was kicked by Liu and flew out. Chapter 20 Capture the Sword. Liu's kick was fast and powerful. Fei Chen and the thin man were dumbfounded. Huang Mao was kicked to the stomach and lay on the ground howling. Seeing the fight between the two sides, the others quickly hid aside, for fear of getting into trouble. Old boss. Seeing this scene, Shi Lei was dumbfounded. Although Liu has always been arrogant in his mind. But that's at school? What's going on now, can't you see clearly? There are three social people on the opposite side? The kind that can get a severe beating in exchange for a little carelessness? He couldn't understand why Liu dared to provoke the other party at this time. It's over. This young man is in trouble. Still too young. The people who escaped murmured in their hearts. Although there are a large number of them, most of them are ordinary people. It is naturally impossible for someone with a family to stand up for a stranger at this time. This is normal. Draw it, little bastard, I want to kill you. Huang Mao, who had been kicked down, regained his strength, clutching his lower abdomen and crawling up angrily. He really didn't expect that this guy would dare to fight back. Not only dare to fight back, how dare you call yourself trash? This is just looking for death. But just as he was about to take out his weapon and kill Liu, he was stopped by Fei Chen. Xiao Yang, stop. Brother Fei. Fei Chen made a gesture to lean back. When Huang Mao retreated behind him, he looked at Liu. Boy, do you look awesome. Fei Chen moved his arms with a sinister smile. Without further ado, Liu drew out the long sword in his hand. Although it has long been known that in the last days, the inferiority of human beings will be infinitely magnified. But now that the end of the world has only been here for less than an hour, these bastards are starting to mess up? It's even more villainous than myself. But Liu doesn't care, anyway, killing people in the last days is only a matter of time. He has already been mentally prepared. It's good to practice your hands with these scumbags. Just seeing Liu's long sword unsheathed, the blade was extremely sharp, and the thin man suddenly became excited. Brother Fei, look at his sword. Fei Chen was also stunned, and then couldn't help admiring. Tisk tisk, what a good thing, no wonder you can kill those two monsters, so that's what happened. Brother, I think you don't look like someone who is too short of money. It's a bit inappropriate to buy, why don't you give me the sword? As long as you are willing to give me the sword, how about I won't hold you accountable for beating Xiao Yang, and provide protection for the three of you. After saying this sentence, Fei Chen was still a little worried, so he immediately added another sentence. Look, the three of us are adults, and our fighting power is much stronger than the three of you students. Liu's scabbard did not change along with the King's sword itself. So the scabbard is still heavily rusted. When they saw Liu just now, they thought that the sword in his hand was a very ordinary sword, and it was just good luck to kill those two lizard monsters. Now it seems. The blue-black sword body shone with a dazzling cold light. At first glance, it looks like a real sword, not the ones used for performance outside. So Fei Chen was moved. As long as he has this sword, his strength can definitely increase exponentially. When facing those monsters outside, he will definitely not be as embarrassed as before. Liu ignored Fei Chen, but quickly thought about the current situation in his mind. Hunting and killing those lizardmen by myself just now wasted a lot of energy. Now the remaining physical strength is definitely not the opponent of the three people in front of them. Ding Feng and Xue Li were left next door by him, and there was no time to rescue them. So if I want to get out of the body, I must find an opportunity to kill with one blow. Boy, I'm talking to you. Seeing that Liu remained silent, Fei Chen lost his patience. Don't you just want a sword? Yes. Liu directly handed out the sword, come and get it. Draw it, you asked for it yourself. Fei Chen cursed angrily, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and at the same time he took out a pocket knife from his body. This style of folding knife is useless against the fierce monsters outside. But dealing with these humans who have no fighting experience is simply a big killer. Today, I just put the words here. If you don't give me the sword, you have to give it. As soon as the words fell, Fei Chen rushed towards Liu with a bow. As the saying goes, an inch is long, an inch is strong. Although Liu's long sword is obviously more lethal than his dagger. But Fei Chen has his own cards. He had noticed that Liu's t-shirt was soaked with sweat. Coupled with the slightly panting appearance, it was obviously caused by excessive physical exertion. With one's own strength, if you want to deal with a little bastard who has exhausted too much energy, isn't it easy to catch? At that time, with that magical weapon, I won't be chased by those monsters like a bereaved dog. So he went straight to it. There wasn't much hesitation on that. But he was also wrong. Wrong a bit outrageous. Liu's physical strength was indeed seriously exhausted. Even with the addition of magic weapons like the King's sword, hand-to-hand combat may not be stronger than Fei Chen who is at full strength. But he is not a purebred fighter, does he need to fight in close combat? No need. Seeing the other party rushing towards him, Liu swung the long sword in his hand without saying a word. A transparent cyan blade flew out of the long sword like sword energy. At the same time, there was also a powerful strong wind flying out. Swish! Call, crash! The sudden strong wind blinded people around them. Some small decorations were also blown up and down by Liu's sword. Fei Chen didn't expect Liu to do this at all. His complexion changed, but he couldn't dodge in time. Puff! Boom! Fei Chen froze, and was instantly blown away by the strong wind, hitting the wall behind him. The pocket knife in his hand fell to the side, and the black elastic vest he was wearing was cut open. From left rib to right shoulder. Blood spurted out from the wound, quickly staining his skirt red. Ah! Fei Chen let out a howl like killing a pig. But Liu stared at his left hand intently. On his left arm, there was a layer of khaki-colored rocks. It turns out that the Earth-type ability has been awakened? No wonder you are so confident. Chapter 21 Just like a sword Immortal 1. After the cosmic storm, a small number of human beings became awakened. And among the awakened, a small number of people awakened their abilities. In other words, supernatural beings are very rare among the awakened. Not to mention compared to ordinary people. After Fei Chen found out that he had awakened his abilities, he felt that he was different. From the beginning to the end, Liu was ignored. He felt that he could rely on Shua's left arm to catch Liu's King's sword and catch him by surprise. Did not expect. You also awakened the ability. Fei Chen covered his chest and said with an incredulous expression on his face. The melon-eating audience around were all dumbfounded. Even the thin man and the yellow-haired man dropped their jaws in shock. Ability, what the hell? Could it be that both of them used supernatural powers just now? It's too late to know. Xilei. Originally, Liu was going to go directly to deal with this guy, but suddenly thought of something, and slowly looked at Xilei beside him. Boss, boss. Xilei didn't recover. What happened just now is simply unbelievable. It's fine if those monsters appear suddenly. What's up with you two humans? One throwing sword energy with a long sword? The other one wrapped his left arm completely with rocks? Is this really a cultivator vs a mutant? Go and kill him. Liu directly expressed his thoughts. Whether it's to prevent the other party from counterattacking at the death, or to let Xilei, the younger brother, get into the state quickly, Liu shouldn't do it himself. The calm words made the injured Fei Chen inexplicably horrified, and at the same time brought Xilei back to reality. Ah? Boss, boss, did I hear correctly? You asked me to kill him. What? Didn't you understand? No. Boss, it's okay if you ask me to kill a chicken. It's illegal to kill people. Xilei was obviously a little scared. As a legal citizen, he never thought about killing people since he was a child. Illegal. Liu sneered and asked back, hehe, what do you think of the ability I used just now? Of course it's awesome, just like the sword Ferry on TV. Xilei replied without thinking. The two of them fought for a very short time just now, he only saw Liu swiping his long sword and Fei Chen flew out. Then Fei was bleeding, almost useless. Isn't this a sword fairy? Then do you think that the law will still exist after this kind of ability has appeared? Lu's voice was still calm, but it was like a heavy bomb, which made everyone present stunned. Originally, they were still amazed at the abilities of Lu and Fade Chen. But now Lu's words are no less powerful than the bolt from the blue before. Yes. Superpowers have appeared, will the law still exist? Before coming here, even before Lu said these words, they still held a little bit of extravagant hope in their hearts. I think the monsters outside, although very cruel, have killed many people. But it's not actually scary. Because the country's thermal weapons are so advanced now, wouldn't it be easy to destroy these monsters? Just find a place to hide, and our public servants will definitely come to rescue them with guns and tanks. Not only Shilei thinks like this, most ordinary people think like this. But now, what Lu said made them suddenly realize. The awakening of superpowers means that the world has undergone unprecedented changes. In other words, other places are likely to be invaded by monsters like Yanshinj. In this case, the law is sure to collapse very quickly. When the time comes, human beings will not be bound by laws. What kind of disaster will it be? They dare not think. But... Boss. Shilei hesitated for a moment, but still didn't seem to dare. Lu directly raised his hand to interrupt him. If you kill him, you can still hang out with me in the future. If you don't dare, don't call me boss in the future. Lu issued an ultimatum. Ability is a kind of energy that exists in the body, just like the internal force in martial arts novels. It's just that this thing doesn't exist in the Danshan. Instead, it exists in all the 8 extraordinary meridians of the human body. The attribute of each person's ability is different, and the form of the ability displayed is naturally different. Lu's wind attribute ability can not only release the gust of wind, but also compress this wind attribute energy to form a wind blade. Then throw it out with your own hands. Just like dealing with Fade Chen just now. Yes. Using the sword was just a false move, the purpose was just to look more handsome, but in fact Lu threw it out with his hands. This is an enemy-killing tactic that Lu researched out by fighting monsters alone. It's just that his ability level is still very low, and the power and frequency of releasing the wind blade are very limited. The wind blade of the level just now can only be released 5 times at most. It has been used twice to kill the lizardman before, and now it is used again. But fortunately, releasing the power consumes mental power and energy in the body, and the physical strength consumed is almost negligible. Therefore, even if Lu exhausted his physical strength, he could still use supernatural powers to fight. And this Fade Chen is an Earth-type supernatural power user, but his control over supernatural powers is obviously not as proficient as Lu's. Only the skin of the arm can be wrapped in rocks. It is estimated that it was just discovered in the process of escaping. In the case that all the stats of his body have not been improved, facing Lu's wind blade, he has no time to dodge. If he gets more familiar with his abilities, he will also be covered with a layer of rocks. It is estimated that Lu will not win so easily. Hearing Lu's words, Shilei fell into deep thought again. In fact, it doesn't matter if you call him the boss or not, the main reason is that what Lu just said was a bit too shocking. If other places were as chaotic as Yanshinj, the army would definitely not be able to come to the rescue in the first place. Not even coming at all. At that time, when the water grid is completely cut off, human beings can only rely on themselves if they want to survive. In this case, it is absolutely necessary to find a thigh to hug. And the ability that Lu showed is definitely a very thick thigh. Did he disobey Lu's order and part ways with Lu? Or kill Fade Chen and continue to be Lu's younger brother? Okay, boss, I will kill. After an unknown amount of time, Shilei finally gritted his teeth. He has made up his mind to continue to be Lu's younger brother. Because even if what Lu said was wrong, order would be restored outside in 2 or 3 days. But now that so many people have died outside, who would care if one more person died? A wise decision. The corner of Lu's mouth raised. Go, pick up that knife. You dare. Fade Chen shouted angrily. He was seriously injured because he underestimated the enemy, and he could no longer be Lu's opponent. But in the face of death, how could he sit still and wait for death? You don't come here. Boy, do you dare to touch our brother Fei? Looking at Lu who had murderous intent, the yellow hair and the thin man looked terrified. Even the voice of speaking was a little trembling. Originally, they thought Fade Chen was a ruthless person. Now it seems that this student named Lu is not a good stubble. If you want to be buried with brother Fei, I don't mind helping you. Seeing that the two of them had the idea of blocking, Lu spit out these words coldly. Chapter 22. As a villain boss, of course Lu must have his own little brother. Otherwise, if you have to do everything by yourself, how about being a villainous boss? What's more, he needs to have some power of his own to deal with the protagonist. So he decided to let Shilei continue to be his younger brother. Anyway, I have the eyes of villains, and I am not afraid of these guys' betrayal. Lu's cold voice made Fei Chen's two younger brothers dare not act rashly. It also made Shilei, who was about to stop, full of confidence. He carefully picked up the folding knife that Fei Chen dropped to the ground before. Then he walked towards Fei Chen slowly. Draft, do you dare to touch me? Fei Chen cursed angrily, wanting to use his last strength to save his life. But Lu's wind blade pulled his wound deeply. The bright red blood has not stopped flowing yet. What happens when a person loses a lot of blood? There will be nausea, vomiting, and the inability to support the normal functioning of the body and fainting. So Fei Chen stood up with his last strength, and when he wanted to use his supernatural power to make a final effort, a sense of dizziness instantly spread throughout his body. And then it's spinning. Boom. Fei Chen fell straight to the ground. Although consciousness is still there, the body can no longer move. Seeing this, Shilei couldn't help grinning, and directly showed his true nature as a dog's leg, and began to add insult to injury. Hey, why are you so virtuous and still speak harshly? Aren't you awesome just now? Come on, scream. Keep screaming, damn it. Don't kill me. Feeling the dizziness of the brain, Fei Chen was finally afraid. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die. Don't you think it's too late to beg for mercy now? Like a demon, Lu continued to induce, Shilei, imagine what would have happened to you if I was just an ordinary college student just now. Hearing this, Shilei, who was still a bit hesitant to make a move, immediately became firmer. Yes, this guy was so arrogant just now. If it wasn't for Lu's awakening of special abilities, he would help him attract hatred. Then today, wouldn't I be beaten severely and lose all face in front of my girlfriend? It is even possible that because of this beating, he could not deal with the monsters outside and thus died in their hands. Thinking of this, he clenched the knife in his hand. Fei Chen's eyes changed from fear to horror. Facing the fear of death, he didn't have time to think about it, so he hurriedly called out to other survivors for help. Help me, save me. Hearing this, the crowd was a little rioted, but in the end no one was willing to stand up for him. They didn't dare to offend Fei Chen because of Lu just now. Now he dare not offend Lu for Fei Chen. As for those two younger brothers, already hiding aside and shivering. Go to hell. Puff. Shilei's folding knife stabbed into Fei Chen's heart fiercely. And it seemed that in order to overcome the fear in his heart, he stabbed Fei Chen crazily like he was possessed. One knife after another, blood flowed from Fei Chen's stabbing, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The people who watched were terrified. 5 minutes later, the mother in the crowd had already covered her 6-year-old daughter's eyes. Fei Chen's body was thrown downstairs from the upstairs window by 2 melon eaters. Boom. As soon as the corpse fell to the ground, a large number of lizardmen swarmed in. Soon dismember Fei Chen's body into pieces. And in the guest room on the 8th floor, Shilei was panting, his hands were covered with blood, and he was still in shock. Everyone's eyes were full of fear. This guy actually killed someone? Although he was killed at Lu's instigation. But this is not something ordinary people can do, right? Don't be nervous. Lu Yueguang put his sword back into its sheath, patted Shilei on the shoulder, looked at the tense people and comforted them, although we killed someone just now, you should know what happened better than me. As long as you keep yourselves safe, I guarantee that what happened just now will not be wrong. It will happen again. This. Yes, the little brother is right, it was Fei Chen who was wrong just now, and all of us have seen it. A manager-like man in a short-sleeved white shirt stepped out to smooth things over, everyone agrees. The man originally wanted to ease the atmosphere, but the others didn't seem to buy it. She even looked at the man with a hint of disdain. The man was very embarrassed, but Lu didn't care, but looked at this man. What's your name? Me? My name is Zhang Ming. The man was a little flattered, but he still opened his mouth quickly. He is almost 40 years old this year, but Lu showed strength and calmness when ordering Shilei to kill. It has made him forget the age of the other party. Let me give you a suggestion. What advice? You must have seen the situation outside, and I can tell you clearly now that the days of fear like this have just begun. Lu continued, if you want to live normally, you'd better choose a wise leader. Wise leader? Not bad. Little brother, do you think this kind of life has just begun? No way. Real or fake? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Zhang Ming came back to his senses. Little brother, if it is true as you said, how can we survive? This is your business, it has nothing to do with me. Hey? Aren't you with us? Sorry, I still have my own things to do. After Lu finished speaking, he looked at Shilei. Shilei, let's go. Okay, boss. Shilei still hasn't recovered from the killing mood just now. Hearing what Lu said, he hurriedly dragged his girlfriend to follow. Oh, brother Yu. Looking at the back of Lu and the three leaving, Zhang Ming wanted to say something, but he swallowed it down forcefully. The calmness and strength that Liu showed just now really gave people a very reliable feeling. But this kid dares to kill? As an ordinary person, no one wants to be in a room with such a person. So, this kid can just leave, it's better than being killed by him out of nowhere. As for the yellow-haired and skinny ones? These two guys have already been frightened by the scene of Shi Lei killing Fade Chen. Now he doesn't even have the courage to look up at Liu's back. What shall we do next? Let's discuss it. The survivors in the room didn't pay attention to the yellow hair and the thin man. Hurry up and gather together to discuss countermeasures. And Liu, who left the room, didn't care about the lives of these survivors. These people are strangers to him. In a peaceful age, most people would not care about the life and death of strangers, let alone in this last days. Ho ho! The sudden roar of the monster attracted Liu, who was about to go back to his room. Zombie! Liu's eyes froze. Instantly heard the type of monster. Now the monsters outside, apart from lizardmen and scythe mantises, are zombies. Only zombies among the three monsters can make such disgusting roars. Old boss. Shi Lei still hasn't recovered from the panic of killing people just now. Hearing the voice of the zombie at this time, his legs couldn't help but feel a little weak, and even his voice was trembling. He hid behind Shi Lei in fear. Liu ignored the two of them, but walked cautiously towards the sound with his sword in hand. Soon, at the end of the corridor, a picture of two zombies eating a corpse appeared in his sight. Liu glanced at it. Name, Ordinary Zombie. Level, Black Iron Elementary. Explanation, it is genetically altered by cosmic storms, has no vision, and hunts by smell and hearing. The initial ability varies from person to person, and the later ability will be enhanced over time. It carries a highly contagious corpse poison and spreads through wounds, claws and teeth. Chapter 23. Do you want it? The zombies are a man and a woman, they are older, and they are still wearing pajamas. Looks like a couple staying in a hotel. The door to the side room was open, and the lock was slightly damaged. It should be that the survivors wanted to break the door violently, but they encountered them after opening the door. Liu looked at it carefully. Not a single part of them is intact. The body was festered, with pustules everywhere, and black blood stained the skin and clothes. At this time, they were squatting on the ground, holding a human thigh and eating. Blood stained the ground. The strong and pungent smell of blood entered Liu's breath, making his stomach churn. Fortunately, Liu has the heart of a villain and is super adaptable. Otherwise, I will definitely vomit. Suppressing the nausea, he clenched the sword in his hand. Zombies are monsters formed by mutations in human genes, and there are many types. Crawlers, claw zombies, mighty zombies, and more. These two are the most basic zombies. Under normal circumstances, junior zombies are not very fast. But because of the corpse poison on his body, Liu needs to avoid close combat with them as much as possible. Despair. Liu deliberately made a sound. Since they have no vision, they hunt only by smell and hearing. The bloody smell in the corridor is too heavy. With his back to Liu eating, he couldn't see them or smell them. Can only rely on hearing. After hearing the sound from Liu, they discovered Liu's existence. Roar. The instinct of hunting and killing made them put down the food in their hands, and without thinking about it, they stood up and rushed towards Liu. They are slow due to their bodies festering and decaying. The running speed is not as good as that of a lizardman of the same level. Liu didn't waste any more time. The long sword swung twice randomly, using the remaining two wind blades. Whizzing! Two wind blades flew towards the heads of the two zombies one after the other. The mental power twice that of ordinary people is still very strong, at least at this distance, Liu can't miss it. Puff puff! The strong wind not only chopped off the heads of the zombies, but also blew them away. Boss, awesome! Seeing this scene, Shi Lei came back to his senses and couldn't help admiring. In the room just now, he didn't see clearly. But now he sees clearly. This Nima, is it really sword energy? This thigh seems to be the right thing to do. Liu ignored him, because the fallen zombie stood up again. Is it impossible to cut the head? Liu frowned slightly. In the description of the zombie's information, there is no description of the weakness of the zombie. So Liu can only judge by himself based on the routines of various movies and novels. Attacking the head seems to be the default set of rules for all protagonists when facing zombies. But now his wind blade's lethality is really limited, and the effective killing distance is about 10 meters. 1 centimeter wide and 30 centimeters long. This kind of power can only cut through the flesh of the zombies, and even hurt the bones, but it cannot cut through their skulls. Liu had no choice but to clench the sword in his hand and rush to fight them in close combat. Fortunately, although Liu's two wind blades did not cut its head, but the power is still there. Their brains were strongly impacted, and their speed was slower than before. So, under the sharp blade of King Z sword. Puff puff. Headshot twice. Zombies, pawn. Weapon grade, black iron, energy value 9/10. Weapon grade, black iron, energy value 10/10. Congratulations, your weapon grade has improved. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 0/100. The quaint golden lines flashed again. The originally blue-black blade turned into bronze? Killing zombies can also have weapon energy? Not bad. Liu was very satisfied to see that King Z sword had advanced from black iron level to bronze level. Although I don't know what will happen to the King Z sword after it has advanced, but the higher the level of this thing, the better it is. Quickly glanced at the current situation on the 8th floor. Because most of the people downstairs ran to the 8th floor. So now, except for the room just now, there are no vacant rooms on the entire 8th floor. The corridor safety door that was not closed in time before, did not know who blocked it. With the destructive power of the monsters outside, unless there is something inside that can cause the monsters outside, it is almost impossible for them to rush in. When the elevator is unavailable, the monster can only go through the window if it wants to threaten the safety of everyone on the 8th floor. In other words, the floor where Liu is now is safe for the time being. Hey, let's go. Liu heaved a sigh of relief, and casually pulled the curtain next to him, and wiped the minced meat and blood on the King Z sword. Then, holding back his nausea, he dragged the 2 zombie corpses into the room, and closed the window and door of this room. Boss, your sword is not an ordinary weapon, is it? Shi Lei finally asked out the doubts in his heart. He wanted to ask before, but he never found the opportunity. Although the picture of the black energy absorbed by the King Z sword, they did not capture it in the slightly dim corridor. But the blade of the King Z sword has changed its color, is this for real? And after cutting off the bones of the zombie's head, there's not even a tiny gap? This is obviously not normal. Liu didn't hide anything, and looked at Shi Lei with a playful smile. Do you want it? Think. Shi Lei nodded subconsciously, then he thought of something, and quickly shook his head. No, I don't want to. It's okay, in such a fucking environment, it's normal to want to take advantage of the weapon. Liu patted Shi Lei on the shoulder, and said earnestly, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, as long as you can do things for me sincerely as before, you will be indispensable to these things in the future. Is it true, boss? When did I lie to you? Hey, thank you, boss. Hearing Liu's words, Shi Lei became excited. The uneasiness after the killing before was also forgotten by him at this moment. Judging from Liu's performance, the outside world must have changed. In this kind of environment where you can only survive on your own, Liu is definitely a very reliable thigh. Now this thigh gave himself such a promise, whether it can be fulfilled or not, it seemed to give him a reassurance. I feel extremely at ease in my heart. This feeling reminded him of the situation when he killed Fade Chen just now. He didn't understand what it was like to feel. He only knew that Liu used his strength to frighten the audience. And when he went to kill, no one dared to act rashly. When throwing Chen Fei's body out of the window, it was Liu's words, and 2 men came to help. This is the deterrence brought by strength. It is also the power brought by strength. Yes, it is power. The power men yearn for. Although this power belongs to Liu, as long as he becomes Liu's younger brother, he can completely pretend to be a tiger. Thinking of this, Shi Lei still has a little longing in his heart. Name, Shi Lei. Age, 21. Height, 176. Weight, 128. Betrayal rate, 31%. Seeing Shi Lei's betrayal rate, Liu knew that what he said just now had an effect. Not much to say, he took Shi Lei and knocked on Xue Li's door. You 2 rest here temporarily, and I will arrange another room for you in the afternoon. Yes, boss. Shi Lei is full of energy now. The door opened, and Xue Li stood at the door. Master Liu. They're staying with you for the time being. It is good. Ding Feng, come with me to get some food. Okay, young Master Liu. After arranging Shi Lei and the 2, Liu asked Xue Li to take out the key, and took some food from the storage room next to him. On this floor, Liu has prepared 2 storage rooms and an armory. All the keys are with Xue Li. Liu took a few pieces of bread, a few ham sausages, and 2 bottles of yogurt. After Ding Feng finished his food, he locked the storage room and returned to his room. Boom boom boom. Liu knocked on the door. Who? The vigilant voice inside reached Liu's ears. Hearing this voice, Liu frowned. Because this voice is not Yan Yun's? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 24. Finding that the voice inside was not Yan Yun, Liu suddenly thought of something. Could the plot where I met the protagonist be related to Yan Yun, the heroine? Seizing the heroine is equivalent to seizing the plot of the heroine. But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly winked at Ding Feng who hadn't gone far. Ding Feng agreed, and quickly put the two people's food back in 8006, and then called Shueli and Shilei. The three of them rushed over cautiously with their weapons in hand. Liu made a hidden gesture to the three of them. After the three of them finished hiding, Liu said quietly, "It's me, open the door quickly." At this moment, Yan Yun's voice sounded. "Liu? Is it Liu?" "Yes. Do you know the kid outside the door?" This is the voice of a middle-aged aunt. Well, he is. He is my classmate." Yan Yun didn't know what relationship she had with Liu now, so she could only use the word classmate to explain it. She lay outside the door couldn't help feeling familiar when he heard Yan Yun's voice. Before he could think about it, another man's voice sounded. "Oh, what are you doing?" Yan Yun took it for granted. "Shall I open the door for Liu?" "Open the door? Open what door?" The man said in a dissatisfied voice, "It's so dangerous outside now, how can you open the door for others casually?" "What do you mean casually? Liu is my classmate, not an outsider. That's not okay." "Why?" Hearing this, Yan Yun couldn't help getting angry. Although she still can't forgive what Liu did to herself last night. But it's one thing. This room was originally opened by Liu. The people in the room now are outsiders. I let them in with good intentions, but they will repay their kindness. Why do you say? The man yelled loudly, "Did you see what happened downstairs just now? People who have been bitten by those monsters can get up again and continue to bite. This kid has been outside for so long, and only now came to knock on the door. Who knows if he was bitten by those monsters? What if he came in and turned into those monsters? He is standing outside well now, how could he be bitten by a monster?" Yan Yun felt that these people were really unreasonable. The bitten humans downstairs obviously turned into monsters only after being bitten to death. Liu is a living person, how could he become those monsters? "Beauty, just listen to Brother Zhao." "Yes. Beauty, what Manager Zhao said makes sense. There are so many people in this room now, if one of them becomes such a monster, it will be troublesome. Don't let him in." "Yes, don't let him in. If you want to leave, you have to go." Hearing that everyone stopped her from opening the door, Yan Yun was really angry. "This is the room of Liu and me, and we have the right to use this room, why don't you let it go?" Liu came in. "If you are afraid that Liu will become a monster, why don't you find another place?" "Your room." Manager Zhao said disdainfully, "Cut, this is obviously a hotel room, why is it your room?" Manager Zhao is the manager of the restaurant on the second floor. When the end of the world came, he was flirting with the girl at the front desk in the lobby on the first floor. As a result, several zombies rushed in, and the girl was the first to be killed. This caused a huge shock to his fragile heart. What scares him even more is that after this girl was bitten to death, she stood up again. This discovery scared him to the ground. So even if Liu is a guest in this room, he can't easily open the door for him. "That is. How much did you spend to open this room?" "We pay double." "Anyway, you can't open the door." "Correct." The others shared the same hatred and stood by Manager Zhao's side one after another. There is only one life, and everyone does not want to make fun of their own life. Yan Yun was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Because those two ants had stopped her in the corner. She is just a weak woman, how can she fight these two tough ants? Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, Liu's voice sounded faintly outside the door. "I'm not injured. If you don't believe me, you can open the door to check. If I'm injured, I don't need you to tell me, I will leave by myself." Liu's calm tone made everyone in the room look at each other. It seemed that they were all surprised that Liu could say such a thing. Yan Yun was even more shocked. At the same time, there is a lot of guilt in my heart. The reason she was shocked was because Liu, a rich second generation, could say such selfless words. "Walk away when you get hurt, do not implicate others." The reason for her guilt is because Liu told her not to open the door for others when he left. But when someone knocked desperately on the door and begged her to open the door just now, her heart was still relented. It was her wrong decision that caused Liu, who was supposed to be the master, to be blocked by them. "Are you really not injured?" Manager Zhao's voice sounded from behind the door. He didn't know what Yan Yun was thinking, but the end of the world has just arrived, and the bad nature of human beings has not been fully released. So after hearing what Liu said, he relaxed his vigilance a little. "You will know if you open the door and have a look." Liu's voice was still calm. The conversation inside was not quiet, he heard it clearly outside the door. Naturally know what's going on inside. It's just that Yan Yun is still useful to him, and breaking the door violently will make things more troublesome in the future. So the best way to deal with it is to trick the door open first. Hearing what Liu said, Manager Zhao was still a little worried, and looked out through the cat's eyes. Seeing that Liu was alone, he let go of his guard. Xiao Wang, open the door. He picked up the desk lamp next to him and waved to another young man. The young man named Xiao Wang heard Manager Zhao's words, although he was a little reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. He's just a waiter in a restaurant and the manager is his boss mentality is ingrained in him. When the end of the world has just arrived and the three views of human beings have not been completely refreshed, he can only bite the bullet and open the door. But the moment he opened the door and put down the safety lock. Boom! Liu kicked the door fiercely. What? Xiao Wang was caught off guard and was hit on the nose by the door that bounced back. Bright red blood flowed out of his nostrils quickly. Xiao Wang covered his nose and let out a scream. The other people in the room were taken aback by the situation here, and stood up with a boo. Draw it, little brat, what the hell are you? Manager Zhao picked up the lamp and wanted to hit someone, but Liu was not alone. The moment Liu kicked the door, Shueli and Ding Feng rushed in with the daggers they had prepared in advance. Before Manager Zhao's desk lamp fell down, Shueli grabbed his wrist. Then, the dagger was on his neck. Do not move. Chapter 25 Dove occupying the Magpie and number 039, S Nest. Silence. Deathly silence. The silent attack of a dagger stopped Manager Zhao's shouting and cursing abruptly. Xiao Wang next to him didn't react at all. When he came back to his senses, Ding Feng kicked him in the chest. Boom. Xiao Wang was kicked and fell to the ground. He covered his nose with one hand and his chest with the other. He curled up into a ball, wailing in pain. Although he can be considered an adult male, Liu is the son of a billionaire. The bodyguards around him are all capable of actual combat. If they can't beat the protagonist, can they still beat these ordinary people? Manager Zhao saw the dagger in Shueli's hand after Shueli grabbed the wrist holding the table lamp. A good man does not suffer from immediate losses. He could only obediently put the desk lamp on the shoe cabinet next to him, smiling at everyone. Brother, if you have something to say, why beat someone? Shilei, who was the last to go, closed the door and saw that the person in the room was Cangyun. He couldn't help but suddenly realized. No wonder the voice sounds familiar, so it's the beauty of our school, Yande? Hey, wait, the boss lives with Cangyun? What the hell? Is your boss so awesome? Even Cangyun, the school belle, fell asleep? Awesome, my brother. Liu ignored him, walked up to Manager Zhao, and glanced at him. Tell me well. As soon as the words fell, Liu suddenly bowed and punched him hard in the lower abdomen. Boom. What? Manager Zhao suffered from pain and let out a scream. Subconsciously bent over and covered his stomach. Liu didn't stop at all, grabbed the opponent's hair and pressed it down, hitting his face with a knee. Manager Zhao was dizzy and had nosebleeds from this set of tricks. Without waiting for a reaction, he was kicked again. You dove occupy the magpie's nest, and let me talk about it. At this time, Liu's eyes were full of coldness. Part of these coldness is for Cangyun, but more part is for other people. Although in this case, Liu didn't expect strangers to show any kindness to him. But since they did this, they have to bear the consequences of doing so. Manager Zhao was kicked to the ground, covered his face, and groaned in pain. Liu didn't bother him anymore, but took a look at Cangyun first, and then looked at other people. There are a total of 8 people in the room including Cangyun. Except for Cangyun, Manager Zhao and Xiao Wang. There are 2 men, 1 woman, and 2 ants. Brother, there is nothing we can do about it. Seeing Liu's fierce approach, a man hurried out to explain, it's so dangerous outside, you should be able to understand us. Yes, young man, we did this just now for everyone's safety, besides, didn't we let you in? The ant beside Cangyun also laughed and said, hurry up and let go of Manager Zhao and Xiao Wang, we will make money with harmony, and we will make money with harmony. There are 4 men on Liu's side, and each man is holding a weapon. Although there are 4 men in their team, 2 of them have been knocked down by Liu now. In the situation of disparity in strength, even the tone of their speech became amiable. Harmony makes money? Yes. Liu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, for the sake of not causing me substantial losses, I can let you go, Shilei. Boss. Throw these guys out. Throw it out. Shilei was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, Boss, should I throw it downstairs or in the corridor? If you can throw them downstairs, throw them. Hey? Oh, I know the boss. Liu's explanation made Shilei very embarrassed, and he hurried to face Xiao Wang who was kicked by Liu until his nose bleeds. Hey, young man, are you still reasonable? Hearing Liu said that they were going to be thrown out, the ants were the first to get anxious. It's so dangerous outside now, so what if you let us hide here? That's right, do you have any sympathy? This is a hotel room, not your own villa. Why do you drive us out? Isn't it because I didn't let you in at the first time? Is it necessary? At worst, why don't we pay you some rent? Not going. Hearing these ants chattering, Liu pulled out the sword in his hand again. Okay, then you all stay here. Don't do it. Seeing Liu draw his sword, Xiao Wang, who had a nosebleed, was a little scared. He could see that these guys were not good at anything. Even if he didn't really kill someone, he might give himself 2 knives. I'm going, can't I go? Xiao Wang was about to cry. When he opened the door for Liu just now, he thought about a question carefully. This guy named Liu just came in from the outside. So it should be safe outside now. Anyway, he is dead anyway, maybe there is still a glimmer of life left here. Thinking of this, Xiao Wang ignored the others, climbed up with hands and feet, and opened the door carefully. Seeing that the outside was indeed as safe as he thought, he hurriedly escaped from the room where Liu was. Oh, little king, you. Since Xiao Wang is gone, let me go too, that brother, can I go? The other man in the room was a little embarrassed, and asked tentatively with his eyes. Liu hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to give up. He should have killed all these guys, but now he has very little physical strength left. If he did so, it would definitely cause other people to desperately resist. At that time, maybe I can rely on Shueli and Ding Feng to kill them all, but if I don't have the physical strength to deal with those monsters outside, the gain outweighs the gain. So, get out. Hearing the words, the man felt as if he had received an amnesty, so he quickly dragged the woman and ran out of the room. Seeing this, the other man and manager Zhao also apologized and followed out, and soon there were only 2 ants sitting on the sofa left in the room. Liu walked over slowly and looked at the 2 of them. Aren't you going? Don't go. One of the ants was sitting on the sofa with a proud face. Regardless of the hint from another ant pulling the corner of her clothes, they are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. My old lady is old enough to be afraid of you little bastards. Liu emphasized again, this is my room. So what? It's a society ruled by law, do you really dare to use a knife against me? Are you sure you won't leave? Don't go. Old lady. Swish. A cold light flashed across, and the ant's voice stopped abruptly before she could finish her sentence. She clutched her neck in horror and looked at Liu with a disbelief. Pfft. Blood spurted from her neck and sprayed the face of the ant next to her. Shueli, Ding Feng, throw her downstairs. Chapter 26 died because of you. Liu acted decisively, without the slightest procrastination. In the past, there were too many people and it was not suitable to do it. Now there are only 2 ants left, so he no longer has the previous scruples. The cyan sword, which has evolved into a bronze-ranked weapon, is sharper than before. Don't say that Liu cut her throat. Even her neck, this sword can easily cut it off. This ant's name is Wu Lan. He is a demolition household, and his family has a 6-story small building that was compensated by the government for demolition and relocation. The old couple don't work very much, and live on pensions and rent. However, Yancheng is a 3rd-tier city. The location of her house is very remote, and the rent price cannot be afforded at all. So in order to make some extra money, I often find reasons to deduct the tenant's deposit. The wall is cracked, the light bulb is broken, and the floor tiles are cracked are all reasons for her withholding the deposit. The general housing deposit is not a lot, only a few hundred yuan. But she likes to take advantage of this, and you can't do anything about her. Today she came to the supermarket to buy things with her friends. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked downstairs of the Rhine Hotel, he was frightened by the sudden appearance of thick fog. Then there is the cosmic storm, the monster invasion. She followed the others and ran into the hotel in a panic. At first, everyone was fine. But as time went on, after a monster came in from the hotel lobby, they could only run upstairs. In the end, he finally ran to the guest room on the top floor and found a safe place, but he was kicked out. Why? It's so dangerous outside and so safe here, why do I want to go out? Let yourself say, the young people nowadays don't know how to respect the old and love the young at all. How dare you threaten yourself with a knife? Do you really think you are scared? Don't forget, not only is it a legal society, but my son is also a powerful character. What? Why did I suddenly become speechless? And what is the bright red liquid on this hand? Why is my head so dizzy? What? With the scream of another ant. Wu Lan seemed to have noticed something, and looked at Liu in disbelief. This guy actually dared to kill someone? How can it be? Wu Lan couldn't believe her own judgment, but her vision became increasingly blurred. Boom! She fell straight on the sofa, and the whole world fell into darkness. The bright red liquid on the neck kept flowing. It took away her remaining body temperature. Liu looked coldly at another screaming ant, shut up. Woohoo! The ant hurriedly covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound. Don't get out yet. Hearing Liu's cold voice, the ant was so frightened that she left Lu's room as if fleeing for her life. Killed, killed. After the ant fled away, the sound of fear and panic came from the corridor outside. It's just that no one opened the door to inquire about her situation. Because this kind of sound represents danger. They have heard it too many times before they run up to the 8th floor. In the room, Cangyun was already scared out of her wits. At this time, she was covering her mouth and looking at Luu with fear. She didn't understand at all why Luu dared to kill someone. Wasn't he just an ordinary rich second-generation student before? Shilei was also stunned. Because in his cognition, Luu is just a rich second generation who can show off his might in school. Participating in some fights is already the limit of the students. Even if he asked himself to kill Fade Chen before, he just felt that the other party was only interested for a while. Maybe he didn't dare to kill himself. But now, to say that the ones who were most surprised were Xueli and Ding Feng. They have worked in the Lu family for a long time, and they know Luu well. Let alone Luu, even they couldn't be so decisive in killing people. But Luu didn't hesitate. This kid, is he too ruthless? But at this time, they didn't have time to think too much. Quickly followed Luu's instructions and acted. Before the end of the world, disposing of corpses was very troublesome, and murder would be punished by law. But after the end of the world, it is enough to just throw the corpse outside on the street. 1 minute later, Wu Lan followed in Fade Chen's footsteps and was thrown downstairs, where she became the nourishment for those monsters. The blood on the sofa was cleaned up by Xueli and the others. Xueli and Ding Feng brought Shilei back to their room. Luu and Cangyun were left in the room. Cangyun sat on the bed, not daring to speak. Luu sat on the sofa that had just changed the cushion. Leaning back against the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, he breathed a sigh of relief. Is this what killing people feels like? Hee hee. Killing 2 people in a row made Luu feel a little uncomfortable. After all, unlike Chu Feng, who has experienced the end of the world, he cannot kill people like hemp. But not bad. He has the heart of a villain. In addition, he had made enough mental preparations a week in advance, so after he killed the man, the discomfort in his heart didn't last too long. Although this Wu Lan is not a treacherous person. Not even death itself. But the other party didn't listen to her advice, and Luu didn't want to waste time talking nonsense to her. After calming down, Luu looked at the girl who was so scared that her face turned pale and her hands and feet were shaking. Are you afraid of me? I know. No. Cangyun panicked, hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the bloodstains on Luu's t-shirt, and fear filled her mind. You know, an hour ago, she was a law-abiding citizen. A Yanda school flower that lives in the sun. A princess held in the palm of her hand. And Luu is just a rich second generation. The rich second generation who only know how to eat, drink and have fun at school. But just now, this dandy rich second generation actually killed someone in front of him? He actually killed someone? Ugh. Thinking of Wu Lan spitting out blood just now, Cangyun's stomach churns. He quickly covered his mouth and ran towards the trash can next to him. When Luu went out to clean up the corridor, she was very scared alone. After seeing the situation on the street outside through the window, she has vomited many times. But just now Wu Lan died in front of her. This kind of visual impact close at hand is not something ordinary people can bear. But because she didn't eat breakfast in the morning, she didn't have much to vomit. Just when she was about to vomit, Luu's voice sounded faintly. Do you know that she died because of you? Die because of me? How is it possible? Cangyun was wiping the corners of her mouth with a tissue next to her. Hearing this, she looked up at Luu with disbelief written all over her face. What nonsense is this guy talking about? Luu calmly explained, if you can take my words to heart and don't let them in, do you think she will die? You are making too much sense. Don't let them in, won't they be killed by monsters? Cangyun strongly disagreed with Luu's theory. Hehe, Cangyun, it seems that you haven't figured out the current situation yet. Luu put the sword away, then got up and walked to the window. Come on, come and have a look. Look outside. The outside world is in chaos, and no one will come to save us. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. Now tell me, if there was a monster chasing after me just now, and you didn't open the door for me in time, what would happen? Chapter 27 Louder, I can end number 039, T hear you. Luu's voice was cold and full of questioning. It's fine if the shelter I prepared is occupied by some people I don't know. These guys actually keep themselves out? How does this make him not angry? And the instigator of all this is the woman in front of her. This stupid woman. Fortunately, this woman was not stupid enough to tell them where she hid her weapons. Otherwise, if these guys got their crossbow and hand axe, something might go wrong. Me? Seeing Liu become so fierce, Yan Yun was so scared that she almost cried. Although what Liu said was true. If there were other monsters chasing him just now, if he didn't open the door immediately, he would probably die outside. But... Yan Yun, I told you that you will be my woman in the future. Before Yan Yun could answer, Liu's voice sounded again, but his voice was much calmer than before. Yan Yun held back her tears and looked at the boy in surprise. I don't know why the other party suddenly said this. Liu didn't care either, and continued, as my woman, I can provide you with protection, but I have no obligation to protect others. If you want to live to see your parents, don't make some stupid decisions on your own. I don't know what kind of people they are. Hearing Liu mention her parents, Yan Yun finally couldn't hold back anymore. Tears flowed uncontrollably. At that time, she was only thinking about saving people, so how could she have time to think about other things? Who knew these people could be so selfish? For his own safety, he blocked Liu from the door? Dare to open the door for them without knowing you? You. Hearing Yan Yun's words, Liu was so angry that he didn't want to fight anywhere. But when he thought of Yan Yun's effort to open the door for himself just now, he forcibly swallowed back what he wanted to say. Oh, forget it, things have already happened, so it's meaningless to talk about them. Liu knew very well in his heart that Yan Yun could not be completely blamed for this matter. Because Yan Yun belonged to the kinder kind of people. It's only been less than 2 hours since the end of the world, so it's normal for her to not be able to change her mentality. In addition, I have to use her to contain Chu Feng. Therefore, Liu didn't bother to talk nonsense with her, and walked out of the door and took back the food that had been put back in 8006 before. Let's eat something. Liu passed some of the previous bread, ham sausage, and yogurt over. At the same time, he also opened a piece of bread, and started to gobble it up. Before Yan Yun woke up this morning, he had eaten. But hunting monsters consumes a lot of energy, so he is very hungry now and needs to eat a lot. Yan Yun bit her lips tightly after seeing Liu gobbling it up, and then at the bun in her hand. I don't know what to think. I don't know how long it took, but she seemed to have made a decision. His lips parted slightly, and he opened his mouth slowly. Liu. Say it. Liu was a little impatient, obviously still angry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to woo, I really didn't mean to. I didn't know they could be so selfish, sorry. As Yan Yun spoke, tears fell down again. At this time, she didn't know what it was like. After knowing what Liu did to her last night in the morning, she actually hated Liu very much in her heart. After all, no matter how reasonable Liu was, the kind of indecent means he used was also a criminal act against the wishes of women. It is despised by normal people. Liu was blocked by those guys before, and she felt very guilty about Liu. Because it was indeed her who put Liu in danger. Later, Liu killed the ant, which filled her with fear and terror. After all, killing is something that everyone is afraid of. And now? Not only did Liu not blame himself, but he also said that she was his woman and wanted to protect him. Even get yourself something to eat? At this moment, her heart was suddenly touched by something. Started self-reflection. Okay, don't cry. Liu casually comforted him while eating, it's good that you can correct your mistakes. Yan Yun took the initiative to apologize and admit her mistake. I have to say, a little surprised. There are not many women in the whole world who can take the initiative to admit mistakes, right? But when he thought that Yan Yun was the heroine, Liu felt relieved. After all, the heroines of novels are both internally and externally cultivated and considerate existences. Those unreasonable tigresses are not qualified to be heroines at all. You don't blame me. Strange, why not? But now is not the time to talk about this, you should eat first. Hearing Liu's tone became a little gentler. Yan Yun wiped away her tears, and couldn't help but feel better. Thank you, Liu, I promise. I promise this kind of thing will not happen again in the future. Yan Yun seemed to be swearing to Liu, but also to herself. After saying this, she vomited many times without eating breakfast, and her stomach immediately made a gurgle in protest. At this moment, she was no longer pretentious, opened a piece of bread and ate it in big mouthfuls. Hearing Yan Yun's words, and seeing Yan Yun's movement of eating bread, Liu couldn't help but smile. In the last days, if you want to mix better, you need to keep getting stronger. And there are several ways to become stronger. In addition to finding treasures like ordinary people, hunting monsters to obtain crystal nuclei. Killing the protagonist to seize the opponent's ability is also one of the main ways to improve strength. Certainly, killing the heroine counts. There is no doubt that Yan Yun is the heroine. Kill the heroine, you can get some attributes. If you change the fate of the heroine, or make the heroine lose her fate, you can get extra rewards. As a former game fan, Liu certainly couldn't kill Yan Yun just for a little attribute. So changing Yan Yun's fate, or losing Yan Yun's heroine status, became Lu's goal. Turning her completely into his own woman should also make her lose her heroine status, right? Thinking of this, the smile on the corner of Lu's mouth became evil. Yan Yun. Okay. Call your husband to listen. What? Yan Yun's eyes widened, she stopped eating, and looked at Lu in disbelief. What's up with this guy? Just now he was furious and murderous. Why do you suddenly let yourself call him husband now? This brain circuit. Lu grinned and explained, anyway, we will depend on each other in the future, so it doesn't matter if you call me husband. But we don't know each other very well now, do we? You almost killed me just now, why don't you make up for it? Me? Hurry up, or if I get angry, I might do something to you. Don't force me. After hearing what Lu said, Yan Yun became a little anxious. Then are you calling? I'll call, can't I call? Yan Yun was about to cry. Before, I cried because of grievance and guilt, but now I cried because I was bullied by Lu, a bastard. Lu didn't show any sympathy, and put the food aside with a smirk. Come on, old man, listen carefully. Old husband. Speak up, I can't hear you. Husband. Chapter 28 Amazing Discovery. Yan Yun was bullied badly by Lu. Not only was she cheated by him, but she was also forced to call her husband. Does it have to be louder? Although Yan Yun was very reluctant, she felt a little guilty towards Lu because of what happened just now. And because Lu killed that ant just now, he still has some fear of Lu. So she didn't dare to offend Lu. However, following the call of husband, the relationship between the two eased a lot. At least as time goes by, Yan Yun is no longer as afraid of Lu as before. Occasionally, I can make a joke or two. Taking a look at the opponent's defection rate, it has dropped from 50% to 39%. Okay, okay. I believe it won't take long for Yan Yun's extra rewards to arrive in the account. Rhine Hotel Room 8008. When Lu bullied Yan Yun. The killing elsewhere continues. Although there is no human being seen on the street outside, the number of monsters seems to be much less. But the rickety vehicles and the devastated roads seem to remind everyone that the monster invasion was serious before. At around 12 noon, Chu Feng dealt with the mutated female classmate at the canteen, and comforted the other girl with dark ponytail. After cleaning up a few monsters around him and taking a rest, he ate something casually and set off towards the sophomore teaching building with a hiking bag on his back. He needs to save Yan Yun. In his memory, Yan Yun from his previous life was trapped in the sophomore teaching building together with other classmates. It was the survivors of the school who started to organize a counterattack and saved her. I remember that when I rescued her, she was already so hungry. It was Lu, the bastard, who took the opportunity to hand her some food and kept her alive. It was precisely for this reason that he and Yan Yun were tied to Lu's thief ship. In this life, he has secretly vowed in his heart that he will never repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Thinking of this, the force on Chu Feng's axe could not help but increase by 2 points. A lizardman couldn't dodge it and was easily chopped down by him. Who is that boy? Fuck. Tajil is amazing. You can actually play 1 against 3 at the same time. Strong, strong, strong. Hey? That guy seems to be Chu Feng from our class. What? Chu Feng from our class. From the canteen to the teaching building, you need to pass through several male dormitory buildings. At this time, the survivors in the boys' dormitory showed surprised expressions when they saw the guy who looked like a god of war in the distance. Especially on the balcony of the dormitory on the top floor, a boy named Wu Jiang. How is it possible? Chu Feng doesn't dare to fight back when he is bullied? Why did he suddenly become so violent? Seeing Chu Feng's quick movements and skillful positioning in the distance, Wu Jiang was dumbfounded. You must know that although human beings were caught off guard by these alien creatures, most human beings were not just waiting to be killed. When a person encounters a threat, the potential to explode is very huge. Therefore, in the first confrontation between monsters and humans in the big city, humans wiped out a large part of the monsters at a great cost. But even so, there are still many monsters outside, right? How dare Chu Feng run outside alone? Hey? What is that? Wu Jiang suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and his expression couldn't help but froze. Then he rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Brother Yang, come and see. He looked excited, but he didn't dare to shout loudly, so he lowered his voice and called out to his companions. Hearing Wu Jiang's soft shout, a burly boy in the dormitory came out with 2 other roommates. The leading boy's name is Tao Yang, he is strong and fit. At first glance, he is a guy with good fighting power. What's the matter, Qiangzi? What do you see that is? Wu Jiang didn't have time to explain too much, so he quickly pointed to a big tree in the corner outside the dormitory. Tao Yang looked in the direction Wujiang pointed. Hey? Where? That tree, that tree. Wujiang was a little anxious. Tao Yang curled his lips. Trees? There are so many trees outside. No, I want you to look at the tree in the corner, behind that tree. Hearing Wujiang's words, Tao Yang locked his target. There is a high wall at the junction of the dormitory and the corridor. On the green belt beside the high wall, rows of camphor trees are planted for greening. Because of the cosmic storm, these trunks are only the camphor trees with bowl mouths, and now they have mutated. The trunk is as thick as 4 or 5 people hugging each other. But that's not the point. The point is that behind the huge tree trunk, there is a group of silver light spots with a diameter of about 1 meter, like stars. These points of light, like whirlpools, swirl gently in the air. It's like a galaxy in the universe. It's just that because of the angle, people in other dormitories can't see it. Even they can only see the tip of the iceberg of light. Fuck, what is that? It feels so awesome. Brother Yang, tell me, is there any treasure there? Baby. Hearing what a classmate said, Tao Yang's heart beat wildly. If it was before 9 o'clock this morning, someone told him that there would be a baby there. He will definitely call this person crazy. But today is different. Zombies and alien creatures have appeared outside. I and Wujiang also awakened some special abilities. It is not unusual for some special treasures to appear outside now. Thinking of this, Tao Yang's breathing couldn't help becoming short. Should we go take a look? After several boys looked at each other, one of them made a tentative suggestion. Human curiosity is actually very heavy, not to mention that there may be treasures there? Tao Yang said, what do you think? I think so. I think I can try it too. But there are so many monsters outside, you might die if you go out. A boy who is short and timid is a little timid. Die or die. Damn it. Tao Yang looked at the boy and scolded angrily, now there are many dangers outside, if we want to survive, we must not just sit around and wait for death. Yes, at this time, we can only rely on ourselves. Fuck, Brother Yang, if we want to get over it, we'd better be quick. Tao Yang wondered, why? Look over there. The boy who spoke pouted his mouth in the distance. That direction was exactly the direction Chu Feng was going to take with great care. If there is no accident, he will reach the silver light point vortex in a short time. Chu Feng? Damn, don't let this kid take the lead. Qiangzi, fifth child, quickly grab your weapons and follow me. Tao Yang shouted angrily, and then looked at another timid boy, if you dare not go, just stay here and die. Said Tao Yang took the lead, picked up a steel bar and walked out of the door. There are no powerful weapons in the dormitory of the university. Their weapons are basically dismantled from the bed. But in order to survive better, they must pick up these inferior weapons and explore this dangerous world. Puff. On the way to the teaching building, a lizardman of the black iron level was killed by Chu Feng with an axe. Who? Chu Feng panted heavily. He tightened the mountaineering bag behind him, and moved his sore arm again. Instead of moving on, he found a big tree and hid himself. Damn it, this body is really weak now, it's unbearable to kill only a dozen lizardmen. Chu Feng scolded himself secretly. Although he has combat experience in his previous life, the strength of his body cannot be changed. Even if he used the most energy-saving method, after killing more than a dozen lizardmen, he still couldn't take it anymore. Hey, this is... Chu Feng, who was sitting on the ground, leaning against the tree trunk, was about to take a rest, suddenly discovered the existence of the silver light spot vortex. At this moment, he showed an incredible expression. Even after 10 years of apocalypse, his heart couldn't help beating wildly after seeing this silver vortex. Fuck. How can there be such a thing here? Chapter 29 The Entrance to the Secret Realm. Seeing this silver vortex, Chu Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Because he has 10 years of experience in the end of the world, he knows very well what this thing is. It's just that in his previous life, he was just a drop in the ocean, and he was not qualified to snatch it at all. And now, looking at the silver light spot, Chu Feng became more and more excited, and got up quickly to rush in that direction. At this time, there were a few noises from the boys' dormitory building in the distance. 4 boys took weapons and wanted to rush out of the boys' dormitory. Chu Feng looked carefully through the cracks in the trees, and found that these guys' combat effectiveness is not bad at all. The scattered lizardmen are not their opponents at all. Even if there is an occasional sickle mantis, they can kill it together. That is. Chu Feng squinted his eyes, and immediately gave up the idea of rushing out. The combat power of the scythe mantis is actually not weak, especially in frontal combat. Ordinary humans, even 2 adult males, are no match for them without suitable weapons. And the most important reason why this team was able to kill the sickle mantis was the 2 people at the front. They have a clear division of labor, and their combat effectiveness is not bad. One draws fire from the front, and the other sneaks up from behind. After sneaking up on that person from behind, the muscles all over his body bulged, and he killed the sickle mantis with the steel bar in his hand. Actually broke off the forelimb of the sickle mantis and used it as a weapon? Tao Yang. Seeing Tao Yang's fighting style, Chu Feng immediately remembered his name. I remember in the previous life, this guy named Tao Yang won over some subordinates by relying on his awakened abilities and 2 special treasures. Became the same existence as that bastard Liu. Now it seems that Tao Yang's treasure should be obtained from here? Hey, is that guy Wu Jiang? Seeing that the boy who attracted the firepower of the sickle mantis in front of him is actually covered with tiny scales like the lizard man? Chu Feng also instantly remembered his name. Immediately, a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Liu is the villain boss, and of course there are more than one dog legs around him. Besides she lay before, this Wu Jiang is also one of them. In the previous life, this Wu Jiang bullied him a lot. Only, why didn't he stay with that bastard Liu, instead he teamed up with Tao Yang? Damn, this is a little troublesome. Chu Feng cursed secretly, and didn't have time to think too much. With my remaining physical strength, I'm not their opponent at all. For the current Chu Feng, he can say that he is not afraid of anyone one-on-one. But 1 against 2, or against 2 awakened ones, there will be some trouble. What should I do now? Hey! Just when Chu Feng was thinking about countermeasures, a lizardman who was obviously bigger than ordinary lizardmen in the distance was attracted by the corpse of the lizardman killed by Chu Feng. Taking a closer look, this guy is not only about the same height as an adult, but also has a bulging stomach. This is obviously a bit full, isn't it? Hey! Is someone giving me a pillow when I'm really sleepy? It's you. As he said that, Chu Feng clenched the fire axe in his hand and hid behind the big tree, waiting for a fatal blow to the lizardman. On the school side, Chu Feng was on his way to rescue Cangyun. And the other side. The 2 people, who had lost a lot of estrangement, sat on the windowsill and chatted after eating. Liu. Call husband. Old husband. Say. Did you clean the hallway before, to find these food? From the time he finished eating to now, Liu has changed his bloody clothes. Never went out again. As for the reason? One is because King Z sword needs to kill 100 monsters before it can be upgraded again. There is no rush. Another reason is that the current monsters don't have crystal nuclei. Although Liu has not experienced the end of the world, he does not know what kind of existence the crystal nucleus is. But the system has clearly stated that only monsters after the high level of black iron can have crystal nuclei. As for the monsters outside, I haven't seen any above the high level black iron yet. If there is no crystal nucleus for killing monsters, there is no need for Liu to risk himself. What's more, he had consumed too much before, and needed to rest to recover his physical strength and abilities. No. Liu replied casually, I knew these things were coming, so I prepared them in advance. The reason why I went outside was to exercise my ability to survive. Survivability. That's right. Liu replied, there are so many monsters outside, how can we do it without any survival skills? Is it the end of the world? Cangyun muttered to herself, feeling a little depressed. Cangyun is just 20 years old this year. Although I lived a life full of stars since I was a child, I haven't talked about a relationship yet. Although according to the normal situation, as long as the more beautiful a woman is over the age of 14, the less clean she will be. But the heroine is always different. She has a pair of parents who love her. Her parents are social elites and protect her very well. A girl who is outstanding in appearance and has a happy family, but has never been in a relationship. Of course, I don't want the end of the world to come at all. You've already asked once before. I just can't believe it's real. You are definitely not the only one who can't believe it now. Looking at the wrecked car outside the window, Liu took a deep breath, but I think after 2 days at most people will accept the reality. Alright. Liu's concise and clear answer made Cangyun's mood even more sad. At this moment, Cangyun seemed to see something. Hey, Liu, what do you think that is? Hearing Cangyun's surprised voice, Liu subconsciously followed her gaze. The location where Liu is located is a hotel. Opposite the room he was in was a clothing store with 2 fronts. In the clothing store, except for some crumbling clothes and a few zombies. In the hidden corner, there is also a vortex with a diameter of about 1 meter, formed by silver light spots. Seeing this, Liu couldn't help frowning. Because he had observed that place, there must have been no such thing before. But now, just when Liu looked puzzled, the role of the villain's eye was revealed again. A line of words appeared in his sight. Entrance to the secret realm. Closing time remaining, 23 hours and 48 minutes. Explanation: after the end of the world, countless small space cracks appeared on the Earth. In addition to connecting the alien space and the entrance of the abyss, these space cracks may also appear some special independent spaces, and these special independent space entrances are called secret realm entrance. The entrance to the secret realm is very rare, and there are often some powerful treasures inside. P.S. The secret realm is the hope given to humans by the gods. Only humans can enter. The larger the entrance, the more humans it can accommodate. The opening time, location, and existence time of each secret realm entrance are not fixed. Whether there will be danger inside depends entirely on luck. Well, this is an era of looking at faces. Chapter 30 The Age of Stupidity. Liu was dumbfounded by the information read by the villain's eyes. Didn't understand what was going on at all. Entrance to the secret realm? What the hell? Are you playing a game, also the entrance to the secret realm? He felt that the vortex formed by the silver light spots looked familiar before. It turned out to be the entrance to the secret realm in some games? This shit, can you still rely on some clues? Reality is being played like a game? But will there be treasures inside? Liu quickly calmed down. Whether the secret realm is dangerous or not is random. The opening time and location are random. Even the existence time of each rift is random. But Liu found that he could see the remaining time of the secret realm? Hehe, what a stupid era. Although Liu already knew that after the end of the world, there will be many magical props in this world. But I didn't expect that there would be such a thing as a secret realm entrance. Not only are there powerful treasures inside, but only humans are allowed to enter? Needless to say, Liu can also guess what kind of existence this secret realm is. This thing is not necessarily the hope of mankind. Because once humans know that there will be powerful treasures inside, they will definitely kill each other for their own selfishness. Do you know what that is? Seeing Liu's expression, Cangyun was puzzled. Liu nodded, and said nonsense, I know, I saw this kind of thing when I predicted the future. Can you tell me about it? You'll find out later. Liu didn't have time to explain too much, so he quickly took the sword back in his hand. According to the information read by the villain's eye just now, the secret realm is a very rare existence. And no matter the location of the entrance to the secret realm, or the possible dangers in the secret realm, they are all very fatal to humans. In other words, if you want to get the treasure inside, you must have both strength and luck to have a chance. Strength and luck coexist? Hehe, this thing seems to be tailor-made for the protagonist. Liu didn't know why he encountered the entrance to the secret realm. Is it because of snatching Chu Feng's sword and woman, thus stealing his luck? Or is it because the luck of the villain boss is already better, but it's just not as good as the protagonist? In short, this thing has been discovered by Liu now, so he must get the contents inside. You don't want to go there, do you? Otherwise, let's go to the next door to discuss with them first, and then make a decision. Liu also knew that he was on the 8th floor. It is not so easy to get to the clothing store opposite. Not to mention the monsters on the streets outside. Just the monsters in this hotel, I don't know how many there are. So if he wants to reach his destination safely, he must strengthen his team strength. Fortunately, the entrance to the secret realm is still nearly 24 hours away from closing. Otherwise, Liu might just have to watch it disappear. Sister-in-law, please sit down. 8006 Next door. As soon as Liu entered the room, Shi Lei quickly pulled He Li up to give way. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at Cangyun. There's no way, Cangyun's appearance is too high. As long as he is a normal man, he will subconsciously be attracted to her. That figure, that face, that skin, that leg. Which one is not what men like? Who is your sister-in-law? Cangyun blushed and retorted softly. Although she and Liu had been husband and wife, she had called Liu husband many times before. But the relationship between the two is actually not as good as it sounds. At least it's not enough for her to admit that Liu is her husband. They all live together, don't they? Shi Lei didn't care about these things. After saying this, he smiled and looked at Liu. Hey, boss, you're still awesome, you even took care of the beauty of University Yan. When he first met Cangyun, he wanted to talk about this question. It's just that the occasion at that time was more serious, so he could only keep silent. Stop flattering, sit down quickly, I have something important to say. Good Li. Shi Lei agreed, and sat aside in a hurry. Liu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he quickly explained his idea of going to the opposite side. Including his own thoughts, as well as that illusory precognition ability. What? Did you really know these things in advance? After listening to Liu's narration, Ding Feng and Xue Li looked in disbelief. The two of them had already guessed before. But it's still incredible to hear it with your own ears. Almost. Liu nodded. If you want to lead a team, sometimes you need to be honest. Therefore, in order to make it reasonable for him to prepare supplies in advance, Liu could only use this half-truth and half-false lie. Oh my god, why didn't you say it earlier? Shueli and I should prepare more supplies. Ding Feng said very speechlessly. Would you believe me if I told you earlier? Liu pouted. Leaving aside whether the system will allow me to say it or not, even if I let myself say it, will others believe it? Obviously not. Just like Ding Feng, when he heard Liu's rhetorical question, he scratched his head in embarrassment. It doesn't seem like it will. That's it. After Liu finished speaking, he said seriously, okay, let's not talk about this, let's talk about business. The situation outside must be clear to everyone. This world is no longer the one we are familiar with, and it is possible that we will never go back to the past in this lifetime. Liu said seriously, so if we want to survive, we must work together. I agree with this. I agree too. Hearing Liu's words, everyone agreed. After all, this is the beginning of the end of the world, and such a heartfelt language can still resonate. In particular, the person who said this was still Liu who possessed strong strength and foresight ability. Boss, do you have any good suggestions? Of course there are suggestions, but before that, I want to know if you have awakened any special abilities. Chapter 31 How can a man say no? As the end of the world comes, some human beings will awaken special abilities. Basically, these abilities will be noticed and used by the master shortly after the cosmic storm sweeps through. Just like Liu and the previous Fade Chen. But some people are different. Because the awakening ability of these people is quite special, and it needs to encounter some specific environments to take effect. So after their abilities are awakened, it's hard for them to notice it in the first place. That's why Liu asked them. If there is another person in your team who awakens the ability, then the overall combat effectiveness of his team is very impressive. But the reality gave Liu a slap in the face. Let Liu understand what it means to be full of ideals and skinny in reality. Ability is very rare. Even among the awakened, it is very rare. There are a total of 6 people in this team, except for Shueli and Ding Feng who seem to have gotten stronger. No one else seems to have changed. Although Liu can be sure that Cangyun, as the heroine, must have special abilities. But his villain's eyes can only see the basic information of human height and weight, plus a betrayal rate at most. It is not possible to see whether the opponent has supernatural powers. So Cangyun couldn't feel any changes in herself, and Liu couldn't judge her abilities. It's over, boss, am I useless? I feel like I'm useless too. Shi Lei and He Li said something alone. Abolition is not enough. After all, our team will gradually grow larger in the future. We can't be combatants, but we can still be a logistics team. Liu casually comforted him. Then young Master Lu's operation this time, can Ding Feng and I participate? That's true. Liu denied this statement, however, Ding Feng can follow me alone. What? Shueli, Shi Lei, He Li, the 3 of you stay here. Liu issued orders, there are a lot of our supplies on this floor. If no one guards these supplies, I'm afraid something will go wrong. That's right. I have no problem, but you only take Ding Feng alone, can it work? How can a man say no? Liu smiled faintly, and looked at Cangyun, besides, isn't there another one here? Hey? Me? Cangyun was dumbfounded. Of course, but don't worry, I will protect you. Liu paused when he said this, besides, we don't need to lead the battle. Okay. Shueli was taken aback for a moment, then came back to his senses. Young Master Liu, what do you mean? Liu looked calm, there are so many survivors on this floor, probably many of them didn't have breakfast. Many people didn't eat breakfast. Hearing Liu's words, the others were at a loss. But Shueli, who was a little older, seemed to understand what Liu meant. Judging by Liu's performance in killing that ant without hesitation before, he has every reason to believe that his young master thinks so. Thinking of this, Shueli's gaze at Liu became complicated. Why didn't I realize that my master was so vicious before? Simply a born bad breed. But after thinking about it, now that the outside world is so chaotic, maybe Liu's personality that only thinks about himself is not a bad thing? No breakfast? What do you mean? Liu, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? I don't understand either. Me too. Don't you all understand this? Seeing everyone's suspicious faces, Liu was obviously a little surprised, but he explained patiently, forget it, let me explain it to you carefully. Following Liu's narration, everyone also understood what Liu meant. His idea was actually quite simple. Now the secret realm outside will disappear for more than 20 hours. There are so many monsters on the streets, it is impossible for ordinary people to pass by. I can't get over it immediately, and it's even more difficult for others. And at this point in time, it was already noon. Most of the people who didn't eat breakfast were too hungry. What happens when a person is hungry? Of course they are looking for food. Although at the beginning, people were still afraid of the dangers outside and would not come out to find food. But there will always be some impatient guys who don't want to stay in the room and wait to die. And judging based on the location of the entrance to the secret realm, there may be other people who discovered the entrance to the secret realm. So it is absolutely appropriate to let these people take the lead. Hearing Lu's plan, Xueli had such an expression. The others were dumbfounded, looking at Lu with surprise. Waiting for others to rush forward and use their lives to find their way? How did this guy come up with such a vicious plan? After Lu finished explaining, Xueli and Dingfeng did not speak, after all they were professional bodyguards. Their mission is to protect Lu now. The lives of other people have nothing to do with them. Shilei and He Li didn't speak, but their hearts suddenly became a little uncertain. Because Lu is their current boss. Lu is so ruthless, can they not panic as younger brothers? What if I was sold by him one day? Only Cangyun, although she has gone through the incident of Dove occupying the magpie's nest before, she has awakened a lot. But seeing others die, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be bad for us to do this? Not good? What's not good? Lu seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and did not deliberately avoid this question. Lu in his previous life was not a bad person. But he is definitely not a good person with good conduct. It can be seen from the fact that he was selected by the villain system and dared to kill people soon after the end of the world. One grew up without parents and was raised by grandparents. A 13-year-old child whose grandparents have left him one after another, how good do you expect him to be? All the close relatives died, and none of the relatives were willing to take him in. He came out to work before finishing junior high school, and was bullied and stared at by people. In the end, I had no choice but to fool around with some young people in society. If it wasn't for the fact that he was very smart, and met a nobleman to guide him back to the right path in time, he would probably have to spend his entire life in prison. There is a very good saying, the whole world has abandoned me, you still expect me to love this world? Therefore, Lu, who has been beaten, asked for food, slept on the street, and was a street walker, is definitely more selfish than most people. This. Cangyun hesitated and didn't know how to answer Lu's question. It always feels like I'm doing something wrong. I know what you are trying to say. Lu interrupted directly, don't you just think that I have a lot of supplies, and I can properly distribute some to others, so as to prevent them from risking their lives. In fact, not only Cangyun, but even Shilei and He Li would have this idea. That's not to say they were Madonnas. It's just that among those survivors, scum like Chen Fei is a minority after all. Most of them are ordinary people. In order to protect their own interests, just watch these ordinary people die? Normal people will be a little impatient. In other words, as long as you have received 9 years of compulsory education, people with a little bit of morality and family education will not do this. Lu knew that their mentality had not changed so quickly, so he didn't care too much, and said directly, I tell you, this is impossible. Let's not talk about me doing this. Will those people have a dependent mentality? Even if they don't, I have prepared it with great difficulty. Let me distribute these foods to strangers I don't know? How is it possible? The future is so long, no one can predict what will happen in the future, we have to live for ourselves. As for other people's lives? Sorry, that has nothing to do with me. Whether you call me vicious or selfish, I'm just like that anyway. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 32 Cooperation. Lu directly confessed his selfishness. Let everyone collectively fall into contemplation. But after thinking about it, not only did no one object. On the contrary, it also eliminated a lot of concerns from everyone. Especially Shilei. He was originally a person with no opinions. Hearing what Lu said, he immediately felt that it made sense. In such a doomsday environment, who the hell has time to take care of others? When people are hungry, they should look for food. If Lu hadn't prepared food in advance, wouldn't they be alive? So why should I be condemned by my conscience? I think what Lu Xiao said is right. It's better not to be a good person these days. Xueli thought for a while and agreed with Lu's statement. In peacetime, doing good deeds to help the elderly may be blackmailed, let alone in this last age. Not bad. Dingfeng grinned, they have to find food when they're hungry, and we didn't force them to go with a knife. After hearing everyone's words, Cangyun also fell silent. Yes. In this last days where everyone is in danger, it is easy to do bad things with good intentions, just like myself before. Letting those guys in almost killed Lu. Thinking of this, Cangyun didn't say much anymore. Boss, what if someone wants to join us? Shilei suddenly asked a question that was not a question. Join us? That's a good thing. Lu smiled, if the other party is very capable and I agree, he can join directly. That's it, I understand. I also understood. As long as you know. Liu nodded slightly, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, a team needs a leader. For the convenience of future operations and command, all of you listen to me, this should be no problem, right? No problem at all. I have no opinion. Shi Lei was originally Liu's younger brother, so of course he wouldn't mind. Shueli and Ding Feng were considered Liu's subordinates, so naturally they wouldn't say anything. Yan Yun was like a little girl in front of Liu, there was no way to object. As for He Li, she doesn't even have the right to speak. That's good. Seeing everyone express their opinions, Liu nodded slightly. Next, I will arrange the tasks for each of you in detail. It has to be said that Liu is a villain. Not only do you have to deal with vicious monsters, but you also have to watch out for survivors with malicious intentions. He even has to quickly increase his strength to prevent being killed by the protagonist. So when his own strength is not strong enough, Liu feels that it is still necessary to form a team. I don't know if it's because the villain's rich second generation has a leader halo. After Liu's remarks just now, everyone dispelled a lot of doubts. At least on the surface, their defection rate didn't fluctuate much. Even the simplest Yan Yun accepted this cruel reality under the influence of everyone. After a long conversation just now, Liu temporarily stabilized the morale of the army and strengthened the cohesion of the team a little. And in a certain room on the right side of the hotel, their situation was similar to what Liu had guessed. People are discussing the problem of finding food. The rooms of the Rhine Hotel are centered on the elevator, and there are rooms on the left and right sides. Liu is on the left, and most of the others are on the right. And this room is the room of the bath towel man Lu Jian that Liu met before. After Liu helped him deal with the monster, he randomly found a room without monsters and hid in it. The survivor later went upstairs and threatened him to open the door. At this time in this room, 8 or 9 people gathered together. It seems that we have to think of a way. I have to think about it, damn it, my wife and children are still at home. It's really not the way to go on like this. These monsters seem to be evolving, and our stomachs are getting hungrier. Do you have anything to eat? Is there something to eat? These monsters came so suddenly before. Yeah, patronize and run away. It seems that we must solve the lunch problem first, otherwise our bodies will become very weak if we drag on like this, and we will easily be trapped here to death. What can you do? How many people did I see from the cat's eye before, and they ran out of a room on the left and went to the next door? What do you mean? What I mean is, since they can run out to the next door, then the corridor should be safe. Since the corridor is safe, then let's call other people together and form a team to kill downstairs. Kill downstairs? It's easy to say, don't you see how many monsters are there now? A man looked at the monsters who were full of food and drink and lay resting in the shadows, and said very speechlessly. Although the streets outside, there are not many monsters on the surface. But if you throw a corpse down, how many monsters may come out? Then we have to go. Not only is there no food here, but there is no water here either. What? Not even water? If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Hearing this, Lu Jian went to the bathroom first and turned on the tap. The faucet dripped 2 drops of water symbolically, and then there was no movement. Fuck, the water is cut off so soon. Seeing this scene, they realized the seriousness of the problem. All electrical equipment suddenly lost power, and they couldn't even send out a distress signal. And now the water is off again? What kind of yarn is this? What, water cut off on the first day of the end of the world? That's right. The cosmic storm paralyzed all the electrical equipment on the earth. In this case, even if the staff of the waterworks did not become zombies, the power supply equipment of the waterworks cannot continue to be used. Without the use of electric pressure pumps, the water simply cannot be sent too far from the waterworks. What do we do now? No matter what you do, you have to find something to eat first. I agree. I agree. Hearing this, everyone agreed. So a group of people started looking for weapons, ready to fight back against the monsters. What about Xiaoguo's ban on guns? It's okay. Melon bowls and Pan's wooden table legs can be used as their weapons. Although their combat effectiveness is not strong, they are also a temporary team. But how many people are powerful? As long as there are not many monsters, they feel that they can still solve them. So under the mobilization of this pedestrian, all the survivors on the 8th floor gathered in the corridor. There are 70 to dash people visually, and it is dark at a glance. Among the group of survivors, the leader was named Liao Dong. It is said that he is the captain of the security of the hotel. Physically strong and capable of combat. At this time, manager Zhao, who had been beaten by Liu, was talking to him. Captain Liao, you should have seen the situation of the clothing store opposite, don't you really have the idea to investigate? I want to go. Liao Dong curled his lips, but do you think, with these old, weak, sick, and disabled people, can you get to the opposite side? That's right. Manager Zhao glanced at the survivors. There are a total of more than 70 people here. But there are only a dozen young and strong men. And there are no suitable weapons yet. Want to unite and fight downstairs, then across the street to the clothing store across the street? The difficulty is not ordinary. It's really not realistic to rely on these people, but I have a way. Any solution? Looking for someone to cooperate. Cooperation. Liao Dong raised his eyebrows. Who are you looking for? 8008 is called Liu boy. Oh. Chapter 33 Look, that woman. Hearing Manager Zhao's words, Liao Dong squinted his eyes and looked at him, full of doubts. Manager Zhao, full name Zhao Dequan, is the manager of the restaurant on the second floor of this hotel. To some extent, the two are also colleagues. But Zhao Dequan, this guy, usually has a mediocre relationship with him. It belongs to the type that can't talk for a week. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic now? But at this time, Liao Dong didn't think too much, but simply asked Zhao Dequan why. Zhao Dequan did not hide anything, and told what he had seen and heard. He is a very cautious person. After being beaten up by Liu before, of course he would think of revenge. But he couldn't beat Liu, so he had to take those people to other rooms. After a soft meal, the survivors in other rooms opened the door for them. But by coincidence, the room he went to happened to be the room where Liu killed Fade Chen. When he went, those guys were discussing Liu's awakened ability. After some understanding, after he knew that the guy who had awakened his power was Liu, he was instantly surprised. People, can really awaken supernatural powers? Want to be so exciting? Originally, he still wanted to seek revenge from Liu. How to report now? So under all kinds of boredom, he found the vortex of silver light spots in the hidden corner of the clothing store opposite by the window. Just like that, a plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife was formed in his mind. Although he didn't know what the silver vortex was, as long as he tricked Liu over, he would be able to peel off his skin even if he didn't die. At that time, you can deal with him however you want. As for Liao Dong? This guy is one hell of an idiot. Staying here is also a threat to one's own status. It is best to die outside, anyway, many people have died outside now, one more is not too many, one less is not less. What? Status? Yes. Although the end of the world has come to the present, it takes less than 4 hours. But after he went to Zhang Ming's room, he quickly gained the trust of those people by virtue of his position as the manager of the big hotel. And became the leader of that group of people in a daze? He didn't care about the leader's position at all. But that group of people seemed to have found support, and kept asking him what to do next. It made him feel needed. This feeling is different from being a hotel manager, which makes him very addicted. Especially when he saw a beautiful young woman with a child among the survivors, he became even more excited. So my mind was quickly filled with something called ambition. After listening to Zhao Dequan's narration, Liao Dong was surprised. Does he have a weapon? And abilities? Not bad. Zhao Dequan nodded seriously. As long as we can cooperate with him, our chances of going to the opposite side can be increased by at least half. Hehe, old Zhao, what is your purpose, kid? Liao Dong was not a fool either, he saw through Zhao Dequan's tricks at a glance. Purpose? Zhao Dequan was taken aback. What purpose can I have? I don't know you. Liao Dong disdainfully. After all, Zhao Dequan is the manager, and his acting skills are absolutely top-notch. Seeing Liao Dong's expression, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Ahaha, well, I didn't expect to be able to fool you. Okay, I admit that I have my own little thoughts. But it's not a big deal, it's just that I'm used to pampering myself, and I'm not suitable for fighting. If I want to survive in such a dangerous environment, I can only rely on you, Captain Liao. The two of us are not only colleagues, but we are still on the same boat now. If you can get some powerful treasures, can't I follow along? Oh? So that's the case? I just said that you are worthless. Hearing Zhao Dequan's words, Liao Dong laughed, and he no longer had too many worries in his heart. Because what Zhao Dequan said was the truth. The relationship between the two is indeed very ordinary, but how can they be regarded as half acquaintances? If he becomes powerful, he will definitely take care of him more or less. Okay, I understand. Hey, brother, don't knock on this room, this is our room, there is no one else in it. Just when Liao Dong was discussing with manager Zhao how to go to the opposite side, a man who was in charge of summoning the survivors just came to the opposite side of Liu's room. He raised his right hand, trying to knock on the door of the storage room opposite Liu. Xueli, who had heard the movement in the corridor a long time ago, went out early and stopped him. Is that so? Okay. Although the man was puzzled, he didn't think much about it. But in the next two rooms, Xueli and Shilei refused to knock, so he was a little confused. But fortunately, he didn't have time to care about this at this time. After calling all the survivors on Lu's side, he walked up to Xueli. How many of you can't go? Go, of course, you go first, we will come right away. Okay. Hearing this, the man no longer doubted. After the man left, Xueli opened the door and looked at Lu. Young Master Lu, are you ready? All right. Looking at the completely new Cangyun in front of him, Lu nodded in satisfaction. The hair was tied into a ponytail, the clothes were changed into loose t-shirts, the pants were changed into bigger version long jeans, and a pair of variegated sports models were added. Although it still looks clean, it has completely covered her exquisite figure. Then use cosmetics to yellow the skin and put on a black lady mask. It's almost like a different person. As for where these things come from? Of course, Lu prepared it in advance. In the arsenal, there are not only many weapons, but also many living supplies. Where, use, men's, women's all. Lu, do I have to dress like this? Cangyun looked at Lu pitifully, looking aggrieved. Of course. Lu smiled, if you go out in a normal way, you may cause a lot of trouble. Although I'm not afraid of trouble, it's better to avoid it as much as possible. But... Well, I'll listen to you. Cangyun originally wanted to say that it was ugly, but when she thought that Lu was now the core of the entire team, she had no choice but to obey Lu's arrangement. Soon Lu took the weapon and led Ding Feng and Cangyun to the back of the main force. After Shilei and Xueli made some preparations according to Lu's instructions. Follow it to see the excitement. Xiao Yang, look, that woman over there. Among the crowd outside the corridor, the thin man quickly turned the yellow hair around him with his hands. Huang Mao was a little irritable. When the hell are you still thinking about seeing women? No, this woman is really exciting. Hearing this, Huang Mao was also stunned, and followed the thin man's gaze. A woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but with delicate features and protruding backs appeared in their sight. Although there is still a handsome and tall man standing beside the woman. But the men around didn't care at all, and still cast their eyes on this woman from time to time. From this point, we can see the charm of this woman. Seeing this woman's superb figure, Huang Mao couldn't help swallowing. Tisk tisk, it really is. I didn't lie to you, did I? The thin man looked smugly at the woman's back. Hey, this peach shape is so pretty, I really want to go up and take a picture. Take a shot? Why are you desperate? Forgot how Brother Fei died before. Hearing Brother Fei, the thin man couldn't help but tremble in fright, and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Grass, why don't you pick which pot you don't open? Do you think I'm scaring you? Look. Huang Mao raised his chin in the direction of the woman, and the thin man also subconsciously looked over. When he found out that this woman was leading that man towards Lu, he was completely stunned. Fuck, this woman really knows that kid. Chapter 34. Why in many novels and movies, there are always some bastards who don't have eyesight to tease the beautiful heroine. Then let the male protagonist complete a wave of very old-fashioned pretending to slap his face? It's not all the author's fault. Because beauty is really a disaster. A woman is too beautiful to attract men easily. Just like a man who is too handsome can easily capture women. Lu understood this truth very well, so he changed Cangyun's face and put on a mask. This can cover her figure and appearance and reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles. When Lu brought a few people to the corridor, it's already full of people. In this group, there are not only Huang Mao, Xiaozi, Zhang Ming, but also Lu Jian, Zhao Dequan, and the ant who ran away. Seeing the protruding woman walking towards Lu, Huang Mao and the thin man were filled with fear. At the same time, I am also glad that I am not as impulsive as before. What if Lu, the murderous god, was really offended because of this woman? Will they follow in Brother Fei's footsteps? The answer is yes. Students, you look familiar. Is it the Yan University next door? Liao Dong was still counting the number of fighting members in the crowd, and Lu was thinking about his next move. A clear voice of doubt reached the ears of several people. Hearing this voice, they subconsciously turned their heads. Hey? Teacher Li! Professor Li! Seeing the person coming, Cangyun and Shilei exclaimed at the same time. Even Lu's eyes lit up. Because the person here is none other than Li Wanning, a beautiful professor who just transferred this semester from the economics department of Yanda University. Tall, with exquisite features, a pair of gold chain glasses made her more mature than ordinary women. Before the apocalypse, Lu also attended the class of this beautiful professor. Seeing her lecturing on the stage, Lu listened very carefully. Because the appearance of this beautiful professor is so alluring. She is different from Cangyun's youthful beauty. This is a unique taste of mature women, like a ripe peach, so young college students like them can't help but want to take a bite. However, every time she turned around and looked at the students in the audience with arrogance and cold eyes, most of the students would involuntarily look away, feeling a sense of awe and shame in their hearts. She is too beautiful and too good, she is like a goddess on an iceberg, people dare not look directly at her. But before, Liu just looked at her with admiration. But now, Liu had to doubt. Could this woman be the heroine? Liu, who is familiar with various novel routines, naturally knows what kind of existence the heroine is. First of all, in terms of appearance, they are absolutely one in a million, rare beauties in the world. No matter the size or appearance, it must be a first-class existence. Just like Cangyun now. Height 165, lordosis and back warping. As a female college student, in this general airport environment, there is actually a C and top? This is actually a bit unscientific. Second, their personalities are also different. Pure, cute, passionate, mature everything. In the end, of course, it is the woman who wants to have a relationship with the protagonist and finally become the protagonist. Because only women who become the protagonists can be called heroines. Chu Feng is a protagonist reborn in the last days. In addition to the fettered heroine in the previous life, I should also meet all kinds of girls in this life. This Li Wanning is a professor in the economics department of the university. A grey tight-fitting dress outlined her figure to the extreme. The expression on the beautiful face was unusually serious. It gives people a very special beauty of contrast, which makes people very eager to conquer. Such a beautiful woman appeared in this hotel less than 500 meters away from Yandan next door. All the signs indicate that this woman is likely to be the heroine in Chu Feng's script. After Chu Feng leaves school, will he come here to save her, and then take him on the road? Haha. Does this Chu Feng still have a love, harmony, teacher complex? Thinking of this, Liu suddenly thought of another question. The protagonist Chu Feng wants to take Li Wanning with him, he must give this woman some help. If it is possible, by the way, can you also come to pretend to be aggressive? Then the object of the slap should be. Are you really from the university next door? Seeing everyone call out her name, Li Wanning adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. A look of surprise. Yes, Professor Li, I have attended your class. Seeing the teacher, Cangyun seemed a little happy. Wanning, are they really your students? The man next to him, wearing a shirt and trousers, brushed his leather shoes until they were translucent, and a greasy-faced man asked politely. Liu looked at the man carefully. A line of information appeared in his line of sight. Name, Shen Bin. Age, 30. Height, 182. Weight, 142. Betrayal rate, 50. The betrayal rate of strangers has no reference value. However, it is rare for this guy to maintain his gentleman demeanor in such a chaotic situation outside. It shouldn't be wrong. Shen Bin sized up the crowd, and finally focused his gaze on Liu. Hehe, this classmate's family seems to be quite powerful. Not only is he wearing a famous brand, but he also has 2 bodyguards by his side. His eyes were very poisonous, and he could tell at a glance that Liu's clothes were authentic, and at the same time he could see the identities of Shueli and Dingfeng's bodyguards. Hearing Shen Bin's words, Liu didn't know what to say for a while. Why is this guy's focus so weird? Although my clothes have indeed been changed. The clothes prepared in the warehouse are also famous brands. But now there are so many monsters out there, why do you pay attention to other people's clothes? What's wrong with the bodyguard? It's nothing, I just said that casually. Shen Bin, what time is it, do you still care about this? Hehe, Wan Ning, do you know? This is a habit I developed when I was studying design abroad, isn't this just returning to China? Shen Bin had an innocent face, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Okay, don't talk about your experiences abroad. Li Wanning didn't like Shen Bin's open mouth and closed mouth, so she quickly raised her hand to interrupt him. You should think about what to do next. Do we need to go find something to eat with them? With them? Seeing Liao Dong who organized a counterattack in the crowd, Shen Bin's eyes flashed with disdain. Wanning, what are you kidding? They are so unarmed, wouldn't they die if they go out? But we don't have food anymore. It's okay, Wanning. You trust me. Shen Bin said confidently, in 3 hours at most, someone will come to rescue us. What if we don't come? Shen Bin didn't care and said, it's not too late to go out to find food if you don't come here. He is a high intellectual. After staying abroad for a long time, I just returned home recently. Because of his different knowledge and a little xenophobic fawning, he looked down on ordinary people like Chu Feng and Liao Dong at all. After the end of the world came, he hadn't adjusted to it yet. It is naive to think that the country will soon send a large force to the city to save people. He is handsome and self-confident, and has a superb beauty by his side, but he still can't accept the reality in a short time? It can be said that it is completely a typical representative of being slapped in the face in end-time novels. However, he is very good and has no awakening ability. It's not on the same level as a villain boss like Liu, it's just a trick for Chu Feng to pretend to be in front of Li Wanning. From the brief conversation just now, Liu can almost judge the villain's design of this guy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe I can take advantage of this Shen Bin? Thinking of this, Liu smiled. Mr. Li, is this your boyfriend? Chapter 35. Which room are you in? Hearing Liu's question, Shen Bin was calm on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. This kid with a sword is quite up to the mark. How could he have such sharp eyesight? Unexpectedly, Li Wanning ignored him at all, and just said 2 words coldly. No. Shen Bin lost his face a little bit. Wang Ning, can't you save me some face? Why save face? I don't like to play tricks. Li Wanning said indifferently. Yes, yes, no, no. But. Nothing but. Li Wanning interrupted him directly, and then looked at Liu. Students, have you seen the situation outside? Do you have any plans for the future? I don't have any long-term plans yet, but I do have some near-term plans. Oh. We are going to find food with them. Liu replied honestly. Let's go find something to eat together. Li Wanning was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly persuaded, but it will be very dangerous outside. It's okay, we have weapons. Liu raised the green sword in his hand. The hilt is new and the scabbard is rusty, a very odd combination. Even if you have weapons, is it dangerous? It's okay, we. Hey, little brother, hello, I'm Liao Dong, the security captain of the hotel. I heard you have a sword here. Before Liu could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. The person who came was none other than the security captain, Liao Dong. Seeing the other party staring at the sword in his hand, Liu didn't deny it either. That's what happened. Can I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Liu frowned. Take a step to speak. Can. Is such that. Liao Dong pulled Liu aside and directly explained his purpose. Heard that the other party wants to cooperate with you. Liu couldn't help being a little surprised. You want to work with me? That's right. I think there might be something wrong with the clothing store across the street. Let's go and have a look together. There are 7 or 8 young and strong security guards on my side, plus other survivors. There is no problem organizing a dozen people in total. With your help, our chances of success will be much higher. You think there may be treasures there, so you want to go there. Liu didn't rush to agree, but was the first to ask such a question. I have to say that the entrance to the secret realm feels too magical. Even if they don't know what it is, they still have the urge to find out. Hearing this, Liao Dong didn't deny it, almost. What if there's nothing in there? That's not a loss. Liao Dong said directly. Anyway, we have to go to the 2nd floor to find food and clean up the monsters in the hotel. It's just a matter of time. That's right, but I want to know, what good will it do me? Liu showed a smile that everyone understood. In fact, Liu never thought about cooperation. But he originally planned to let these people take the lead, so naturally he would not reject Liao Dong's proposal. If there is really any treasure there, we will be half of us. Liao Dong had already thought about the answer. As for the food downstairs? We can control it together, what do you think? Is that so? That's fine, I'll discuss it with them. Yes. Liao Dong nodded slightly. By the way, your name is Liu, right? Yes. After Liu finished answering, he turned around and returned to the crowd. In fact, this kind of thing is nothing to discuss. After all, he alone has the final say on this team. The reason why I say this is just for show. As for the final result of the two, there is no suspense at all. 2 minutes later, Liu found Liao Dong, agreed to the other party's request, and said, since it is cooperation, let your people come with me, and I will give you some weapons. Oh. Hearing this, Liao Dong's eyes lit up. Brother Liu, do you have spare weapons? She lay. Liu was too lazy to talk nonsense. Take him back to the room to get the weapon. Good boss. Shi Lei agreed and turned back to his room. These weapons were prepared by Liu in advance. So no one knows that Liu has an arsenal. Another few minutes passed. Looking at the 5 bone-chopping knives, 4 hand axes, 3 baseball bats, and 2 steel bars thicker than his thumb, Liao Dong was dumbfounded. My god, where did you get these things? When he was the security captain before, he did receive a notice that someone in the hotel was delivering goods upstairs and asked him not to stop it. He didn't care about it at the time, he just arranged the matter and didn't ask about it. Now it seems that it is this guy who delivers the goods upstairs? Don't worry about it, anyway, the weapon is given to you, and you can figure out the rest yourself. If you want these people to open the way for you, you must naturally let them have a certain fighting ability. Otherwise, if you are defeated by a monster, What's the point of playing? Anyway, Liu has prepared a lot of weapons like this. Even if all the survivors are armed, there is no problem. But Liu is a man who wants to form his own team. That in itself requires a lot of weapons. So whether it was for himself or for his future team, it was impossible for him to take out all the weapons. Giving them a small portion would be an outpouring of mercy. As for lending weapons to others, might it become a murder weapon to kill oneself? Liu wasn't too worried about this. After all, this is the first day of the last days. In the absence of a conflict of interest, it is difficult for someone to have a murderous intention towards the same kind at this time. What's more, all the weapons Liu gave them were melee weapons. For himself with supernatural powers and crossbows, the danger was very low. In addition, the villain's eye can help prevent gank, so Liu doesn't panic at all. Hearing Liu's words, Liao Dong was also sensible. Brother, yes, with these weapons, our chances of winning will be even greater. With the weapon contributed by Liu, everyone's confidence increased greatly. The dependence on Liu itself has also dropped a lot. Quickly. Under the leadership of Liao Dong, the survivors set off downstairs. The reason why they were chased to the 8th floor before was only because the monster came suddenly. People will involuntarily be afraid of unknown monsters. So the moment they see a monster, they will subconsciously run to a safe place. Now that they are mentally prepared, they will naturally not be as afraid of these monsters as before. You really want to go downstairs with them? Hearing Liu's words, Li Wanning asked a little worried. After all, Liu and the others are her students, and she doesn't want them to put themselves in danger. Of course. Liu looked at Li Wanning, but Mr. Li, don't worry, if we find food, we will definitely bring some back to you. Hey? This. Li Wanning was a little moved when she heard the words, but she still said, no need, this classmate, just take care of yourself. Mr. Li, which room are you in? Liu answered irrelevantly. 8046, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm just asking casually. Liu raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 36. This Li Wanning is really delicious. The curvy figure and the peach-shaped background make people want to look from behind. Even if she is not the heroine, Liu still has a lot of thoughts about her. But for Liu now, the secret place outside is the most important. So he didn't tell the other party too much. After bidding farewell to Li Wanning, Liu took a deep breath to divert his attention. Then he took Ding Feng and Cangyun back to the room and began to arm himself. One tactical vest for each person, and a dagger, a few pieces of chocolate and a bottle of water were installed in the tactical bag of the vest. The weapon in Liu's hand was still King Zi's sword, Ding Feng took a fire axe, and Cangyun took Liu's previous crossbow and carried a quiver on his back. A girl with a crossbow? It was a bit difficult, but for her, it was the most suitable weapon. Because among the three of them, she was the only one who didn't have close combat ability. After Liu casually taught her how to use the crossbow, he followed Liao Dong with the two of them. Thanks to Zhao Dequan's matchmaking, Liao Dong found Liu to cooperate. It saved Liu, who originally wanted them to take the lead, a lot of trouble. However, not all of these survivors are willing to find food. After all, many people are afraid of death. Those in charge of finding food were the strong men organized by Liao Dong. People like some old and weak women and children, Manager Zhao, Shenbin, and Huang Mao did not join the team. It has to be said that in the early days of the last days, some human beings were still very united and friendly. At least Liao Dong is willing to bring people to find food for other old, weak, sick and disabled. This alone is better than most survivors. When everyone in the hotel was advancing downstairs. On the other side, next to the green belt under the university dormitory building, Chu Feng passed all the way, stopped, and finally came to the entrance of the secret realm. Due to the large number of people and the proximity to the entrance, Tao Yang and the others had already entered the secret realm one step ahead of him. Look at the vortex of silver light spots in front of you. Looking at the irregular transparent crystal with black lines, which was about the size of an adult's fingernail, he took a deep breath. Whether you can snatch the treasure from them depends on you. Yes, this is a black iron grade crystal nucleus. The previous lizard man was a high-level black iron man. After he killed it, he directly produced this black iron crystal nucleus. No way, the protagonist is like this. After rebirth, luck is against the sky. You can encounter secrets when you go out. Just kill a monster at will, you can improve your strength. Anyone who saves anyone is a famous boss in the previous life. As for why Chu Feng was able to kill the high-level black iron lizardman, this seems to go without saying. You know, lizard people are a species. Since it is a population, the genes are of course uneven and can evolve. Where there is a beginner, there is an intermediate level, and where there is an intermediate level, there is an advanced level. There is nothing surprising about this. And monsters at the level of black iron will not have much more vitality than humans. Even the black iron mid-level sickle mantis has a very fragile body and head. A normal adult male, as long as he has a suitable weapon in his hand, is fully capable of killing this monster. Just like Liu who used the crossbow before. For Chu Feng, the high-ranking black iron lizardmen are not particularly difficult to kill. Although they are as tall as adults, their speed and strength have also improved a lot, and even their back defenses are more amazing than other lizardmen. But the weakness is still the abdomen and neck. The defensive power of these two places is equivalent to the difference between a 1 mm plank and a 2 mm plank. As a laborer who has struggled for 10 years in the last days. Of course Chu Feng knew their weaknesses. Coupled with 10 years of combat experience, even the high-ranking black iron lizardmen are no match for him. Liu, I hope you don't die too early in this life. After Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said this sentence, he stretched out his hand towards the vortex formed by the silver light spots in front of him. The whole person disappeared in place. Chu Feng wants to kill Liu, this is something that cannot be changed. Even if Liu deliberately left school on the first night of the apocalypse to avoid fighting Chu Feng prematurely, the two will also meet soon in the last days due to fate. Liu understands this very well, so while he is rapidly improving his strength, he is also building his own team. As long as one's strength and team are strong enough, the initiative will be in one's own hands. He glanced at the progress ahead. There are actually not many monsters on the upper floors. Most of them are lizardmen, and occasionally 1 or 2 scythe mantises are encountered. Zombies are just a few scattered ones. Facing a dozen or so men with Liu's weapons, they basically couldn't make any waves. Hey, these monsters are nothing more than that. Yet, as long as we are united, there is nothing to be afraid of. Be careful, everyone, don't take it lightly. Try not to make any noise, these monsters seem to be quite sensitive to sound. It's okay, the sound insulation effect of this hotel is very good. After killing some monsters, everyone was full of confidence. Not to mention the slower zombies and lizardmen. After all, the heads-up ability of these creatures is relatively weak. Without a scale, it is difficult to pose a threat to them who have weapons. The survivors cleared them all with only a few minor injuries. As for how the sickle mantis died? It has to be said that humans are really the species that uses tools the most. After only a short observation, they realized that the 4 limbs of the praying mantis were their main means of attack. Use the quilt in the hotel to attract the attention of the mantis, while others attack from behind. The 2-meter-long sickle mantis could not fly in the narrow hotel aisle. So one after another fell down. Everyone moved forward. 7th floor, 6th floor. The other old, weak, sick and disabled people on the 8th floor soon received the good news, and their courage grew accordingly. As soon as the big troops reached the 5th floor, they hurriedly followed to the downstairs room to search for food and weapons. Here are 2 loaves of bread. This is mine. Fuck, I'm starving to death. Can't the monsters killed by others work? Liu ignored them, just looked at the sword in his hand and frowned. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 0/100. The energy value of the weapon has not increased at all. From this it can be seen that there are certain limitations for King's Hejian to improve its rank. First of all, killing ordinary people has no effect, because ordinary people have no energy in them. Just like the ant Liu killed before, she didn't provide energy for King's sword. Secondly, at least monsters that have been injured by this sword are counted. Just like now. The corpses of some monsters can be seen from time to time in the corridor, but the energy value of the King's sword just doesn't increase. Could it be that there is some special power on this sword? You need to connect with monsters to absorb their power. Liu muttered to himself, then shook his head. Forget it, let's go to the clothing store opposite first. After finishing speaking, Liu randomly took a piece of clothing in a guest room. The clothes were then covered with blood and wrapped in plastic bags. It's tied around the waist. Young Master Liu, a good idea. Seeing Liu's actions, Dingfeng's eyes lit up. Liu also grinned, hey, let's go. Chapter 37 One Sent into the Soul. After discovering the monsters killed by others, he couldn't replenish the energy value of his King's sword. Liu directly joined the survivor hunting team. It turned out that his guess was right. If you want to increase the energy of the King's sword, at least you need to damage the monster with the King's sword before its life disappears. Otherwise, it is impossible to absorb monster energy for use. Liu wanted to avoid attracting others' attention when the King's sword absorbed energy. He found a suitable way. That is, each monster is only given 1 knife, and the sword is inserted into the monster's body without being pulled out. It doesn't waste physical energy, and others can't notice when absorbing monster energy. Seeing only the bronze-colored sharp blade, no one else would suspect anything. Then, weapon grade, bronze, energy value 1/100. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 2/100. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 16/100. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 17/100. The energy value of the green sword continued to increase, proving the survivors' strong combat effectiveness. After the survivors got Lu's weapon, they were invincible right away? It was true at the beginning, but the good times didn't last long. Because the further you go downstairs, the more monsters there will be. Moreover, the temporarily formed team is not united enough. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Liao Dong continued to lead people to advance slowly, and had already cleared to the third floor of the hotel. Lu's King Z sword also came to 49/100. And at this time, someone actually fought first for a little food? Drafting, I saw this piece of bread first, are you grabbing Nima coins? What do you mean you saw it first? Obviously I saw it first. Say one more word. Besides, it's me. It's Nima, get lost. Fuck, you dare to hit me? I'll kill you. You dare to hit my man, my mother will fight with you. Several people took tables, chairs, benches, and desk lamps, and smashed at each other indiscriminately. The crashing sound came and went. The end of the world has only just begun on the first day, and this group of people is fighting hard for a piece of bread. It can be said to be full of ugly behavior. In fact, at this time, although everyone is very hungry, they have not yet reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted. Especially since everyone has reached the third floor, the second floor is just around the corner. Forbearance, maybe the food found in the restaurant is enough for everyone to eat half full. But they still fought. Not for anything else, just to breathe in my heart. Everyone didn't know each other. In this environment, what is humility, have no idea. Do you dare to murder Lao Tzu, being arrogant and unreasonable? That Lao Tzu is not a vegetarian either. So the two sides fought without any scruples. Someone tried to persuade the fight, but to no avail. Because people who are angry are irrational. At this moment, the monsters downstairs were attracted by the sound of quarreling and smashing things upstairs, and they all started to gather on the third floor. 10, 20, and 30 soon formed a certain scale. Among them are lizardmen and zombies. Zombies are okay, there are not many of them. There are only 1 or 2 ordinary zombies that have evolved to the middle level. Ordinary zombies that have evolved to the middle level are not much more powerful than the low-level zombies. It will be faster than before. They still couldn't run away from the human beings who were trying their best to escape. The lizardmen are more powerful, because not only are there a lot of them, but there are also a lot of advanced to middle-level ones. The running speed of middle-level lizardmen is no less than that of humans. Liao Dong and the others were not dead men, they could only retreat temporarily when they encountered so many monsters swarming up. Run! Run! Liao Dong ran up the corridor with a large number of brothers and yelled. Those people who were searching for food came back to their senses and started running in all directions. Fuck! Help! Help me! Help me! What? Poor humans were once again torn apart by monsters. The mid-level zombies are not slow. After biting a human, they were killed by the joint efforts of the surviving humans. The few survivors who fought for food before were quickly overtaken by a few mid-level lizardmen because they had consumed a lot of energy. Then fall down and bite to death. Blood, internal organs, and brains were scattered all over the place. The screams came one after another. Do these lizardmen already have black iron middle level? Hey, one of them has evolved to a high level. The third floor is the chess and card room. At this time, the 3 of Luu were hiding in a glass room, watching the massacre outside. 2 mahjong tables and some benches blocked the door and their bodies. Young Master Lu, when shall we go out? Don't worry, wait for the monsters to disperse a bit. The corner of Lu's mouth raised, and he looked at the changed Yangyun beside him. Yangyun, did you see it just now? Look at it. Yangyun nodded slightly. Although Luu is now the core of the team, and she will not disobey Lu's orders, she still feels that there are only a few people who are as selfish as Manager Zhao. But now it turns out that apart from soldiers, it is difficult for ordinary people to achieve the word unity. Obviously, as long as they advance steadily, they may get a lot of food. But at this time, they fought for a little profit. Even attracted a lot of monsters? Some people are just not worth helping. Luu grinned and said, seeing that the lizardmen were almost scattered because of hunting humans, he fixed his eyes on the high-level lizardman who was lying on the ground and eating the corpse. Let's go, Ding Feng, cover for me, let's fight out. Good. Ding Feng nodded. Go out now? That big lizard is still eating there. Yangyun came back to her senses and let out a soft cry. That big lizard is obviously bigger than the average lizardman. The basic lizard is about 1.3 meters, the middle one is about 1.5 meters, and this lizard is at least 1.7 meters. The small green scales on his body have even turned black. Bazard? Hey, that's it. Liu tightened the sword in his hand, moved the bench and walked out lightly. Although he consumed too much in the morning, but physical strength and abilities can be recovered by eating. It just takes longer. Needless to say, recovering physical strength. In a high-intensity battle like his, no matter how much he ate and rested for 4 or 5 hours, he would recover to -% at most. However, the recovery speed of the ability is good. Liu did some calculations, and with his current level, he can probably recover 1 wind blade in an hour. In other words, from 10 o'clock in the morning to now, Liu's wind blade can be used 5 times. Glancing at the lizard man, Liu took a deep breath, and then held his breath. Name, Reinforced Lizardman. Level, Black Iron High Level. Die. When he was about to approach the lizardman, Liu suddenly jumped into the air. Holding the hilt of the King's sword tightly with both hands, it was a heavy stab aimed at its head. Although the lizardman looks like a human, it still retains the characteristics of a lizard. He has a keen sense of smell, but his vision and hearing are really bad. When lying on the ground to eat, it is difficult to find the enemy behind. Liu did not intend to do the mental calculation, and stabbed the King's sword down. The moment the blade of the King's sword touched the lizard's head, a faint bronze light seemed to flash. Puff! One shot into the soul. Hei Tai's high-level enhanced lizardman was actually nailed to the ground by Liu's sword? Okay, amazing. Seeing this scene, Cangyun was dumbfounded. Chapter 38 One accidentally promoted. This was the first time Cangyun saw Liu kill monsters alone. Surprised her unexpectedly? You know, when Liu went downstairs with everyone, Liu just followed up to make up the knife. Didn't show much fighting power. And now, she has seen how strong the defenses of the scales on the lizardman's head and back are. At least you take a bone-chopping knife, there is no way to break it open with a single knife. This lizardman's defense was obviously stronger than that of ordinary lizardmen. Liu actually pierced its head with a sword? Chi chi chi. The lizard man suffered from pain, his body twisted non-stop, and his strong tail frantically swept around. High-level lizardmen are much bigger than ordinary lizardmen. The power they possess is naturally stronger than that of ordinary lizardmen. In this case, if Liu desperately held it down, he would certainly be able to kill it. But this will definitely consume a lot of Liu's physical strength. So in order to save energy, Liu jumped forward without hesitation at all. While dodging the lizard man's attack, he twisted the King's sword and pulled it out, and quickly left the place. Chi chi chi. The lizardman, who had lost the bondage of the long sword, stood up abruptly, spitting out the letter. With its brain under attack, it went straight into crazy mode. It keeps attacking its surroundings with its forelimbs and tail. All the tables, chairs, and benches were knocked to the ground by it. Even the 2 low-level lizardmen who heard the voice and came to help were wiped out by its indiscriminate attack. Fortunately, it was its head that Liu stabbed. Its crazy attack didn't last long. About 10 seconds later, the lizardman fell heavily to the ground. The blood in the brain was flowing more and more, and the body was moving more and more slowly. Soon there was no movement. Liu walked over cautiously, stabbed it with his sword, but saw that it didn't respond. He poked it hard with the sword twice. The King's sword is very sharp, even if you don't use much force, you can easily pierce the tip of the sword into the lizardman's body. After stabbing several times and found that the opponent was indeed dead, Liu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, 3 lizardmen who hadn't caught their prey appeared in the sight of Liu and the others. 2 beginners, 1 intermediate. Seeing this scene, Liu didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly shouted at Cangyun who was in a daze. Stupid woman, why are you standing there? Hurry up and help me find it. Before coming down, Liu did not expect to meet the high-ranking Black Iron Lizardman. Therefore, there is no arrangement to search for crystal nuclei. But it's not too late to make temporary arrangements now. Looking for? What are you looking for? When Cangyun was yelled at by Liu, she was a little dazed, but when she heard Liu's words, she was even more dazed. Haven't rehearsed this session before? A thing with special energy that looks like a pearl or a gemstone. Liu didn't have time to explain in detail, so he said it quickly. Something like pearls or gems. In its head. I don't know, you. You should look for it first. Liu said quickly, Ding Feng, hurry up and cover. Coming. Are there pearls or gems in the lizard man's head? Hearing Liu's words, Cangyun was completely dazed. But at this time, she didn't have time to think too much. Quickly ran towards Liu. The people led by Liao Dong were scattered by the monster. Liu had expected this. There were so many monsters on the street outside before, many of them rushed to the hotel. With Liao Dong's dozen or so people, do you want to rush downstairs on the first day? Almost impossible. Seeing all the monsters rushing up downstairs, Liu didn't go to rescue the survivors. Instead, he took Ding Feng and Cangyun to hide for the first time. When the lizard people were almost dispersed, he walked out with the two of them. After killing the high-level lizardman, Liu was actually very speechless. Because he only knows that monsters above the high level of black iron may have crystal nuclei. But where the crystal nucleus is, he really doesn't know. So he could only ask Cangyun to search for the location of the lizard man's brain according to the routine in his memory. Liu's King Z sword is at the bronze level, and its power is much stronger than that at the black iron level. Originally, it was pierced through its head with a sword, but now it is very easy to break its head. It doesn't take much effort, just step on the lizard man's head, insert the sword back in and pull it hard in the opposite direction. The lizard's head was broken in half. It's just that the lizard man's appearance is terrifying and disgusting. Ordinary girls can't walk when they see it. But Cangyun is the heroine, she is always different. Seeing the three lizardmen running over, Liu and Ding Feng fought bravely. She took a deep breath, then summoned up her courage, suppressed her nausea, and stretched out her hand to the lizard man's head. It's just that she originally thought that her hands would be dirty and disgusting with the blood and brains of the lizardman. But the moment she touched the lizard man, her hand gave off a white halo that she didn't even notice. Then at this moment, she seemed to understand what? Cangyun quickly withdrew her hand, looking at her flawless fingers, she was surprised but said a word with certainty. There shouldn't be what you're looking for here. Liu pierced through the head of the mid-level lizardman who was rushing forward with a sword from his chin, should it? You're done looking for it so quickly. I didn't look for it, but please trust me. Hearing this, Liu subconsciously looked at Cangyun. Seeing the other party's serious but extremely anxious expression, he seemed to realize something. Alright, Ding Feng, let's go. Not every monster can have crystal nuclei. After the black iron is high level, the higher the level, the greater the chance of crystal nuclei appearing. Without the life of the protagonist, Liu can't force it. He had no choice but to rush downstairs holding the sword to protect Cangyun. Ding Feng kicked over a lizardman approaching him, and quickly followed. There is no reward for killing monsters, and there is no need to find crystal nuclei. Naturally, they don't need to kill all the monsters. Kick it away. Everyone ran wildly all the way, kicking all the lizardmen they encountered. The kicked lizardman did not chase after Liu and the others after getting up. Instead, he quickly ran to the lizardmen killed by Liu and began to devour their bodies. It's as if the temptation of these corpses is greater than the temptation of living people. Liu didn't pay attention to those monsters, and when Ding Feng ran to the entrance of the corridor, he immediately closed the door of the corridor. After stopping the monster on top, Liu let out a sigh of relief, and glanced at the King Z sword in his hand by the way. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 54/100. A black iron mid-level monster can gain 2 points, black iron high-level monsters, can it be increased by 3 points? Can. Although the strength of monsters is increasing. But the energy value that the King Z sword can absorb is also increasing? This discovery made Liu feel a lot better. At least this can prove that your contribution is directly proportional to your income. And he also found a problem. That is after the battle just now. Unknowingly, my physical strength has reached the black iron middle level? Accidentally advanced? He glanced at his personal panel. Name, Liu. Age, 21 years old. Height, 180. Weight, 136. Vitality, 20, 10 for a normal adult male. Mental power, 25, normal adult male value is 10. Strength, 21, 10 for a normal adult male. Dexterity, 19, 10 for a normal adult male. Enhancement level, Black Iron Intermediate. Chapter 39 Crystal Nucleus obtained. The ability level has not changed. But mental strength increased by 5 points, and the other 3 attributes increased by 4 points? How is this going? Although according to the system, this enhancement level is determined based on the value of the life force among the 4 attributes. As long as the value of vitality reaches 20 points, no matter how many other attributes there are, they can be regarded as Black Iron middle level enhancers. But system, can humans evolve by themselves without crystal nuclei? The system can answer some questions about Liu's body or the system itself. So after hearing the question in Liu's heart, the system's voice rang. The cosmic storm will awaken some special powers for human beings, but human beings cannot fully adapt to these powers immediately. Continuous use of these abilities can improve the adaptation time. In other words, humans can indeed evolve by themselves, but the strength of this evolution is very limited. Yes, host. Hearing this, Liu understood. Awakening a special ability is like giving someone a special pill. As soon as these special pills are eaten, the body can feel the effect of this pill. But the human body is a very complicated thing, and it will take a certain amount of time to fully absorb the medicinal power of these pills. Through exercise, this time can be shortened. In other words, if you keep fighting, your attributes should still increase, but this value may not be much. Liu estimated that if each attribute increased by 5 to 8 points, it should be the limit. Hey, Liu, what are you thinking? Yan Yun's voice brought Liu back to reality. Liu came to his senses and stopped thinking about it. After taking a look at the relatively safe corridor, he took a deep breath. Nothing. Let's go. Since most of the monsters on the first and second floors heard the noise, they gathered on the third floor to chase the survivors. So there are no monsters in the corridors on the first and second floors. Liu hardly encountered any obstacles from the third floor to the first floor. After killing the 2 junior zombies and the 3 lizardmen, Liu took 2 pot lids from the kitchen on the second floor as shields. The 3 of them came to the first floor cautiously. Close the aisle door. Liu brought the 2 of them to the cash register, using the cash register as a cover, and casually glanced at the current situation on the first floor. The lobby on the first floor was completely devastated at this time. Tables, chairs, and benches were crumbling, and shards of glass were everywhere. As far as the eye can see, there are no lizardmen. There are only 2 black iron mid-level zombies, and 2 high-level scythe mantises after eating enough. Scythe mantises do not attack living zombies. The zombies didn't attack the living scythe mantis? This is a very strange phenomenon. Name, Sickle Mantis. Level, Black Iron High Level. Another high-level Black Iron. Liu didn't have time to think about this. He glanced at the distribution of monsters and said in a low voice. Yan Yun, give me the crossbow. Yan Yun obediently handed over the crossbow. Liu put the King Z sword aside, took out the crossbow and pointed it at one of them, and continued to whisper. Ding Feng, I'll leave those 2 zombies to you. Be careful not to get bitten. No problem, just leave it to me. Ding Feng grinned, lifted the lid of the pot in his hand and whispered, with a shield, it's not so easy to be bitten. Yet. Liu nodded. Although the pot cover is not a real shield, it is not a problem to help block the attack of the zombies and buy a little time. For Ding Feng, who had strengthened his physique, this time was enough for him to kill the 2 zombies. In the same way, he aimed the crossbow arrow at the back of the head of one of the praying mantises. Liu took a deep breath. Prepare. The 2 sickle mantises have evolved to the high level of black iron, and they are larger than ordinary sickle mantises. But it is precisely because of this that Liu is easier to target. The 2 sickle praying mantises had bulging bellies, and it looked like they were full. Liu even wondered if these guys would evolve to bronze level after digesting the food in their stomachs. Fortunately, at this time, the 2 sickle mantises were resting in the hall with their eyes closed, and their vigilance was completely relaxed. Liu didn't hesitate either, and directly pulled the trigger of the crossbow after aiming at the back of the opponent's head. Call out! With the sound of piercing through the air, the arrow accurately hit the head of one of the sickle mantises. Chi chi chi! The sickle mantis suffered from pain, and instantly became manic. Liu didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly retracted his head back to the cashier, and handed the crossbow back to Yan Yun. The roar of the sickle mantis attracted the attention of another mantis. At this moment, Liu took a deep breath and rushed out from the bar. Die! There is no other word, holding the long sword tightly and facing another praying mantis is a wind blade. Swish! The stern wind blade headed straight for the sickle mantis with a huge gust of wind. Due to the high speed of the wind blade, the praying mantis was attracted by the screams of its companions, so it didn't react for a while. Even if it was a high-level black iron, it was caught off guard by Liu's wind blade at this moment. The wind blade slashed at its body and blew it away. Ding Feng took the opportunity to rush out and meet the 2 zombies. And the praying mantis shot in the head by Liu's crossbow arrow did not die immediately. It shook its head, supported its body forcibly, and flew towards Liu. But because there was still an arrow stuck in its head, and its stomach was too full, it thumped twice and fell from mid-air. Hey! Goodbye! The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and with the help of the flexibility of human feet, he quickly spared it to its side. Swing the sword hard! The bronze-ranked King Z sword went straight to the neck of the sickle mantis with an incomparably fierce momentum. Click! A head with disgusting mucus rolled to Yan Yun not far away. The sickle mantis was shot in the head by Liu's arrow. Coupled with eating too full, the speed slowed down a lot. So he was beheaded by Liu with a sword. Liu didn't have time to take a closer look, and quickly met another praying mantis that was struck by the wind blade but not fatally injured. Because the high-level vitality of black iron is very tenacious, Liu's wind blade's power is very limited now. So even though the scythe mantis was bleeding and its wounds were hideous and terrifying, its fighting power was still very strong. The high-level black iron mantis, the sawtooth sickle in his hand is at least 1.2 meters long. And extremely hard. But Liu is not false at all. After dodging the opponent's attack once, he chopped the green sword in his hand towards the right foreleg of the sickle mantis. Swish! The sawtooth sickle on the right foreleg collided with the King's sword, and it broke into 2 pieces without any suspense. It's so strong. Seeing Liu cut off the sickle of the sickle mantis with a sword, Yan Yun was stunned again. Is Liu's sword so sharp? Before nailing the big lizard monster with one sword, now cutting off the sickle of the sickle mantis with one sword? You know, the sawtooth sickle of the sickle mantis can pierce people and cut bones? Now it was cut off by Liu's sword? I don't know if it's because I've been with Liu for a long time. At this moment, Yan Yun suddenly felt that Liu was so handsome. Yan Yun, hurry up and find the crystal nucleus. Yan Yun thought about it. Liu's voice reached her ears. Yan Yun took a closer look, and there was only a mantis with a sickle left, and it didn't even have the power to resist in front of Liu. After being chopped off 2 hind limbs in a row, Liu had already pierced its head from behind. Oh, here we come. She didn't have time to think about it, so she quickly responded and ran towards the mantis head that had lost its life characteristics. Liu took the opportunity to glance at Ding Feng's side. Seeing that Ding Feng had successfully killed the 2 zombies, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly drew his sword, ready to split the head of the first scythe mantis. You don't need to break your head, I can sense the existence of that thing. Oh. This one doesn't. This one. This one, cut it quickly with your sword. Whoa. The head of the sickle mantis was cut off by Liu. Yan Yun put her hand into the brain of the mantis and fiddled with it a few times, then took out the transparent crystal with black lines. I found it, can you see if it's this? Chapter 40 The Role of Crystal Nuclei. The black iron high-level mantis is bigger than the average mantis. The black lines under the wings are also darker. Of course, the lethality of the sawtooth sickle is also stronger. Logically speaking, Liu's current physical strength is only at the middle level of black iron. Even if the sickle mantis hunts by flying, the speed itself is not fast. Liu shouldn't be its opponent either. But as I said before, the strengthening level is not the only criterion for judging a person's strength. The advantage of human beings is that their brains are better than these monsters. Not only will they use a variety of tools and weapons, but they will also use tactics such as sneak attacks and attacking east and west. Just like Liu just now. First shoot a praying mantis in the head with a crossbow arrow, use its cry to attract the attention of another praying mantis, and at the same time use its ability to surprise it. Plus the King's sword advanced to the bronze level. The 2 praying mantises were no match for him at all. After killing the 2 praying mantises, Liu hurriedly asked Yan Yun to find the crystal nucleus. Yan Yun, who was in a daze, came back to her senses and ran over quickly. Hearing that Yan Yun said that she could find the crystal nucleus without cutting her head, Liu was a little surprised. But the accident is only a moment. Because his purpose of bringing Yan Yun out. Apart from wanting to develop a relationship with Yan Yun and get her reward sooner. I just want to see what kind of power this woman has. Anyway, with his current ability, as long as he plays steadily, this woman will not be in too much danger. Now it seems that this woman's ability seems to be perception. She didn't perceive the first one. The second she sensed. Looking at the irregular transparent spar with black lines in her hand, Yan Yun handed it to Liu with joy on her face. It seems to be a very happy thing to be able to help Liu. How did you know it was what I was looking for? Liu took over the black iron crystal nucleus. Looking at Yan Yun, who was a little happy, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This woman's ability seems to be a bit special, right? Didn't you say you were looking for gemstones with special energy? Yan Yun was stunned. Liu corrected it, I mean, how did you find it exactly? I don't know. When I met that big lizard man before, I seemed to be able to perceive everything in its body. Yan Yun replied honestly, you said that you are looking for something that looks like pearls or gemstones and has special energy. I just touch it to know if it is there. What kind of ability is this? Forget it, I'll talk about it later. Ding Feng, come here and hide it for a while. Coming. Liu was a little puzzled, but he didn't have time to delve into it at this time, so he quickly called Ding Feng back to the cashier. Ding Feng followed to the cash register, and Liu carefully looked at the crystal nucleus in his hand. Non-attribute crystal nucleus, black iron level A crystal nucleus that contains special energy. After washing and eating, it can not only restore a lot of physical strength, but also allow the body to evolve again. Note 1. Crystal nuclei are divided into non-attribute crystal nuclei and attribute crystal nuclei. Eating non-attribute crystal nuclei can help humans recover their physical strength and strengthen their bodies. Eating crystal nuclei with attributes can help humans recover and strengthen abilities. Note 2. Ordinary people can use any black iron level crystal nucleus. Whichever crystal nucleus they use can awaken some ability, but there will be a death rate. The stronger the crystal nucleus energy, the higher the death rate. Black iron level non-attribute crystal nucleus, 50% awakening rate, 50% death rate. Note 3. awakened people have different awakening abilities and use different crystal nuclei. Using crystal nuclei other than the ability will not only have no effect, but may have side effects, and may even be life-threatening, so please use with caution. Since it was the first time for Liu to obtain the crystal nucleus, the information seen by the villain's eyes was also very comprehensive. 3 notes in a row, Liu couldn't keep his eyes open. All in all just a few words. Crystal nuclei not only have many grades, but also many attributes. Although ordinary people can also use the crystal core, and there is a chance to become an awakened person after using the crystal core, they can only use black iron grade 1s, and there is a great chance that the user will die directly after using the crystal core. Even the awakened ones can only use crystal nuclei that match their own abilities. Using crystal nuclei beyond their abilities will not only have no effect, but may also cause side effects. There is even a certain chance of death. However, Liu estimated that the death rate of awakened people who used the wrong crystal nucleus must be much lower than that of ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, at most it is invalid. Otherwise, what are awakened people called awakened people? That is to say, I have strengthened my body now, and I have also awakened the wind attribute ability. The crystal nucleus can only use the non-attribute and wind attribute. No, you can gain the protagonist's ability by killing the protagonist by yourself. If the protagonist has other abilities, can't you use the crystal nucleus of other attributes? It seems to make sense. Thinking of this, Liu smiled. Young Master Liu, what is the use of this thing? Seeing the smile on the corner of Liu's mouth, Ding Feng was a little puzzled. After they dealt with the monster, should they continue on their way, or find a place to hide? Looking for this thing? Pure waste of time. It not only creates a burden on everyone's physical strength, but also increases safety hazards to everyone. It can help us improve our strength. Liu didn't hide it either. Although according to the normal storyline, things like crystal nuclei will not be discovered until several days after the end of the world. Humans will know the effect after a few months. No matter how beautiful the stuff in the monster's brain is, most people wouldn't eat it. 1 year later, the function of crystal nuclei will become popular among human beings. But for Liu, this kind of secret doesn't matter at all. Help us improve our strength. How to improve? Eat it and you'll be fine. What? Eat it? Is it so disgusting? It's really disgusting, but you can't eat it indiscriminately. Hey, why is there no stain on it? Looking at the black iron crystal nucleus in his hand, Liu was a little surprised. The crystal nucleus grows in the brain of the praying mantis. It stands to reason that it should be taken out from the brain, shouldn't it be covered with blood or brains? But now, this crystal nucleus with black lines is crystal clear. Where can I see the slightest stain on it? This should also be my ability. Cangyun said with some uncertainty. It's your ability again. Liu squinted his eyes, could it be that your ability still has purification? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 41 Chu Feng is actually there? Doomsday is the end of mankind, but it is heaven on earth. From the top of the food chain, human beings have become slaughtered lambs. In order to survive, human beings must unite and resist foreign enemies. But the inferiority of human beings makes it difficult for them to unite together. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Originally, Liao Dong wanted to cooperate with Liu because of his supernatural ability and the King's sword. But Liu directly gave him a bunch of weapons, which directly raised their combat effectiveness to a higher level. So while cleaning the hotel monsters, Liu is no longer the main force, but follows the team forward. Originally, the two discussed that they would go to the clothing store across the street together. If there are treasures there, both sides will be half of each other. But with Liu's personality, how could it be possible to be half with the other party? So he took the two of them downstairs directly. When Liu asked her ability, Cangyun shook her head blankly. I don't know either. All right, asking is tantamount to asking for nothing. Even she doesn't know what's going on, let alone Cangyun. However, judging from the current situation, Cangyun's hands have the ability to sense and clean, but they don't have much fighting power in themselves. It seems that the awakened auxiliary system ability is gone. Also, a doomsday survival team with special abilities, fighting power alone is not enough. Multiple supports are not a bad thing either. Thinking of this, Liu stopped thinking about it and put the crystal nucleus in his trouser pocket. He didn't eat this crystal nucleus immediately. Because the data clearly stated that it can not only help humans evolve, but also help restore physical strength. I still have at least % of my physical strength left. Wouldn't it be delicious to eat it when the physical strength is almost exhausted? Ding Feng, I'll throw this out later to attract zombies, and then we'll rush over there. After figuring out the abilities of crystal nucleus and Cangyun, Liu no longer considered anything else. He took off the blood-stained clothes and said very calmly. No matter what kind of monster, they are very sensitive to the smell of blood. Use blood-stained clothes to divert their attention. Good. Ding Feng nodded. Rush over there directly. Cangyun was a little scared. What if there is no hiding place over there? Life is not a game, there is no chance to start over. In the game, you can pull monsters desperately, and then run while looking for shelter. If you fail, try again. But the reality is different. If you fail once, you have no chance to try again. It's okay, we don't need a hiding place. Liu said calmly. There is the entrance to the secret realm, and you have entered the secret realm directly in the past, so where is the need for a hiding place? Ding Feng and Cangyun didn't know this, and felt a little uncertain. But Liu is now the core of the team, and he also has the ability to predict. So they can only choose to believe in Liu. Under the leadership of Liu, the three of them started to act desperately. Meanwhile, the 7th floor of the hotel. Zhao Dequan brought his team to this floor. I live downstairs from Liu. Looking at the bruises on his face in the mirror, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fighting over a piece of bread and attracting monsters? Hehe, what a bunch of idiots. He rubbed the bruise on his face, walked slowly to the chair next to the French window and lay down. Looking at the clothing store from a distance, he let out a sigh of relief. Those two guys, if only they could die downstairs together. Zhao Dequan muttered to himself looking at the ceiling. As long as Liao Dong and Liu die together. In this place, he is the boss. With his management ability, it is too easy to subdue other people and support himself as the boss. He looked at the beautiful young woman with the child in the room. In my mind, I thought back to the superb female teacher I saw in the crowd before. Zhao Dequan raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as Zhao Dequan was daydreaming, there was a commotion downstairs. Immediately afterwards, all the surrounding monsters ran in one direction. When the monsters were almost gathered, 3 figures came out from another position without a sound. Hey, why are there only these 3 people? Where's Liao Dong? Manager Zhao couldn't help being taken aback, and then he saw a huge scythe mantis and 5 or 6 lizardmen chasing after it. Hey, are you still alive this time? Seeing Liu and Ding Feng throwing the pot shield out to attack the monster, Manager Zhao grinned. But in the next second, he froze in place. Damn it, Xiao, disappeared. Mystery. It is an independent space that exists outside the real world. Due to the angle, not many people can see the entrance of this secret realm. Except for Liu and his gang, there is only one Manager Zhao at present. Liao Dong, it was Manager Zhao who deliberately told him the news for his own selfishness. But Liu didn't care about this at all. Because now in the entire hotel, only the 3 of them came to the secret place. As the 3 of them ran into the clothing store and touched the silver vortex, they felt a sense of weightlessness. Then it became pitch black around the 3 of them. What? Cangyun exclaimed, but was stopped by Liu in time. Before she could react, the 3 of them had already got their feet on the ground and regained their sight. My god, what's going on? Is this too unreal? Looking at the suddenly changing scene in front of them, Cangyun and Ding Feng exclaimed at the same time. Even Liu had to marvel at the magic of this secret realm. This is a sunny canyon. The mountains on both sides of the canyon are continuous, green hills and green trees, birds and flowers are fragrant. In front of everyone, there is a winding mountain road. At a glance, after 100 meters, they went around into the deep mountains. Behind him is the familiar vortex of silver light spots. In theory, it should be the exit of the secret realm. We actually came to another space. It's incredible, isn't it? Don't be emotional, let's go in and talk. Liu had been prepared for a long time, so the surprise in his heart was only for a moment. After saying this, he took the King's E-sword and prepared to open the way ahead. Seeing this, Ding Feng quickly chased after him. Young Master Liu, let me go ahead. It's okay, let's do it. Liu didn't want ink marks. Although the road ahead was winding and winding, it looked spacious at first glance. The flowers, plants and trees on both sides of the road are also normal, and there are no monsters on the road. In this case, it is the same for whoever goes ahead. Of course, you should be careful, you still have to be careful. Seeing that Liu insisted on this, Ding Feng couldn't say anything. But as everyone clenched their weapons, they proceeded cautiously. A smell of blood and internal organs suddenly came over. Just when everyone raised their vigilance, a conversation came to the ears of the 3 of them. Hey, let me say Chu Feng, there is no point in our stalemate like this, why don't we each take a step back? Okay, you go and lure the monster away, and I'll go inside to get the treasure. That's boring for you. Tao Yang said speechlessly, we are classmates after all, why don't you trust someone so much? Sorry, I can't trust anyone. Chu Feng mocked with disdain, either you lure the monster away, I will go in to get the treasure, and half of them will come out, or no one will even want to go in. The short conversation inside left Liu dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't believe his ears. Damn it, Tao Yang! Chu Feng? Why are they here? Chapter 42 Who induces monsters, who takes the treasure? Liu took the two of them to the depths of the canyon. I didn't see any danger along the way. After turning left and right on the winding mountain road, after about 300 meters, they could smell a strong smell of blood and internal organs. Then I walked in and heard the conversation just now. Hearing this conversation, Liu was really a little confused. Because he was very sure that only Cangyun, Ding Feng and himself were the only ones who entered this secret realm. How did this Chu Feng and Tao Yang get in? Liu didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly walked in with Cangyun and Ding Feng. Soon, a huge canyon clearing appeared in front of everyone. The open space is huge, at least as big as 2 basketball courts. Although there were many big trees on the mountain opposite the clearing was flat and free of weeds, and the yellow soil was compact and dry. A series of footprints on the ground and some rickety corpses are shocking. Liu glanced at him casually. Those footprints are bigger than humans, but I don't know what kind of monster it is. The corpses are those of monkeys, they look like golden monkeys. It's just that its size is more than 3 times larger than that of the golden monkey. They were different in size, and they lay all over the ground. Visually estimate at least 10 or more. Blood, brains, and internal organs were everywhere, and the strong and pungent bloody smell and the stench of internal organs came from here. Of course, these are not the key points. The key point is that there are 5 people sitting in the open space near the edge of the road. The ratio of the number of people to dash is about 10 meters apart. Chu Feng will not talk about it, Liu is very familiar with him. At this time, he was putting his backpack aside and lying on it to rest. And that Tao Yang, Liu also knew. As for the sports committee members of other classes, the two are considered to be a little friendly, usually talking nonsense, chatting and so on. My god, what happened here? Seeing this scene in the open space, Cangyun couldn't help but let out an exclamation. If it weren't for her black mask to help filter out the smell, she would have vomited again after smelling the smell. Ding Feng has much better adaptability, although he was surprised, he didn't express too much. And the 2 groups of people sitting and resting in the open space also looked in Liu's direction. Liu. The moment he saw Liu, Chu Feng froze in place. What's happening here? Shouldn't Liu be in the junior school building, how come here? Damn it, Liu. Boss? Why are you here? Tao Yang and Wujiang were also very surprised. Because they never thought that besides them, there are other people who can enter this secret realm? And the person here is the rich 2nd generation they all know? Liu did not answer Wujiang's question immediately. Instead, he quickly glanced at everyone present. Apart from Wujiang, Tao Yang also had 2 roommates. One is Wan Hai and the other is Tong Ziahua. Both of them were seriously injured at this time, their arms, thighs, even shoulders, and lower abdomen were all bandaged. The lips are dry and pale, and it can be seen that there is too much blood loss. Because it was just some simple measures to stop the bleeding, Liu could still clearly see those wounds. Some were caught by monkeys, and some were bitten by monkeys. Wujiang and Tao Yang were also slightly injured, but they were much lighter than the 2 of them. Hehe, is that interesting? Liu put the long sword back into its sheath, and grinned. How can you still meet acquaintances in such a place where the birds don't shit? Boss, how did you get in? I still want to ask you. Liu took Cangyun and Ding Feng to a safe distance from both parties. Wujiang, Tao Yang, how did you get in? Hey, it's a long story. Tao Yangjiang, who was sitting on the ground, propped up his tired body and said, we were taking refuge in the dormitory. It was Kiangzi who saw a vortex formed by a silver light spot in the corner outside the dormitory. We fought all the way there, touched the vortex with our hands, and then came here, but we came here from here. Tao Yang pointed to the other side in the opposite direction from Liu. Liu followed the trend and saw that at the other end of the open space, there was the same path as when he came in. In other words, this secret realm has 2 entrances? Is that so? Liu smiled, then turned his head to the side and pretended to be surprised. Hey, isn't this Chu Feng from our class? Why are you here too? It's none of your business. Don't make me feel weird there. Chu Feng suppressed the surprise and killing intent in his heart, and replied coldly. He never thought that the first meeting with Liu after his rebirth would be in this secret realm. Although he wished to tear Liu into pieces, it was definitely not at this time. You boy, how do you talk? Hearing that Chu Feng's tone was very rude, Ding Feng played the style of a villain's subordinate, and directly spoke up for Liu. What? Do you want to teach me a lesson? Chu Feng glanced at Ding Feng, with a disdainful smile on his lips. He's the main character, and he's reborn. He knew Liu and Ding Feng's abilities well, so he had no fear at all when facing Ding Feng's provocation. You. Ding Feng, don't be impulsive. Ding Feng was obviously irritated by his disdainful expression, he clenched the fire axe in his hand and wanted to step forward, but Liu stretched out his hand to stop him. As a villain, he knows it very well. Although Ding Feng's strength is not weak, even with the same weapon and no special abilities, he is not his opponent. But he definitely can't beat Chu Feng. Rushing forward like this can only give Chu Feng experience. Liu thought for a while and ignored him for the time being, but wanted to ask Tao Yang about the general situation. Following Tao Yang's explanation, Liu understood a general idea. It seems that the secret realm does have two entrances. And Tao Yang and the others came in from another entrance. They didn't find any monsters along the way, but when they came to this clearing, they were attacked by those mutated monkeys in the surrounding trees. These mutated monkeys are all black iron intermediates. They didn't dare to fight at all, so they could only fight and retreat in the direction of the entrance. As a result, he happened to meet Chu Feng who came in. The monkey attacked indiscriminately, so naturally it would not let Chu Feng go. Chu Feng didn't have time to think about it, so he could only eat the crystal nucleus to restore his physical strength and help them deal with these mutant monkeys. Liu took a look. There were indeed many monkey corpses at the entrance to another secret realm. He nodded slightly, and continued to ask. The next thing is even simpler. After solving the mutant monkey, they didn't immediately start a war with each other because of the treasures that might appear in it. After casually discussing the distribution of benefits, we came to this open space together and worked together to deal with the remaining monkeys. In other words, is the treasure in that cave? Liu muttered to himself looking at the cave in the mountainside in the distance. The paths of the two entrances to the secret realm are symmetrical and form a line. On the left is a huge mountain, the mountain goes straight down, and there is no road at all. On the right is that clearing. The clearing is one step higher than the road. At the end of the open space, there is also a big mountain. On the side of the mountain, there is a huge cave with a width and height of more than 2 meters. Not bad. Tao Yang didn't hide it either, it's just that there is a very powerful monster inside, we can't beat it, so we discussed and decided to let a person with good physical strength lead it away first, and the rest go inside to get it. Treasure. But no one wants to be this monster-inducing person. The corner of Liu's mouth twitched. Thinking of the conversation he heard before, and hearing Tao Yang's explanation, he guessed the current situation in an instant. The treasure is in the cave, but there is still a very powerful monster inside. Who is going to attract monsters and who is going to get treasures has become a problem. If they are all trustworthy own people, then there is not much to say. But Tao Yang and Chu Feng obviously didn't trust each other. In addition, after solving the mobs, both sides have almost exhausted their physical strength, so the current situation has been formed. No one wants to go in to attract monsters, so just spend time outside. Judging by the time, the two sides spent at least an hour. It seems that I came at the right time. Chapter 43 Cangyun likes me. Liu did not expect that there would be two entrances to a secret realm. I didn't expect it, because of the entrance distance and the number of monsters. Tao Yang and Chu Feng came in earlier than him? But if they haven't got the treasure yet, then he is not too late. Even saved the trouble of cleaning up those mutated monkeys? Thinking of this, Liu looked at Chu Feng again, with a playful smile on his lips. You need someone to attract the monster's attention to get the treasure? Chu Feng, you are the only one on your side, why don't you quit? Boss, don't underestimate this Chu Feng, he is very powerful now. Wu Jiang made a timely reminder. Although his awakening ability is good now, he no longer feels that Liu is his boss. But surface work still needs to be done. Really? Liu pretended to be surprised. Underestimate Chu Feng, how is that possible? This guy is the protagonist. How could I underestimate him? Chu Feng snorted coldly, what are you? Just quit if you tell me to quit. Hearing this, Ding Feng became angry again, boy, be careful what you say to me. I don't pay attention, you bite me. Chu Feng still had a disdainful expression on his face, but he had no intention of taking the initiative. Because in the early days of the end of the world, no matter whether it is a supernatural person or a strengthener, the combat effectiveness will not be much different. Now the distance between the two sides has exceeded 3 meters. This distance can be regarded as an absolutely safe distance. It is almost impossible to kill the opponent by hand. So he needs to look for opportunities. Oh shit! Chu Feng! Liu once again stopped Ding Feng from attacking him, and asked knowingly, why are you talking so aggressively? Have I offended you before? No. Chu Feng said with cold eyes, but I just see you unhappy. According to the normal timeline, the two are still in a normal classmate relationship. Liu's evil deeds towards him in his previous life also started long after the end of the world. But Chu Feng's hatred for Liu couldn't be expressed clearly in a few words, so he didn't even bother to use the method of pretending to be a snake and waiting for an opportunity. Lu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although Lu doesn't know what Chu Feng's awakened ability is, I also know that as the protagonist, Chu Feng's strength and luck will not be too low. Even if he made a move at this time, he might not be able to kill him. But being so repeatedly provoked by the opponent, how could Lu endure it? But just when Lu was about to make a move, Cangyun suddenly spoke. Hey, why do you talk like this? We are all classmates, are you targeting Lu like this? Cangyun's silver bell-like voice made Lu stop immediately. It also made Chu Feng stunned in place. Why is this voice so familiar? It's between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. The end of the world came for more than 6 hours. But just these 6 hours, to most human beings, it seems like a century has passed. Just like Cangyun now. For more than 6 hours, she basically stayed with Lu. The two have been through too much. Her attitude towards Lu has also undergone a 180-degree change. At least seeing Chu Feng talking to Lu like this, she couldn't help but want to stand by Lu's side. Lu, who heard Cangyun's voice, also came back to his senses. Chu Feng is the protagonist, so it shouldn't be so easy for him to kill him. Maybe I can use Cangyun myself? But Chu Feng, who heard this, was extremely surprised. Because this voice was too familiar to him. He subconsciously looked at Cangyun and sized her up carefully. What are you looking at? Seeing the other party staring at her intently, Cangyun curled her lips. Am I wrong? You are Cangyun. Chu Feng couldn't believe it, and asked again tentatively. Because Cangyun at this time was wearing a black lady's mask. Wearing a tactical vest and beggar's jeans, his hair is also tied into a ponytail. Cangyun and the Cangyun in his memory are completely two people. It's just that the sound is deep in memory. You know me. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Cangyun was stunned. Because according to the normal timeline, she still doesn't know Chu Feng yet. The two hadn't even had a few face-to-face encounters at school. Cangyun. Isn't it? Is she Cangyun? Tao Yang and the others were also surprised. Because the entrance to the secret realm is usually very hidden. The way to the entrance of the secret realm is usually very dangerous. How could a weak woman like Cangyun come here? Are you really Cangyun? Chu Feng didn't care about Tao Yang and the others. When he heard Cangyun admitting his identity, he immediately became excited. Because he was able to discover the entrance to the secret realm just to go to the teaching building to save Cangyun. Now Cangyun actually appeared directly in front of him? This Nima. So what? Cangyun didn't react a little, but she still mustered up the courage to admit her identity. It's just that Chu Feng reacted to her acknowledgement of her identity. No, you're not Cangyun. Chu Feng murmured to himself and shook his head. If you were Cangyun, how could you be with Lu? Cangyun appeared with Lu. Whether it's the walking posture of the two or the tactical vests they are wearing, it proves that the two are now in the same team. He didn't believe that his goddess Bai Yueguang was so familiar with a scum like Lu. The script of the previous life was not like this. Chu Feng, what you said is wrong. Hearing what Chu Feng said, Lu couldn't help but smiled playfully. It's no secret that I like Cangyun in our class. Why is it impossible for Cangyun to be with me? No, it's impossible. You lied to me, you're definitely not Cangyun, you're definitely not. Is there something wrong with you? I'm not a star, how can someone pretend to be me? Cangyun was too angry. My own people are standing here, can't I prove that I am myself? You took off the mask. Chu Feng spat out a few words coldly. Face mask? Oh yes, masks. Pick it up and pick it up. Cangyun didn't bother to talk nonsense with Chu Feng, so she quickly took off her mask. Soon Cangyun's pretty face and exquisite facial features appeared in everyone's sight. My god, is it really Cangyun? It's incredible. Boss, when did you spoil Cangyun? Just kidding. Tao Yang and the others were surprised again. Chu Feng seemed to be stimulated by something. No, how could you be Cangyun? How could you be Cangyun? You are really sick. Cangyun wanted to refute, but saw Chu Feng talking to himself like nervous. She was too lazy to talk. Chu Feng, are you alright? Lu also pretended to be kind and said, although I know that there are many people in our school who like Cangyun, but now it seems that you like her too. Chu Feng took a deep breath, ignored Lu, and looked at Cangyun again. 10 years of end-time experience made him calm down very quickly. Cangyun, tell me, why are you with him? Why? Me? Cangyun was at a loss for words because she was raped by Lu last night. Although she doesn't care about it now. But you can't say it directly in front of so many people, can you? Chu Feng, you are really strange. Fortunately, Lu helped her out in time at this time, and put his right hand around her shoulder. Cangyun was caught off guard by Lu's arms, but after her face turned red, she didn't choose to dodge. That expression of refusal and welcome directly explained her position. Although I'm not a narcissistic person, I think I'm not bad. Now that the outside is so chaotic, I have awakened the ability to protect her. We are a natural match. I like her, and she also likes me. Isn't it reasonable to be together? You're talking nonsense. Yan Yun obviously likes me, it's me. Chapter 44 Shrimp Meets Flood Dragon. Chu Feng was strongly stimulated by Lu's natural remarks, and suddenly roared loudly. In his mind, Yan Yun is perfect, kind, gentle, and pure. In the previous life, he was also in love with him. But how can a girl like Bai Yueguang fall in love with a scum like Lu? It's just that when he said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wu Jiang, Tao Yang, and the two roommates looked confused. In a moment. Fuck, brother Yang, is Chu Feng out of his mind? You actually said that Yan Yun would like him? How funny. Who said no? Don't piss and take care of yourself like a dick. The four of them taunted Chu Feng with each other, and looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Well, typical tricks to taunt the main character. Before the end of the world, money is definitely one of the most lethal weapons for women. In the hearts of all the students, although Yan Yun is pure and beautiful. But it's not unacceptable to be with Lu. After all, Lu is really as he said, he is not bad, and his family is rich. Such a boy is simply a girl killer. Although Yan Yun's being with Lu would make others feel that she has become a lot vulgar, but it's better than liking a poor dick like Chu Feng, right? In fact, let alone Wu Jiang and Tao Yang, even Yan Yun herself was in a daze. Yan Yun likes you? Hee hee. Lu also smiled, and turned to look at Yan Yun. Yan Yun, he said you like him. Who likes him? I don't even know him. When Yan Yun heard the words, she quickly separated her relationship with Chu Feng, and even looked at Chu Feng with a look of disgust. Yes, you read that right, it's disgusting. The former Chu Feng was just an unknown commoner. And Yan Yun is a goddess-level school flower who is full of stars. How could she notice such a nameless boy as Chu Feng? What's more, Chu Feng's current behavior is really like a neuropathy, so. I'll just say. Forget it, we ignore him. Lu smiled and ignored Chu Feng for the time being, but looked at Wu Jiang. Hey, Wu Jiang, you guys must have awakened some ability to get here, right? Hey hey. Wu Jiang smiled and did not deny Lu's statement. Lu didn't beat around the bush, and gave Ding Feng a wink. Ding Feng, go and see that cave first. Is it the same as what they said? Remember to stay away and pay attention to safety. Okay. Young Master Lu. Without further ado, Ding Feng cautiously entered the woods next to the clearing, and then walked towards the cave. After a while, Ding Feng turned around lightly. Lu tilted his head. How? Ding Feng suppressed his surprise, and replied, it's true, there is a very strange light inside, and there is a big monkey that looks a little manic. Crazy big monkey? Okay, I get it. Lu nodded, thinking about it in his heart, looked at Tao Yang again and said his purpose. Tao Yang, I think your physical exertion is also quite serious. Yes, do you want to make a deal? Deal? What deal? Help me get the treasure inside, and I will protect you afterwards. Hearing Lu's words, Tao Yang couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then seeing that the other party didn't mean to continue, he couldn't help uttering two words, it's gone. No more. Lu confirmed the other party's guess. Tao Yang couldn't help laughing. Lu, do you think I'm an idiot? Let us attract monsters and help you get the treasures? Why don't you attract monsters and help us get the treasures? I can also provide you with protection afterwards. Although the relationship between the two at school is okay, they are just superficial friends. There are so many monsters outside now. In order to gain a foothold in the last days, they paid the price of 2 serious injuries and 2 minor injuries, and finally came here. Then this kid Lu actually said such a thing? Doesn't this mean that you let yourself give up the treasure to him? Are you kidding me? In fact, let alone him, even Yan Yun and Ding Feng felt that Lu's request was a bit unrealistic. Because no matter how stupid Tao Yang is, he can't be so stupid. But they still underestimated how cruel Lu was. Lu said calmly, you have no choice now. Tao Yang squinted his eyes, and heard that Lu's tone was wrong. What do you mean? Including me in my team, there are currently 2 fighters. Lu calmly let go of his right hand that was holding Yan Yun's shoulder, that is to say, I can let Ding Feng lure away the monster, and I can go in and get the treasure by myself. But I am more cautious in my work, so before I go to get the treasure, I must minimize the risk. Do you understand what I mean? You. Yan Yun and Ding Feng were dumbfounded when they heard Lu's words. Tao Yang and Wu Jiang were also stunned. What does this guy want to do? Lu ignored him at all, looked at Wu Jiang and continued, Wu Jiang, although you were my brother before, I'm not sure if you still want to be my brother now, so I can only feel sorry for you. Oh, by the way, based on the current state of the two of you, no matter what abilities you awaken, you should not be my opponent, so don't try to resist. As soon as these words came out, Tong Xiahua and Wan Hai were fine. After all, they have no fighting power and can only be slaughtered. Tao Yang and Wu Jiang were immediately stunned. What does this guy mean? If I don't help him attract monsters, will he do it to me? Are you threatening me? Tao Yang clenched his teeth, his face uncertain. Originally, he thought that after the end of the world, his performance was considered outstanding. Brave, decisive, capable, courageous, and not reckless. But now he understands after seeing Liu. What kind of shit is outstanding? Comparing these characteristics of myself with this guy's ruthlessness, they are nothing short of insignificant. A small shrimp meets a dragon. Not bad? I'm just threatening you. Liu remained calm, and I only give you 30 seconds to think about it. Swish. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he pulled out the King Z sword again, and walked slowly towards Tao Yang and Wu Jiang. Boss, you really want to do something to me? Seeing Liu walking towards him with the gleaming green sword, Wu Jiang came back to his senses with a dazed expression on his face. You know, yesterday, he was still Liu's follower. Now that the end of the world is coming, Liu actually doesn't care about his past affection at all? Help me get the treasure inside, we will still be brothers in the future, otherwise I can only say sorry to you for my own safety. But you can also rest assured, because of the past, I will at most make you lose your fighting power, I won't kill you. Chapter 45 Yanyun and number 039, S ability. Liu's tone was unusually calm, but what they heard was horrifying. Because they could tell from Liu's tone that this guy was definitely not joking. People who can come here during this time period generally have 2 points of ability. In addition, the state of the two of them is indeed very poor. So at this time, they only have 2 choices. Either fight Liu desperately, or help Liu attract monsters. Desperately, needless to say. Seeing Liu's full confidence, they dare not bet on whether Liu has the ability to make the two of them lose their fighting power. With such a dangerous situation outside and all medical equipment paralyzed, losing combat power is equivalent to losing life. So Tao Yang wanted to try to shift the target. Why don't you let Chu Feng help you attract monsters? Tao Yang gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly. Whoever handed over his loot to others would feel uncomfortable. He's the only one. Liu glanced at Chu Feng out of the corner of his eye, and said don't care, one person threatens me, how can it be as big as the two of you? You go and help me attract monsters, and Ding Feng Feng helps me keep an eye on him. Make a decision quickly, there are still 15 seconds left. Hearing that Liu was being unreasonable, Tao Yang clenched his teeth. And Wu Jiang looked at Liu, then at Tao Yang, unable to make up his mind for a while. To be honest, he is different from Shilei. Shilei is willing to continue to be Liu's younger brother because he doesn't know if he has the ability to awaken. After seeing Liu's strength, he was willing to continue to be Liu's younger brother. But Wu Jiang has awakened a powerful force. Possess such awesome power, but still be someone else's younger brother? He is not crazy. But if you don't want to be Liu's younger brother now, are you going to fight Liu with Tao Yang? Thinking is only a moment, and the sound of Liu's countdown has reached their ears. 19. 8. 7. Okay, boss, I'll go. In a hurry, Wu Jiang quickly opened his mouth and directly expressed his position. A wise decision. Tao Yang, how about you? After Tao Yang heard this, he also cursed angrily after a while, damn it, I admit it this time. Hearing what the two said, Liu raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. There are treasures in the cave, and a huge monster. If you want to get the treasure, you need someone to lure this monster away. Liu clearly knew that Chu Feng wanted to kill his reborn protagonist. So of course he would not go to Chu Feng to help him attract monsters. As for Wu Jiang and Tao Yang, the reason why they agreed to Liu's request was because Liu's sense of oppression was too strong. The kind of self-confidence that would overwhelm them made them dare not act rashly. He didn't even have the courage to run away. Why dare not escape? Not to mention whether they can run past Liu with their remaining physical strength, and even if they can, what if there are two seriously injured? Are you going to throw them away and run away? Throwing them away will not only add a reputation of treachery, but also lose 2 teammates, and also lose the treasure. What's the point of escaping like this? Although that monster is strong, there is no need to fight it head-on, it is enough to lure it out. So desperately or helping, they can only choose the latter. As for whether they have thought about joining forces with Chu Feng to abolish Liu first? Of course I have thought about it. But this thought was only for an instant, and it was rejected by the two of them. Needless to say, Wu Jiang often bullied Chu Feng before the end of the world. Let him join forces with Chu Feng to deal with Liu? Will Chu Feng miss him? It would be nice not to kill him. So the probability is basically zero. The same is true for Tao Yang, who has always looked down on Chu Feng. The two of them didn't trust each other just now, and they almost fought to the death. How could it be possible to cooperate with Chu Feng? But then again, if they really chose to join forces with Chu Feng to deal with Luoyu might really be in trouble. Of course, it's just a little troublesome. Because of their current state, they are really not Luoyu's opponents. Maybe Luoyu couldn't kill Chu Feng, who was so lucky, but Luoyu was sure to kill them first. Have you been underestimated? Hearing the conversation between Luoyu and Tao Yang, Chu Feng came to his senses. Although Yan Yun's incident hit him hard, he has experienced the end of the world for 10 years after all. It's impossible to just collapse because of this. So no matter what the situation is with Yan Yun and Luoyu now, he also planned to kill Luoyu first. As long as Luoyu is killed, everything will be revealed. He had no chance to kill the opponent before. But now in the last days, arrogant people often have no good end. Now that he was underestimated by Luoyu, the opportunity came. As for why he didn't use threats to ask Tao Yang and Wu Jiang to help him get the treasure, it was because the abilities of the three of them were very similar, and the two opposite him were very dissatisfied with him. If you fight, it will definitely be 2-on-1. He is sure to beat the opponents. But he wasn't sure about destroying one, and let the other retain the strength to attract monsters, and even allowed himself to preserve enough strength. That's why he has spent up to now with Tao Yang and others. It's just that he didn't expect that there would be other people coming to this secret place. And this person is Luoyu, who he has always wanted to get rid of. Now that you've decided, let's get ready. Luoyu glanced at Chu Feng from the corner of his eye, and said slowly. In fact, according to the normal plot line, this secret realm is really tailor-made for the reborn Chu Feng. The reason why it became the current situation. All the variables come from Luoyu. If Luoyu didn't prepare supplies in advance in the hotel, then the survivors in the hotel would have no weapons. Without their help to clean up the monsters in the hotel, it would be impossible for Luoyu to come to this secret place in such a short time. Since Luoyu is not in the hotel, then Wu Jiang will not appear in Tao Yang's dormitory when the end of the world comes. In other words, originally only Tao Yang, his companions, and Chu Feng himself would appear in this secret realm. Everyone else should be absent. Chu Feng only needs to use iron and blood methods to destroy Tao Yang's companions and threaten Tao Yang alone. But now, because of Luoyu's change, there are many more people here. Wu Jiang, Ding Feng, Yan Yun, and Luoyu himself. The existence of Wu Jiang made it impossible for Chu Feng to form an absolute crushing combat power. Therefore, the time to seize the treasure has been forcibly delayed until now. I'll take them to a safe place first. Tao Yang looked at the two seriously injured roommates and said to Luoyu. Attracting monsters can be dangerous, and they can cause problems if they stay here without combat power. Hearing this, Luoyu nodded and did not refuse. He was not afraid that Tao Yang would take the opportunity to escape. Anyway, only one person is enough to pull monsters. He's gone, isn't there another Wu Jiang? Just when Tao Yang was about to take the two of them away, Yan Yun's voice sounded again. They have too many wounds, let me deal with them first. Oh. Hearing this, everyone was surprised, including Luoyu. Because Yan Yun didn't have anything like a first aid kit on her body. What does she use to treat other people's wounds? Only Chu Feng was alone. Once again, my heart hurts like being stabbed with a knife. Yes. Yan Yun's ability is neither perception nor purification, but to heal. In his previous life, he liked Yan Yun because of this ability. Even today, he still remembers how the other party looked when he was healing and bandaging himself. But now. Chapter 46 This Kiss Hidden Murder. After the end of the world, human beings have awakened some supernatural powers. Healing is one of them. This ability has turned some human beings who are completely ignorant of medical skills into medical masters. They can perceive the body structure and problems of all living organisms, and use their own abilities to repair them. It can be said to be an absolute medical miracle. It was this ability that Yan Yun awakened. As for why his hands have a purification function, that's because the late awakened ones have very strong vitality. Even if the internal organs are ruptured, full recovery is possible. In other words, these healing awakeners sometimes need to use their hands to help others repair their internal organs. When repairing internal organs, you need a pair of sterile hands. In the post-apocalyptic world where bacteria and viruses are everywhere, except for countries and some large survivor bases, only the awakened ones of the healing department are born with this ability. After Yan Yun finished speaking, she looked at Luoyu, as if asking for Luoyu's opinion. Okay, let's go. Luoyu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Those two guys have lost too much blood, even if the wounds are treated now, they don't have any fighting power. But just in case, Luoyu took Ding Feng and walked over with Yan Yun. Because the four of Taoyang have experienced life and death together. So now that Yan Yun wanted to treat their injuries, they wouldn't have any other ideas. Soon Yan Yun checked the injuries of the two of them, hesitated for a while, and started to treat them directly. She put her hand on the bloody wound on Wan Ha's arm. Immediately afterwards, a group of faint white light flashed. Those horrible, blood-stained wounds began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The big ones are getting smaller, and the small ones are scarring. My gosh, this is amazing too. It's incredible. This is a miracle. Seeing this scene, everyone was amazed. Even if they had awakened some special powers, they were amazed after seeing Yan Yun's treatment method. You know, this is the recovery speed visible to the naked eye? As time goes by, the treatment ends quickly. Yan Yun wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a sigh of relief. I'm really sorry, my current ability is limited, and I can only do this to this extent. Healing the two didn't last long. Because under the influence of Luu, Yan Yun knew to preserve her strength. So she simply dealt with the more serious wounds of the two of them. It's okay, it's already fine. Wang Hai couldn't help laughing as he saw how many wounds he had recovered. Tong Xiahua also said, Thank you, Yan de Xiahua. You are welcome. Seeing that it was almost the same, Luu went to help Yan Yun up, and handed her a coincidence force. Hehe, I didn't expect your awakened ability to be healing. I didn't expect it either. I just saw the injuries on their bodies and wanted to try it on a whim. Didn't expect it to be possible. Yan Yun was a little tired, but she looked happy. After all, the ability she awakened now is much more useful than it seemed before. With this ability, she will no longer be a drag in the team. Okay, you two can go. Luu smiled, stopped discussing this, and waved directly to Tong Xiahua and Wan Hai, telling them to leave here. Since their wounds had stopped bleeding, they rested for a long time, and now they have been treated by Yan Yun. So they can barely walk already. Hearing Luu's words, the two looked at Taoyang, who nodded helplessly towards them. Seeing this, the two could only turn around and leave. Looking at the backs of the two, Luu was not in a hurry, but supported Yan Yun first, and came to a place not far from Chu Feng. 3 meters is a safe distance. Luu knew that Chu Feng was very vigilant, so when he got to this position, he didn't go any further. Hey, Chu Feng, look what this is. Okay. Hearing Luu's words, Chu Feng raised his head subconsciously. Then he saw a picture that he would never forget. Luu held Yan Yun's face in his hands, and then kissed her directly. Yan Yun was caught off guard and easily succeeded by Luu. At this moment, Yan Yun's eyes widened with disbelief. Because she never expected that Luu would suddenly attack her in front of so many people. She wanted to resist, but as a woman, how could she be Luu's opponent? And this feeling. Gradually, Yan Yun wanted to push Luu's hand away, but her strength became weaker. And Chu Feng? Seeing this scene, a surge of hostility spewed out instantly. The girl in Bai Yueguang who was gentle and bandaged her wounds in the previous life, unexpectedly. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Chu Feng roared wildly in his heart. At this moment, a wind blade suddenly flew towards him. Back in time a few minutes ago. In fact, at the beginning of the last days. Ability users are weaker than enhancers in hunting monsters. After all, the power of the strengthener is continuous, and the power user can only use so many powers a day. Although Luu can be regarded as a double cultivator of magic and martial arts, it is completely unacceptable to Chu Feng, who has 10 years of experience in the end of the world. Luu, who has never experienced the end times, how can he adapt to the end times in such a short period of time? Why did you come to the secret realm? And Yan Yun has such a good relationship with him? It's impossible, it's impossible. Seeing Yan Yun with Luu, and seeing Yan Yun going to heal the two guys over there requires the consent of the bastard Luu. Chu Feng, who was sitting on the ground, grabbed his head vigorously. Can't accept this fact at all. Is this world not my original world? I was just reborn in a parallel space. Wei Jianjun is not here, and the sword has been bought? I found that apart from the end of the world and these familiar people. After everything failed to match his memory, Chu Feng began to doubt his life. He didn't want to believe all this was true. At this moment, Luu brought Yan Yun to a place 3 meters away from him. Hearing Luu calling him, he raised his head subconsciously. After seeing Luu and Yan Yun kissing each other directly in front of him, he, who was already a little unstable, couldn't hold back immediately. In his previous life, Yan Yun was his heart knot. After rebirth, in Chu Feng's heart, he had already regarded Yan Yun as his own woman. Now that bastard Luu dared to do such a thing with Yan Yun in front of him? In front of my face, forget it. Yan Yun actually struggled a little, but didn't resist anymore. How could she not resist? How can you not resist? All the hostility spewed out at this moment. At this moment, Chu Feng just wanted to kill Liu to vent his anger. But who knows, Liu shot faster than him. When Liu sensed that he was in a bad mood, he let go of Cangyun and threw a wind blade at him. Call. The gust of wind howled, and the blade hit in it. Liu's kiss actually concealed murderous intentions? Chapter 47 Liu vs Chu Feng. Liu's wind blade is still very powerful. Now the distance between the two sides is only about 3 meters. If this wind blade hits Chu Feng accurately, then, even if Chu Feng won't lose his fighting power directly like Fei Chen, he will definitely lose the qualification to compete with Liu. But Chu Feng is the protagonist after all. Not only does he have 10 years of memory, he also has 10 years of fighting experience in the last days, and even some fighting methods in the late last days. So even if the relationship between Cangyun and Liu was abnormal, he had some mental problems. He also keenly sensed the danger the moment Liu raised his hand. Grass. Sensing Liu raising his hand, Chu Feng subconsciously rolled to the right to avoid Liu's fatal blow. Puff. A piercing pain came into his mind from his left shoulder. The cuffs of the white t-shirt were cut open by Liu's wind blade. The flat dirt ground behind him was also punched by this wind blade like a sword mark. The bright red blood slowly dripped down Chu Feng's arm. My god, is this a supernatural power? Space system ability? No, it's the wind element, right? Look at Chu Feng's hair and clothes. Seeing Chu Feng's clothes and hair blown by the strong wind, Wu Jiang and Tao Yang were stunned. No wonder this guy is so confident, so he awakened the wind ability. Although in the early days of the end of the world when hunting monsters, people with supernatural abilities did not have an advantage over strengtheners. But if the enhancer and the ability user are singled out, the ability user just awakens a powerful offensive ability. For example, fire, wind, thunder, etc. Then, in the case that neither side has received any special training, the enhancer will definitely not be able to defeat the superhuman. What's more, in Liu's situation, he still belongs to both magic and martial arts. Oh shit! Holding the fire axe, Chu Feng clutched his left arm and gritted his teeth. Liu, you bastard, why did you attack me? Why did I attack you? You don't have any clues in your mind. Liu held Cangyun behind with his sword and said coldly, don't you think I'm uncomfortable? It's just right, I also don't like you. Whether it's for the reward for killing the protagonist, for getting the treasure safely, or for the previous provocation by Chu Feng. Liu was very upset with Chu Feng. This way of attack was also planned by Liu long ago. How could this be? Seeing the coldness in Liu's eyes, Chu Feng couldn't believe it. Because in his mind, Liu is a rich second-generation idiot. He doesn't know anything by himself, so he relies on his awakened ability to accept the younger brother. A false face to anyone. Just like when Liu first entered the secret realm. But now why does this guy know how to distract himself with Cangyun? So do it yourself? Isn't this scientific? This guy's early scheming shouldn't be so deep, right? It is also impossible to have such a high defense against oneself. Could it be that he was really reborn in a parallel space? Or did he do it to himself just to grab the treasure inside? Or maybe what he said just now caused a butterfly effect, making him not want to hide his true thoughts? Chu Feng quickly shook his head and quickly put these thoughts behind him. Okay, since you want to fight, let's fight. Are you going to fight one by one, or both of you? I can solve you by myself. Ding Feng was also angry, and stood up directly. Damn, you need 2 more people to clean up, you little bastard. Is it? Chu Feng squinted his eyes and focused on Liu's sword. Another familiar object. Of course, it's just familiarity. Because when he saw this sword in his previous life, it had a golden light. It is completely different from the current bronze sword. Cangyun. Liu stared at Chu Feng and spoke suddenly. Although he still has a lot of chess pieces that are useless. But he still doesn't believe that with his current strength, plus Ding Feng and a black iron crystal core, he can't beat a half-crippled Chu Feng? Okay. Go to the exit of the secret realm and wait for me. Are you going to kill him? She didn't know why Chu Feng would get so angry when she kissed Liu. I don't know why Liu suddenly attacked Chu Feng. But she didn't know why, as long as she thought that Liu was going to kill Chu Feng, she felt a little uncomfortable. You don't want to see me kill him? Liu didn't turn his head, and didn't answer the question. I just don't want you to become a killer. Cangyun bit her lip and mustered up her courage to find an excuse. Even if she knew that this excuse might make Liu angry. Oh. Not only was Liu not angry when he heard this, but he raised the corner of his mouth. Are you afraid that you will be afraid when you lie next to me at night? Cangyun was dumbfounded, she never thought that Liu would say this suddenly. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Liu directly. Don't worry, I promise you, try not to kill him. Really? Cangyun was stunned. Liu said lightly, of course it is true, you should leave now. It is good. Yun nodded this time, and ran in the direction she came without hesitation. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chu Feng's heart twitched again. Lying beside him at night? I am Nima. Chu Feng, who had calmed down, became irritable again. Liu ignored it and said directly. Ding Feng, be careful. Don't worry, leave it to me. Facing the arrogant Chu Feng, Ding Feng couldn't wait. Holding the fire axe tightly, he took 2 steps forward. Liu also clenched his long sword tightly, ready to deal a fatal blow to Chu Feng beside him. Promised Yan Yun not to kill him? How is it possible not to kill him? It's one thing to promise Yan Yun, but it's another thing to be able to do it. Liu can try not to kill other people, but Chu Feng must die. Ding Feng is Liu's bodyguard and has fighting skills. Although there may be a certain gap with Chu Feng, but with Liu's assistance, it will not lose too quickly. Seeing the posture of the 2 men preparing to attack, Chu Feng clenched his teeth. Because of his physical strength, there is really not much left. He was attacked by Liu just now, so he just said to let the 2 of them go together, it was just a bluff. Although it is still no problem for him to escape from Liu now, but he is tough with Liu? He didn't think he had a chance of winning. Do you really want to give up the treasure that is close at hand? No, never. Thinking of this, Chu Feng is going to replace Ding Feng with his previous fighting skills. But Liu would not give him a chance. When the 2 fought with axes, Liu was not only waiting for the opportunity. And Chu Feng, I didn't expect that you also like Yan Yun. Chu Feng couldn't help being taken aback by this sudden sentence. Call. Ding Feng swung his axe vigorously. It slashed right in front of his face, almost breaking his head. Chu Feng was taken aback, and quickly put his thoughts back. Liu continued, are you upset with me because of Yan Yun? I can understand, man. Chu Feng, Liu, by the way, Yan Yun's lips are sweet, you know that. Chu Feng, Liu, her figure is also very good, with a slim waist, when she lies in front of me at night. Chu Feng shouted, Liu, should I draft it? Chapter 48 Chu Feng and number 039, S defeat. It has to be said that 10 years of experience in the end of the world has allowed Chu Feng to develop a powerful ability. In addition, he has been fighting since the end of the world. So his current attributes are no worse than Liu's. In other words, if the 2 sides are in full state, they will fight in melee. Even if Liu and Ding Feng are together, they cannot be his opponent. After all, the strength of a person's combat ability is not only related to the weapon in hand and the level of self-enhancement, but also fighting skills are a very critical part. Whoever is strong does not necessarily win. But now, when Chu Feng came in to help Tao Yang deal with those mobs, he almost exhausted his energy. Even if he recovered a little while sitting there, he was still in a much worse state than Liu and Ding Feng. Coupled with Liu's sneak attack, he cut a big cut in his arm, and blood kept dripping down his arm. In this case, the more you delay, the worse it will be for him. Of course Chu Feng also understood this very well. So he needs a quick fix. But who knows, Liu seems to be able to see his weakness. While he was fighting Ding Feng, he kept talking beside him. It's fine if it's just an ordinary talk, Chu Feng is completely confident that he can calm himself down quickly with his unyielding heart, thus repelling the 2 guys in front of him. But everything this guy said was related to Yan Yun. Lips are sweet? Willow thin waist? Still lying in front of him? My mother, how did this make him suffer? While dodging Ding Feng's axe, he roared and was about to rush over to smash Liu to death. Are you in a hurry? The corner of Liu's mouth twitched. With 25 points of mental power, his concentration is much stronger than that of ordinary people. He was the first to catch the flaw in Chu Feng's emotions, and then raised his hand and hit him with a wind blade. This point of time happened to be when Chu Feng was most emotionally unstable. Call, puff. The wind blade brought a gust of wind and swept towards Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng had already predicted the direction of Liu's wind blade in advance by relying on his special ability. But when he was in a state of rage, this ability would be greatly reduced. And his body is not as strong as in his previous life. When facing Liu's wind blade, there was no time to dodge. Chu Feng clenched his teeth and let out a scream. A long gash was cut in the right abdomen immediately. Blood soon stained his skirt red. Because the wind blade released by Liu was compressed. The closer you are to the center of the wind blade, the stronger the wind will be. It's too far away to feel the wind. So Chu Feng, who was not hit in the front, was just turned sideways by the strong wind, and took a step back at the same time. At this time, Ding Feng saw the opportunity and stepped forward to kick. When people fight with each other, if ordinary people were hit by Liu's wind blade, they would easily lose their balance. After losing his balance, he had to face Ding Feng's stormy attack. But Chu Feng is not an ordinary person. He has rich combat experience and quick reactions. He forcibly twisted his body to avoid Ding Feng's kick. Then, relying on the fire axe in his hand, while forcing Ding Feng back, he quickly moved to the left. Asshole, bastard! Seeing the wound on his lower abdomen, Chu Feng couldn't help cursing angrily. It is impossible for Liu to fight Chu Feng in close combat. So he just stood there and looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, kneel down and apologize to me, and I will forgive you. Apologize? I mean your mother. Court death. Liu snorted coldly. Ding Feng agreed and rushed forward again. The person who had a feud with Chu Feng was Chu Feng's previous self. It has nothing to do with who I am now. But the attitude this guy showed from the very beginning was that he wanted to kill himself. The kind who is unwilling to even look for an opportunity to assassinate. What? Feel like a dish, are you sure about yourself? Liu, you bastard, wait for me, we will meet later. Seeing Ding Feng rushing again, Chu Feng had no time to think about it, and hurried towards the entrance on the other side of the secret realm. Yes, he is going to run. Although he continued to fight, Ding Feng was not his opponent. But he, who was already exhausted physically, was injured twice by Liu's ability. The second time, or a serious injury. In this situation, he no longer dared to fight, and quickly used his life-saving skills to escape into the distance. Want to run? Hey! Liu had expected that the other party might run away, so he waited for him on the only way. By killing him, Liu can not only get rid of a confidant, but also get his ability. But Chu Feng ran so fast and moved coquettishly that Liu's wind blade could not be locked at all. The most important thing is that he didn't fight Liu at all, and after dodging Liu's sword, he didn't stop there. Fuck, how can this kid run so fast? Seeing that the other party opened a distance of several meters in an instant after dodging his sword, Liu couldn't help but want to curse. He wants to chase, but he can't catch up at all. Take a closer look. There seems to be a slight energy fluctuation in Chu Feng's feet, and his running speed must be at least 30% faster than himself. Judging from the distance between the two sides and Chu Feng's running speed, the wind blade can't hit at all. Nima. Is this fake? Not to mention Liu and Ding Feng, even Tao Yang and Wu Jiang were dumbfounded. Chu Feng's running speed is simply outrageous, even faster than Wu Jiang, who is good at escaping, in full state. This is the speed that an injured person can achieve? Looking at the back of Chu Feng disappearing in the direction of the exit, Liu frowned. Oh shit! Is it because luck is not lost, so he can't be killed? Or is it just pure strength? Liu thought about it quickly and thought it should be the latter. After all, since I came from the end of the world to the present, my weapons have become stronger, and my body strength and abilities have been naturally improved, and I have not actively strengthened it. It seems that you are still a little anxious. Thinking of this, Liu couldn't help but feel a little pity, but at this moment he didn't have time to think about anything else. Ding Feng, chase after him and take a look, be careful. Okay, young Master Liu. Ding Feng nodded and followed Chu Feng. Seeing Ding Feng walking away, Liu quietly put the black iron crystal nucleus in his trouser pocket into his mouth. The black iron crystal nucleus is as big as an adult's fingernail. It's almost like taking medicine. The crystal nucleus is cold in the mouth and has no taste. After Liu held it in his mouth, he unscrewed the bottle of water he carried with him, and took 2 mouthfuls. The crystal nucleus was washed into Liu's stomach in this way. After the cold crystal nucleus entered Liu's stomach, it quickly turned into a warm current. Starting from Liu's stomach, it spread rapidly towards the limbs of the body. In less than a minute, the warm current washed away the exhaustion from Liu's whole body. This feeling, very cool. It feels more refreshing than taking a hot bath. Before Liu could enjoy this feeling, a system prompt popped up. Ding, you have recovered a lot of physical strength. Ding, you have strengthened your body, the result of the strengthening, vitality +1, strength +2, agility +2. Liu glanced at his attribute panel. Vitality, 22. Mental power, 26. Power, 24. Agility, 22. This is the attribute panel after Liu's enhancement. No attribute crystal nucleus, will not strengthen mental power. The other 3 attributes will also get different non-attribute enhanced crystal nuclei according to the different types of monsters. The energy contained in the non-attribute crystal nucleus is also different for different monsters. Some are more powerful, some are more agile, and some are more vital. In short, for normal reinforcers. Generally, the black iron level non-attribute crystal nucleus, the total enhanced attribute will not exceed 5 points. Only very few can have 6 points. As for why Liu wanted to eat this crystal nucleus at this time? That's because he used one shot of his ability to kill the sickle mantis, and 2 more shots to deal with Chu Feng. Only 2 shots left. Without enough physical strength, if he only had 2 wind blades, he might not be able to restrain the 2 guys in front of him. In addition, I will go inside to get treasures later. So he ate it without hesitation. Looking at the 2 people who were at a loss in the distance, Liu took a deep breath. Tao Yang, Wu Jiang, it's up to you next. Chapter 49 The Secret Realm Treasure. After Liu led 2 people to kill the 2 high-level praying mantises on the first floor of the hotel, there was only a little more than % of his physical strength left. After killing a few monsters along the way, there are not many left in this secret realm. In order to ensure his own deterrence and absolute safety, he ate the crystal nucleus without the slightest hesitation. So Tao Yang and Wu Jiang were dumbfounded. When Yan Yun healed his 2 roommates, they didn't think much about it. After all, Yan Yun was saving them, and it was impossible for them to repay their kindness at that time. But after Liu suddenly launched an attack on Chu Feng, they were thinking whether to gamble for their own future. Take the opportunity to kill Chu Feng and Liu together, and swallow the treasure inside alone? Unexpectedly, the battle between the 2 sides ended too quickly. Liu actually attacked with words and hurt Chu Feng for the second time? So they decisively abandoned the idea. Later, I saw that Liu was a little out of breath and transferred Ding Feng away when he was very tired. Their idea came up again. But now Liu seems to be fully recovered? What happened? Don't worry, we keep our word. Aware of the recovery of Liu's physical strength, Tao Yang didn't have time to investigate further, so he could only say something reluctantly. He dared not run away or resist. Because his ability to awaken is just strength. His professional name is also very simple, called Lishi. It is characterized by great strength and tenacious vitality. But because his speed was not fast enough and his physical strength was too great, it was impossible for him to resist Liu's wind blade with his own flesh and blood. And he doesn't have special life-saving skills like Chu Feng. Can't fight and run, what can he do? As for Wu Jiang, let alone. He had a natural fear of Liu. If it wasn't because of his awakening of special abilities, he wouldn't even have the guts to have another heart. Now seeing that Liu has supernatural powers, he also gave up resisting. His awakening ability only allows him to run faster, have higher defense power, and stronger attack power. He can't outrun Liu even when his physical strength is exhausted too much. So he can only obey Liu's arrangement like Tao Yang. Tell me first what's going on with the monkey inside. Liu took the 2 of them and approached the cave cautiously. You said before that you couldn't beat this monkey? Have you ever beaten it? It was indeed fought. This is how it happened. Following Tao Yang's explanation again, Liu understood a general idea. The big monkey inside is very special. As long as you don't mess with it, it won't even come out of the cave. It won't come out even if all of its little brothers die. After killing the last dozen or so monkeys, they went in and lured this big monkey. I found that this monkey is very big, and looks very irritable and fierce. If they can't beat them, they can only run for their lives. But after fleeing for a certain distance, they found that the monster was not chasing them, and then they came back here for the treasure. Based on their judgment and analysis, they felt that this monster should not be too far away from the cave. That's why they discussed a plan to pull monsters and seize treasures. Liu wasn't sure how much of what they said was true, but he had his own way of identifying it. Wu Jiang, you go to attract monsters. Tao Yang, you go ahead. Wu Jiang's ability to awaken is different from ordinary abilities. Because his awakened abilities belong to the animal system. Yes, human beings can not only awaken various abilities, but also awaken animal genes. Awakened people who have awakened animal genes will not only retain human characteristics and intelligence, but also possess the characteristics of this animal. The power of the 2 is superimposed on each other. Like Wu Jiang. The animal gene he awakened is not a lizard, but a dragon. Of course, not the eastern dragon or the western flying dragon, but dinosaurs. Deinonychus. Normally, his strength and speed are not much stronger than ordinary people. Once in combat mode, his body and limbs will automatically transform into Deinonychus. Strength, agility, attack, and defense will all be improved to a certain extent. This is also the reason why after he entered the secret realm, he was only slightly injured in the face of so many mutated monkeys. It's just that his ability has just been awakened, and his development is not particularly complete, so he looks more like a lizard. As for whether he will betray himself in the future? Liu didn't care at all. Anyway, he has the eyes of villains, and he has plenty of ways to subdue them. Taking Tao Yang to hide at the cave entrance, Liu beckoned to Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang had no choice but to stand in the middle of the cave. At this time, Liu realized that this guy didn't wear shoes. Wu Jiang didn't know what Liu was thinking. After taking a deep breath, the skin on the exposed hands and feet began to mutate, the color became darker, and the skin became wrinkled. From a distance, it seemed to have a large number of scales. Soon the fingers and toes also became claws. Just no tail. This guy's ability looks quite strong, doesn't he? Liu narrowed his eyes and had some thoughts in his mind. Although Chu Feng was not killed, Liu felt it was a pity. But judging from Chu Feng's performance just now, if this guy doesn't have other cards, he shouldn't be able to make a big splash. So Liu still decided to take the treasure inside first. It's coming, damn it. While thinking about it, Wu Jiang, who was attracting strange things, suddenly cursed and ran out of the cave in panic. Next up. Squeak. A 1.8-meter high monkey caught up with Wu Jiang. It moved quickly and was very irritable, completely ignoring Liu and Taoyang at the entrance of the cave. Liu came back to his senses, and quickly called Taoyang to go inside. At the same time, he glanced at the monkey that ran out. A line of words appeared in his sight. Name, Mutated Golden Monkey, Leader. Level, Black Iron High Level. Explanation, the power of the abyss has eroded their brains and changed their genes, causing them to lose their original intelligence while also producing varying degrees of mutation. Note, although the mutated primates will lose their original intelligence, they will be better at melee combat than other animals, please be careful. A monkey king who is good at close combat. Liu squinted his eyes and found that there was a black line on the skin under the golden hair on the monkey's back. And the black lines are now a little yellowed? That is to say, it is about to advance to bronze? Damn, why do you care about this now? Liu complained to himself, shook his head and stopped thinking about it, and quickly followed Taoyang into the cave. This cave is not very deep. Within a distance of 2 meters, they could see a cave that was 3 meters high and the size of a classroom. The cave is completely enclosed, but the light inside is okay. Because there are many night pearls inlaid on the surrounding walls. There is a square platform in the middle of the cave, on which there are 3 stone pillars with faint blue light. The blue light of the stone pillar in the middle is very bright, and the blue light of the stone pillars on both sides is much weaker. On each stone pillar, there is a treasure floating. Floating on the middle stone pillar is a scroll of parchment that looks very simple. The scroll is closed, about 25 centimeters long, and a red rope is tied on it. On the left is a quaint ring, the ring is relatively generous, with a sapphire the same size as the black iron crystal nucleus on the top. On the right is a jade pendant that looks like a drop of water. The material of the jade pendant is very similar to Hessian jade, only the size of an adult's thumb. 3 dark blue stone pillars, 3 suspended treasures. Looking at it suddenly, it is very mysterious. This is... Seeing the cave full of fantasy and the 3 floating treasures, Taoyang's breathing became short of breath. Chapter 50. Obviously, Taoyang regretted it. At the moment when he saw so many treasures, he even wanted to kill Liu directly. You know, these things should have belonged to him originally. In his previous life, he also gathered a group of survivors to kill them and seize these treasures. But now, these things are neither his nor Chu Feng's, but Liu's. 3 treasures? Ha ha ha. Seeing this miraculous scene, Liu couldn't help laughing out loud. He didn't give Taoyang a chance to get his hands on the treasure, he just hesitated for a moment and walked in front of the 3 stone pillars. He is not afraid of traps here. Because when I saw the entrance to the secret realm before, it was clearly stated in the information that the secret realm is the hope of mankind. There are so many mutant monkeys out there that it's outrageous enough. If you still set up a trap here, is that a gross hope? So without further ado, Liu went directly to the pillars and took down the scroll of the brightest pillar in the middle first. The blue light of the pillar in the middle is so bright, it is stronger than the other 2 treasures at first glance. It's a nice scroll. Rings are fine too. Jade pendants are also fine. Tisk tisk, what a bumper harvest. Take the scroll first, then the ring, and finally the jade pendant. As soon as these things were taken down, the faint blue light of the 3 stone pillars gradually dimmed. Without even thinking about it, Liu put the ring on the index finger of his left hand. There is also a red string on the jade pendant, which Liu hung around his neck. Oh shit! Seeing Liu pocketing these treasures one by one, Taoyang cursed in his heart. But he has nothing to do now. Because Liu kept a relatively safe distance from him from the beginning to the end. As long as he moves slightly, he will face Liu's wind blade. Liu's wind blade is very fast. Unless it is a speed awakener, or a seasoned master like Chu Feng. Otherwise, even if his mental strength is highly concentrated, it will be difficult to avoid Liu's wind blade. Let's go. You should go ahead. Holding the scroll in his hand, Liu was in a very happy mood, and quickly said something to Taoyang. Grass. Taoyang was very unhappy. Outside the secret cave, Ding Feng met Wan Hai and Tong Xiahua at the entrance on the other side. After hearing that Chu Feng left the secret realm, he didn't continue to pursue him. Instead, he returned quickly. I saw a 1.8-meter monkey chasing a humanoid dinosaur in the open space outside the cave. He was a little dumbfounded. Fuck, what's the situation? Wujiang originally didn't have much physical strength left, but now that he is being chased by the mutant monkey's monkey, he is panicking in his heart. Fortunately, his ability to awaken is the Deinonychus gene. Good running speed. Fortunately, the monkey chased to the edge of the clearing, stopped and did not continue to chase. Otherwise, Wujiang will definitely be chased to death. As for why the monkey didn't leave the cave easily, and why did it stop when it reached the edge of the open space? This is not the hatred value setting in the game. It's because there are treasures in the cave. Putting those treasures on the stone pillar is equivalent to activating a formation. This formation can make the entire cave automatically condense some of the energy its body needs. So in its subconscious, it has to guard those treasures. When Taoyang and Chu Feng went to attract its attention before, it was also because of this reason that it didn't chase it to the end. But now after Liu took the treasure, it immediately discovered the abnormality. And Liu could have left the secret realm directly. But after he walked out of the cave entrance of the secret realm and read the information of that scroll, immediately decided to stay. Because Dark Scroll Fragment, 1/3 special item. You can use the blood essence of monsters to forcefully sign a dark contract with them. Once the contract is established, you will enslave the other party's soul. In addition to the original ability, the enslaved will also gain the ability of Ghoul and will be loyal forever master, unless the master or the slave dies, it cannot be lifted. Note 1, this item is a special prop, and it can be used only after a drop of blood to identify the owner. Once the owner is identified, unless the owner dies, other people cannot use it normally. Note 2, the spiritual power of the contracted monster should not be higher than 70% of the owner, otherwise the contract will be difficult to complete, and the spiritual power is too high and may even cause backlash. Friendly reminder, when a monster is on the verge of death, its spiritual power is the lowest. Note 3, this item is a fragment, and it can hold the souls of 2 monsters at most. 0/2. Note 4, when each monster is contracted, it needs a certain amount of dark energy as an auxiliary. This dark ability will repair any injuries suffered by the monster before the contract, but this dark power needs 72 hours to condense, that is to say within 72 hours, you can only contract 1 monster for 1 soul slot. This thing can help you enslave monsters, and when enslaving monsters, it can also repair the monster's injuries. It's just a 3-day cooldown. This scroll says a lot. But Liu, who has played many games, knew how to use this thing just by taking a casual glance. Can you use this scroll to enslave the opponent's soul after dripping the monster's blood on it? Isn't this just the props used by certain professions to summon battle pets in the game? Catch this Monkey King first to test the waters, Ding Feng. Looking at the monkey with bared teeth and mouth full of explosions, Liu immediately had a plan in mind. This is the mutant monkey leader who is about to evolve into bronze? Even Chu Feng didn't dare to confront the existence head-on with an axe. Okay. Chu Feng and Taoyang did not dare to be tough with him, not all because of this, but also because of their lack of physical strength. In fact, after they knew that the treasure was in this cave, they didn't dare to move around at will. Because of their limited physical strength, they don't know if there are any monsters on the other side of the road. And once you leave, who knows if the other party will go directly to get the treasure. At that time, when I encounter monsters, it consumes too much, and people snatch the treasures, that will be a real tragedy. So they didn't know that the other side was also the entrance to the secret realm. It's just that they didn't expect that they planned against each other, but in the end they fulfilled Liu. I want to cry without tears. Now that Black Iron Crystal Nucleus has restored Liu's physical strength to -%. In addition, the King's E-Sword and 2 Wind Blades, as well as Ding Feng who turned back. Liu felt that it was not particularly difficult for him to beat the Monkey King to the brink of death so as to forcibly contract it. So after he made this decision, he quickly followed the scroll's instructions before the monkey found him. He opened the scroll first, then cut his finger lightly with the green sword, dripping blood into the middle of the dark scroll. As the drop of bright red blood dripped into the scroll, it disappeared. A special induction instantly connected Liu with the scroll. The countless quaint runes on the scroll began to change, and soon formed 2 circles. In the middle of the rune circle are 2 fist-sized circular blanks. The 2 blank spaces are used to drip monster blood, and also represent the 2 battle pets that Liu can enslave with this scroll. But just when Liu put away the scroll and prepared to cooperate with Ding Feng to capture the Monkey King, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding, congratulations on successfully changing the heroine's fate of Cangyun, and getting the basic reward, all attributes plus 10. Get an extra bonus, the Eye of the Villain evolves. Ding, congratulations, your enhancement level has been upgraded to the high level of Black Iron. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.